welcome to Season 11 of my Survivor series. I'm going to keep this as brief as I can and try and get the game going, since, as per usual, we're starting a bit late. Just for some context, for those of you who are just watching for the first time, I've done 10 of these before, and I sort of view them in like generations, at least internally, where I kind of felt like the first 5, which were capped off by like an all-stars, all-returnee season, were kind of their own group. And then 6 through 10 had kind of a similar dynamic. So I feel like Season 11 is sort of the start of like a new group of these games. And for the first time since Season 3, this season actually has entirely 100% new players to my series of games. So that's pretty cool. I'm excited. I think this is a really good cast. I'm excited to see how it goes. For those of you who watched the previous ones, and particularly Season 10 was like a very complex season that had a bunch of callbacks to the earlier seasons in the series. It was very complicated. There were a lot of like quick one-shot like twists and callbacks and had a lot going on. This season is kind of on the opposite end of the spectrum. It's relatively tame, I would say. It leaves a lot of room for the players to play the game, and I think most of the outcome of the game is going to be determined by them. So as far as the theme goes, it's called Survivor Fates. I didn't have like a clear theme like I had for many of the previous seasons. A lot of them had like very general, like overarching themes that were easy to design a lot of stuff around. I didn't have as clear of an idea for this one, but I came across this theme idea after a while, and it sounded good to me. So for all of the players and viewers, you're gonna have to pardon my pronunciation on this. I did look up a guide for how to pronounce these, but this season is themed around the concept of the 3 fates in like Greek and Roman mythology. So in Greek mythology, they're called the Moirai, if I'm pronouncing that right. So this 15-player season is going to start with 3 tribes of 5 players each. And as you can see on my background here, they're going to be themed after and named after the 3 fates. So on this side here, you have Clotho, who is like the spinner. She's kind of the one who like doles out the thread of life in that metaphor. On the other side, you have what's this one? Lachesis, who is the allotter, is kind of like what her title usually is. She's the one who like measures out and determines how much thread each person gets. And in the middle here, you have the metaphor for death kind of in this scenario, which is Atropos, who cuts the thread metaphorically. So each of our players are going to be on one of those starting tribes. I'll type those names out in the chat for them. I would encourage you guys, once you all get started, to add your tribe name to the end of your name on Zoom, not to the beginning. But yeah, that's just some insight into the theme. I think we're ready to get going, so I'm going to have all of our players go ahead and wake up now. All right. So I'm going to divide you guys into your starting tribes. We've gone over a lot of the rules and stuff before the stream started, so the players are ready to go. I'm going to tell you all the tribes right now, and then in a minute I'll send you all off to sleep while the commentators and I head to the breakout room. Once you're asleep, I'm going to start adding you to your tribe chats, and as soon as you're added to your tribe chat on Discord, you can start talking with people in that chat, or in that tribe, I should say. Following the communication rules that we went over earlier. I would also recommend that you all keep an eye out for any messages from me that you might find in your tribe chats. So just keep your eyes peeled. So let's get you guys sorted. So on our Clotho tribe, and I'm going to organize this on Zoom for the stream, we have Lovely, Robin, Maz, Raph, and Froggington. The 5 of you are on Clotho. On Lachesis, we have Kawa, Gunny, Rocker, Coffee, and Boobles. You guys are on Lachesis, which means our final 5, Danny, Heck, Jack Lafear, Justice, and Sam. The 5 of you are on Atropos. All right. Go to sleep. Get to know your tribes. Good luck. And commentators and I will head over to the breakout room. And they will take it away.
Hello, hello. Um, how are the commentators doing today?
We're back again, Noah.
We are. Hold on, I need to pause the stream with all the players up so I can think about them. Um,
Well, that's a
I
good
mean, I'm
idea.
gonna be honest. This is looking like a girlies game. I like a
Yeah,
lot of the girls in this game. I think there are going to be a lot of strong female players. I think that. I mean, I'm rooting for Robin. I'm gonna say it straight up. Robin's my favorite coming in.
I think it'll be a surprise who I'm rooting for. And her name is Boobles, and so shocking. I
Yeah, a
know.
little bit of a love-hate relationship going on for me, but it's all good.
That's pretty sick. 11 seasons in. That is crazy to me. It's really weird to think we've come this far. I played back in season 3, which was not 10, like 8 years ago. So these come up pretty often. It's really cool to see them come back again. And I have never really done commentary for one of these before. Have you guys done commentary for the Longback Survivors
I've
before?
done one, I think.
Hmm.
I've done a couple, and one of them was with Noah. So
Okay, cool. So you guys have that that stuff
Yeah,
going on already.
we've
Uh,
got a season of synergy going.
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat
How's it
here.
going, Jack?
Yep, I
How's it
do
going?
got
It's
a
good to be
special
here.
fit for you guys today. I did try to get dressed for the part. Um, and it's funny that they're saying PTB to stop lying to that we know they're rooting for Danny. Because oddly enough, coming into this game, I agree. I think I have Boobles as a favorite for me, but I also have Danny as a favorite for me. I haven't had a lot of experience playing with them, but something about the way that we played a game together in Mafia, I feel like they could do well in a setting like this. And I'm really curious to see kind of how things play out. And I love the theming of the season personally, so I'm looking forward to seeing the cool things that come up from that too.
Yeah, absolutely. Greek mythology was always my favorite thing growing up. Hercules, Xena, that whole shebang. I feel like Lombax and I have that in common to a certain extent, so I'm interested to see what he's put together. What have you put
Yeah.
together for us? Are you here with us now?
I'm gonna be busy.
I don't think he wants to
for
give us
right
any
now, so
spoilers.
yeah, you guys
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
hold
Lombax
down.
is deep in it. But yeah, chat room. Hope you guys are doing well. Thank you guys for joining us. Should be a nice, fun set of hours for the day. So if you need something to put on while you're doing dishes, cleaning up, vacuuming, we'll be here, rain or shine. So
And if you want to have a little bit of stake in the game, there is a prediction poll up in Lombax's chat for which tribe you're going to think is going to win the first challenge. Gonna try to do these for each challenge. No promises. I'm kind of doing triple duty today, so you know, bear with me. But I'm gonna try to make chat as interactive as possible. Keep everyone engaged. So
thank you, PTB.
I might not wake up for every commentary. I might be like doing
I
some.
should I should be here most of the time. There's gonna be like no, I should be here. I have nothing else going on. What are you talking about? What am I talking about? Just got
Locked
back
in
from
for
the
the next
Olive
7 hours.
Garden. Yeah, yeah. Got back from the Olive Garden a little bit, drank a lot of soup, ate a lot of breadsticks. I'm ready.
You are good to go. All filled up, ready for a good night.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm always excited to see the challenges. Lombax does a
Mhm.
great job putting them
Suppose
together.
I
I'm
can
excited to see the
I can
themes.
ban you.
Yeah, no, I was so I rewatched to kind of prep. I rewatched season 7 recently. And that was a lot of fun. And I think I was right in my initial whenever I first played back to season 3, I was like, man, these typing and speed games and stuff like that, I am not. That's not my forte. That's what I can't do. Like the puzzles and stuff, I can figure them out. When it comes to translating that to my hands and typing without typos, I'm cooked. I
Yeah,
I I am not that good.
Yeah, 100%.
the
So
typos get me.
so it was really fun
I'm
to
hitting
kind of see people
backspace more than I'm hitting
circumvent.
any other key.
Yeah, and I hope that I know like I don't know how many previous seasons all of our players have watched and played. I know that it's a brand new cast, right? So no one's played before. So I
Yep.
wonder if they've did any research in terms of like getting their typing tests down and making sure that they have like Lombax had mentioned earlier, like making sure they have them selected in the Zoom chat so that the answers go to the proper place. Because in that season 7 in particular, I know that
Very
there was a couple
important.
challenges that were lost because someone hadn't selected Lombax again after like moving breakout rooms and stuff like that. Um,
My first season playing, I was voted out first round because I made the mistake of voting in the general chat as opposed to directly to
ooh,
Lombax. And
ooh,
I
that's
was
rough.
lying to several people already. So I was like,
That's
well,
rough.
this is what scum looks like.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate mistake.
Yeah, I
But
think
I
like
do want to go. I think you made a good point. I think going to the typing tests, that would be a good warm up. Hour before you go to a typing test, you just see how many WPM you can get, type correctly,
mhm.
get warmed up. That's my strat next time I'm playing. That's smart.
Yeah, it makes me feel like you've like as soon as you know you're in, just play Brain Age for a little bit too. Like crack out the old like 3DS or whatever you got and just play like all these little like find all the numbers and unscramble the thing games just to get yourself in like that frame of reference. Um and then not just that too, but there's like a lot of like little puzzles and stuff going on privately, which we're not going to know anything about either chat room.
Yeah.
So you guys will be finding out about all these powers and idols and plays that come out just as we will, and hopefully we can share those reactions with you as they come up. But looking
Yeah.
forward to the day. It's gonna be really cool.
Yeah, there's probably already a puzzle in each tribe chat
Yeah,
saying
right.
unscramble this, and it's there's probably gonna be like extra votes, block votes, maybe even idols this early. Who knows? But
Yeah. Personally,
yeah,
I want there to be curses. And one of the curses like you have to speak in like old timey like you just like every time you talk it has to be like in some like kind of like Greek-ish like waxing poetic. That'd be funny. But there's only so much chaos that I think Lombax can get away with
yeah, I don't
before
think there's gonna be any
people burn
curse
out.
of tongues or
Yeah.
anything going
Yeah,
on in
yeah, yeah.
these games,
But it'd be cool. It'd be cool. It'd be cool.
I'm not gonna
Or
lie, it would be pretty funny. Yeah.
like that. I think that'd be a really interesting twist, maybe, if you want to write this down, Olympics. But a season where it's like all the powers are curses. I don't know if Survivor's done that before. Because
Yeah, I don't
again,
think
I'm
so.
not crazy experienced with like the actual source material. The closest thing that I've watched is I've recently been getting into watching Dropout, and they had like a couple cameo seasons where like the host really likes Survivor, so
Yeah.
they did like Survivor and like the whole season's like 4 hours long, kind of like this, where it's a really like compact like speed
Hmm.
run, and that's been really fun. So I'm thinking about getting in. I already talked to Lombax a bit about what seasons to watch. I think it was like season 15 is the one I was starting with. Um, but we'll see if you guys have any recommendations for seasons or for other shows
Survivor.
like it. Yeah, yeah, for Survivor.
The most recent season was pretty good.
Okay.
Um, I think uh Kagiyan is always good. Um, Millennials versus Gen X is really good. Winners at War is good.
Are
Blood
there a lot of
versus
seasons
Water.
that are like not really required, but are made even better by having watched like a previous season as well?
Any of the
How
probably
often?
any of the seasons with returners, so probably like
Okay.
Winners at War,
And that's
um,
usually like something that's like pretty obvious too.
heroes
Right.
versus villains, fans versus favorites. Like if you want to watch those to get the context of why people are viewed positively or negatively, you probably should watch the original seasons.
Okay. That sounds cool too.
Yeah, there
That is pretty sweet.
is tribe breakdowns in Lombax's Twitch chat for anyone who needs to
Yeah, I was
know
just reading through those as
about.
well.
Yeah. And the prediction's over.
They
So haha,
look
joke's
pretty
on you.
equal, honestly.
Yeah. Lombax does this thing where he tries to balance them as much as possible. He doesn't want to give any tribe too much of an advantage.
Hmm.
So I think that's always good. So hopefully, But you never know who's sliding into whose DMs every
That's
day.
true.
Right.
So
And I mean, again, like sometimes players have preconceived notions of like whenever people are friends and they join the games, it's like, well, they're friends, so they're obviously going to be
Hmm.
together. But sometimes they're even more ready to like backstab their friend that they've known for a long time because it'd be funny or because they know they could get away with it. So
Right.
there's a lot of different angles you can shoot. I don't know if a lot of the players that are going on right now have these already pre-existing storylines and interweaving
There's
interactions,
definitely
but it'll be
some
cool.
in there.
Mhm.
Like Maz and Justice are really close
That's
friends
true. Yeah.
IRL. I think they're Heck and Gunny are both in a different Mafia community together and they play together, so they're likely to be somewhat close later on in the game.
Mhm.
yeah, Kawa is probably like kind of cooked on that one.
I think there's a
TBH.
chance Raph goes early just because he was a Phil. In one of the seasons I was
Yeah.
in, one of the Phil players just got voted out
Axed.
first. Yeah, they're like,
Oh
well,
no.
you didn't sign up for it. The rest of us did.
Yeah.
Peace.
So yeah.
I'm gonna make a before anything happens prediction, and hopefully this doesn't burn me in the quickly. I think Robin's gonna be in the top 4. I'm
You
just
say
putting it out
Robin?
there. Yeah,
Yeah, she's my pick to win it. I,
I
I
know.
I think she's hard to vote out. She's funny. She's fun to be around. People are gonna want to keep her around. It's
I, I think it's going
she's
to
She
depend a
good.
lot on like how challenged performance goes too,
well,
right?
I
Because
think
sometimes if people are really strong, that could put a target on them, right?
the
If
other
like
thing
weaker
is,
players persist, but yeah.
yeah, the other thing is like I don't know if she's gonna know necessarily to like be in everyone's DMs in the night because that can be a bit
Mm,
Make or
overwhelming even
break.
when you
Yeah.
know you should be doing it because she might just be like, "Oh, I'm going to get a drink. I'll be back. We're taking a break." You know, not realize that she has to kind of.
That was one of my big pitfalls when I first played. I didn't realize how serious it was going to be. And the few people that I did talk to kind of picked up on that. And it was very quickly where I was like the odd man out of my tribe because I just
hmm
wasn't reaching out to enough people at night because I don't know. I hadn't watched the show before. I was just wanted to have a good time. I wanted to win some puzzles. Um, and I did win one. I won a prize. Like the prize was that I got to have a secret line of communication with another tribe member of someone on an opposing tribe, and we were talking, exchanging some info. But like the day after that, I was dead. So I just sent like a long message to like the other person, and I remember post game they were like, "Yeah, I had like a connection to that tribe, but he was dying, so you sent me garbage, and I got nothing out of it." And I was like, "What do you want me to do?" I was, "What do you want me to say?" Now in hindsight, I definitely had things I could have said. Could have been like, "This person's a
Right.
snake," or I could have sowed some seeds of dissent or something. But I don't know. I didn't know.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
I Twitch chat's saying it too. I think Lovely is someone to look out for too. I think
Oh
Lovely's
yeah,
probably gonna
Mhm.
make it far. She's also hilarious, very fun to be around, and she's got a couple people that she's close with in the game already.
Yeah, I think we have a really good group of people, and it's nice
yeah.
to see so many like fresh faces as well, right?
I
Like
think Coffee's gonna do well too.
if it's
Yeah,
based off of
there's a lot of
anything,
strong people.
yeah. If it's
Yeah,
based off anything, how I've seen them play Mafia, I think that Coffee could come in with some really strong like points of articulation for making teams
yeah.
and for like strategy. So that'll be cool.
I love Jack LaFear and I know Jack LaFear, but I know that nobody on this player list knows Jack LaFear. So that's either gonna help him or hurt him.
It
Um,
depends,
uh,
right? Yeah, the clean
yeah,
slate, it's like you can make the most of it because no one has any preconceived notions. But
because
then
he's a
again,
free agent, you know.
yeah,
Because I fell into that trap one season where there was a new guy on our tribe. We said, he's the consensus vote out, and then yeah, don't you laugh, Noah. Uh, yeah, and then it backfired on me,
He
but
was not the consensus vote
do
out.
he
you
was not the consensus vote out.
do we have a full player list posted in the
There was
Discord
one
or
in
in chat?
Twitch chat.
It is in Twitch chat. I can
You have
put
to
it. You
scroll
guys
up
are
and
on the
read this.
commentary thing, right?
Yeah.
Yep,
All right, I'll drop it into our Discord chat when I
Thank you,
find it
thank you.
again.
appreciate
Wait, the
it.
Lovely
commentary
stat
thing.
in
Am I
chat.
missing something?
Huh?
What commentary thing?
There's a DM. I don't think you're actually in this thing. We had
Yeah,
like there was like a DM that was brought up. I think
I'm
I
just
can.
left out.
Let me see here. Yeah, we can add you to this thing. I don't think I have
Oh,
you.
Noah and I are
Oh,
not
there it is.
friends. Oop.
Yeah, there you are.
Hello.
Damn, Lombak's quick with it.
I know. Yeah, that was insane. I mean, I think right. If anyone's gonna have the words per minute thing down at this point, it's probably Lombax, right? I don't know. I'm always curious to see
Definitely.
like how the playtesting stuff goes, especially now that I'm on this side of the experience. I am curious and kind of very interested in like seeing some more of the behind the scenes type things, and I'll probably get at Lombax later after everything's done. Um,
Yeah, so that's a lot of where I'm coming from too. I really don't know anyone in this sphere. I've been watching Mafia for like the past week or so as it's been sort of popping off a lot. But I know Lombax through Magic the Gathering and like old IRL friends. And he's always been like really good at just game design generally,
mhm.
whether that's like building a magic cube or there are several other uh, games, puzzles, board games, and stuff that he's made that it's always an absolute blast.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
and not to
so I'm
derail,
excited to see
right?
what comes next.
Because like that's my profession. But like so like in trying to do more stuff, right? I think like working on mini games and stuff like this would be a crazy good opportunity and very interesting. And just briefly, since you mentioned Magic Cube, that stuff is hard to make. Like I was messing around with like making a Magic Cube recently, and it was supposed to be like a monster mash type thing with my favorite creature types. And I got all the creatures that I wanted in there, and then I was like, wait, I still have like 300 more cards or something to look at. And
You need a large
Scryfall's
pile
my
of cards,
yeah.
and then even when you have them together, you'll draft it a couple times and realize, oh, these are unplayable, actually. Like,
which
this is just a
which is
bunch of
really
my favorite
interesting
cards.
too,
They don't work together.
because that can be kind of applied to Survivor too. You'll draft an initial team based off your tribe, and then there'll be like some tribe splintering. There'll be like people who just have past grudges, and there'll be all these different like different mixtures of personalities and interactions that can make or break early or late alliances.
Yeah,
Um,
or tribe
Absolutely.
swap halfway through
exactly.
and everything just gets switched up.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, that was my first mistake, not knowing that there was a meta that I needed to be aware of.
And who knows with the twist, if there is a twist, right? Uh, I'm curious to see. Fates is a really interesting title, right? In terms of like what you can do with that. But I don't know, the twist might be completely unrelated too, if there is one. So I'm really curious to see kind of how it plays out, and what the players think and how they're feeling about their initial tribes and stuff like that. Uh, so it should be really cool and a lot of fun. Chairman, if you have any specific ideas or thoughts, feel free
So
to drop
I have
them
a
in
question
too.
for the panel. So this is Survivor Fates, right? Now we have the Weaver, the Doler out, and the Cutter, right?
Hmm.
How do you think some of the advantages are going to play around the themes of people's fates? Maybe, a chance to come back, a Redemption Island type thing. Like,
Hmm.
he's never done it before, but taking fate into your own hands, Do we
I
yeah,
think?
think,
it's possible.
yeah, something that popped into my head, which I think is crazy, but it would be interesting to see how it could work, is like tied fates. Like you're linked to another player, not just on your tribe, but like maybe an advantage of like you get to dictate how they vote, or if like they get sent to like some sort of elimination thing, you can take their place, or you go with them. I think it'd be really I'm curious, right, to see how much the theme actually plays into some of these power ups and things like that. Um,
Yep.
because it's
Someone could
interesting.
get the power to snip someone else's thread and just say, like,
Hmm.
nope, you're gone.
It
One
could
vote,
be
that's all it
interesting
takes.
if each tribe selects somebody to go to an elimination for someone else's life. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
yeah, that could be a fate type of thing.
Hmm.
But I'll be
There's
interested to see
also
if he does something like that. I don't think he'll do a Redemption
It
Island
seems
just because
ambitious. It
I
seems
think the
ambitious.
time
Already
commitment
7
to it
hours. Yeah.
is a little too much.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I think there's a lot
some
of other
other kind of fate.
metaphor. There's a
Hmm.
lot of other metaphor in this theme of the fates. The past, present, future shenanigans, the matron, the mother, the crone,
Mhm.
these sort of like there's a lot of creative cool things that you could do with
To
this sort
be
of like
honest,
looser archetype.
yeah, you could have something that it's like it gives you immunity not now, but at some point later, right? Where it's like you call out. It's
Hmm.
like in this vote, I have immunity, or like maybe you like skip like a whole like step and you go into the future for a bit, and then you play for a game that happens in the past. Like again, there's a lot of ambition that can go
Yeah.
into a theme with this because it's so large scope
A
and
delayed immunity
so
idol. You have to
versatile.
play to the previous tribal or something.
Well,
Right,
I
right.
think
Yeah.
we're gonna get the first challenge underway.
All right.
Excellent.
All right, see you
See you
guys
guys
over
All
soon.
there.
right, let's do it.
All right, everyone, wake up. All right, I'll just wait for, yeah, there we go. All right, I hope you all got to know your tribes well, made those early social connections. It's time for the first challenge of the season. This is always a big one in terms of setting the tone, getting some momentum for your tribe. And, you know, no one wants to be in danger of being the first one voted out, of course. The only way to prevent that is to win, so let's get into the challenge. This is a brand new challenge for our opening for the season. It's called Follow the Thread. In each round, I'm going to put up a Zoom virtual background that'll have an image of the alphabet with a thread running through it. If you follow along that thread, it'll spell out a word. The first player to directly message that word to me on Zoom will be out of the challenge, which is a good thing in this case, because the first two tribes to be fully out will receive immunity. So everyone on your tribe is going to have to answer one question. Is going to have to win one round if you want to be safe. I have an example of this, so they're going to look like this. I graciously gave you an arrow so that you know which direction it's running in. You're welcome. This one spells out the word example if you follow it. So this is what they're going to look like. You're trying to find the word it spells out. It runs through in order, and directly message that word to me on Zoom. So go ahead and set your Zoom to message me directly right now. One note for all the challenges that I didn't mention earlier. You can't like make typos, right? If you send me a word with a typo, that doesn't count even if you're the fastest. I do have to enforce stuff like that because you can type faster if you allow for typos, right? So just don't make typos. Does anyone have any questions before we begin?
Could we message you on
On Zoom,
Like,
directly.
on Zoom? Okay, yeah.
So set your Zoom to message me directly. So where it says to everyone, change it to message me directly. All right, and then as another note, the words for this they have nothing to do with this season's theme. They're just words, okay? They're kind of just all over the place, random words. Last opportunity, any questions? Are we ready to go? All right, let's do it. Oops. Let's not do that. All right, here's your first question. The word is flip, and the first person to get that to me was Raph. So Raph, you're out for Clotho. You can go ahead and turn your camera off, just so I can keep track of who's still in. Here's question 2. This word is blush, and the first person to get that to me was Maz. Maz, you're out, also for Clotho. Here's question 3. This word is light. The first person to get that to me was Gunny. So Lachesis is on the board. Here's your next question. Getting a lot of wrong answers on this one. Still don't think I've got the right answer from anyone yet. There we go. The correct answer is Canyon, C-A-N-Y-O-N. Sam was the first one to get that to me. So Sam is out for Atropos. Here's the next one. This word is anchor. The first person to get that to me was Jack Lafear. So Jack, you're out for Atropos. Here's question 6. This word is cheer, C-H-E-E-R. Heck was the fastest, so Heck is out. Again for Atropos. So they just have 2 left. Here's question 7. The correct answer for this one is success. Rocker was the first person to get that to me, so Rocker is out for Lachesis. Here's question 8. This word is squid. Kawa was the first person to get that to me, so Kawa is out for Lachesis. Here's question 9. I see some typos. There we go. This word is mixture. Coffee was the first person to get that to me, so she is out for Lachesis as well. So on Clotho, we are down to Lovely, Robin, and Froggington. On Lachesis, just Boobles. And on Atropos, Danny and Justice. Here's question 10. This word is dream. The first person to get that to me was Boobles. Boobles is out, and Lachesis has secured tribal immunity. Congratulations. So it's down to Clotho and Atropos. Here is question 11. This word is yellow. The first person to get that to me was Lovely. So Lovely is out for Clotho. So it's 2-2. Robin and Froggington, Danny and Justice. Here is question 12. This word is knock, K-N-O-C-K. The first person to get that to me was Danny. So Danny is out for Atropos. They are down to just Justice versus Robin and Froggington. Here's question 13. This word is under. Froggington was the first person to get that to me, so Froggington is out, which means we have a showdown between Robin and Justice. Froggington, you can go ahead and turn your camera off for now. And I'll pull up the decisive final question. For your tribe's immunity, here is the last word. Ooh, it was a close showdown, but due to an unfortunate typo, Justice has just barely beaten out Robin. The word is lynx, L-Y-N-X. Congratulations to the Atropos tribe. Clotho, unfortunately, you will be going to the first tribal council of the season. So everyone can go ahead and go to sleep, talk with your tribe, and we will see you in the breakout room shortly.
Holy moly.
Came down to the wire
What a
there.
banger. First game, what a banger. That was a lot of fun. What's funny enough is that this is one of the few challenges that I've seen when I've been watching that I'm like, I think I could have maybe squeaked out this one, right? Like there's just a point there where like instead of following the line, you kind of just had to find the start of the word, look at the last few letters, and then just go with like the thing that makes sense. Like under and like some of them were like very straightforward, right?
Yes, some of them were easy.
So
I was following it all the way through, and
yeah.
I felt like I was getting it fairly quick, but it was definitely there were a couple that stumped me for a couple seconds, and I was like, "What is going on
I
here?"
think I think when they
So,
introduced the first loop-de-loop where there's like a double
yeah,
letter, I was like, "Oh, it's fucked up. They're not gonna know. They're not gonna know." But what a fun first little challenge there. That was really cool. Very intense too. Clotho had like this intense, really good opening with Raph, someone we talked about coming in last, potentially a person that could be pinned for elimination, getting the very first word out, getting them an early lead, and then it was just like they went all the way to the end. It was a very unfortunate sequence of events, especially due to a typo, but
yeah.
that's sometimes the way it plays out.
Hold on, what was the
Yep.
team that lost? It was
Clotho, yeah.
Botha lost.
Yeah.
Trying to look at the roster. Lovely Robin, Maz, Raph, and Froggington. I mean, Raph
Ah,
clutched it with the first answer. He was very quick on that
mm-hmm,
first one. But
mm-hmm.
again, he was the fill player. There's a chance they just take him out, but also Robin was, she was the reason they lost.
Yeah, no, I think
It
he picked up
could,
some political clout there
yeah.
that will probably not just come up in this tribe interactions, like being the first person to win the first game, that
Hmm.
carries some influence.
Yeah, I agree. He showed that he was the fastest out of everybody there. Maybe they're gonna be like, we want to keep the tribe strong. We're gonna keep
Mm-hmm.
Raph. We don't want to keep voting people out. And maybe they'll look at Robin and be like, hey, you had so many chances to get it and you just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
But Froggington was also pretty late. I think third to last. So it's not like Froggington was much quicker.
Yeah, it doesn't have that much credit. So it could come down to which one of them has been like more active in fostering these relationships in the tribe themselves.
Yeah,
Um, Man, that was a close one. It was so
yeah. I
close.
mean, at the end of the
Watching
day, it is
chat
a
was so
social
funny.
game. There's a chance they're just like, hey, these are the people I feel like I'm vibing with, and you're not
Hmm.
one of them.
Hmm. I'd love to keep more frogs in, right? But I can acknowledge what's on the chopping block. How's it looking? The animals are not looking great. The robins and the frogs are in a bit of a dire spot. But
Yeah.
Quick announcement. If you're in Twitch chat, make sure you bet on who's going to be voted out.
yes, this will be a quicker bet because they're just kind of prepping for the tribal council. And once we start, that bet will be closed. So if you have channel points you want to spend, make sure you get on and spend them now. Remember, 99% of gamblers quit right before they hit it big. So if you got a
True.
channel point, you better get in there. You have one channel point, that could easily be two, that can go to four, exponential growth straight to the top.
Exactly.
7 hours?
You can gain infinitely amount of money, but you can only lose
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
You can keep
The
growing
math
forever.
just sounds sick to me.
Right.
So that was really sick. That was a lot of fun. How are we feeling about the other teams too? Honestly, like let's see, the first team to get fully out was Lachesis, right? I'm gonna also butcher these
Yeah.
names.
Yeah, I
Um,
am too. Lachesis, I think.
yeah,
Lachesis.
Lachesis. I think, yeah, I think that's like a softer A.
Yeah.
Koa,
Just gonna
Gunny,
Boobles,
make a
I think,
little
was the
Rocker.
phonetic
last
note
one.
here.
Yeah. Yeah, you just have to put up just have the phonetic pronunciation pulled up to memorize it. I'll just follow your lead. But yeah, right, that team, they did it like so it's interesting, right? Because a lot of the people that got out for their team were in the middle of that, right?
Yeah.
They didn't have a lot of people that got out early, but they were consistently like coming out through the middle. They weren't in the last. They were the first to be fully
Hmm.
out, even if they didn't really get first blood like that. Right, because again, Raph was the very first one out, and
Was Maz second or was Maz third?
I
Was there
think
someone in between them?
Moz might have been third. Let's
I
see.
think you might be right. I don't
I think
remember who
Sam got
second
out
was
pretty
though.
early. I think Gunny got out pretty early. Um, because Coffee and Boobles were the last two
Right.
for Laxus, and then Atropus
Yeah.
had Danny and Justice as the last two.
I think
Um,
Jack and Callow were both pretty early too.
yeah. Yeah, but I know really consistent play from that team. Very good job. Well done by their teams. Everyone played honestly a really good game, right? It came down to a very unfortunate typo at the end there, right? So it was a very
Yeah.
close, very balanced game. Um,
There
So
were
so
a
just
couple where you could see someone was so far ahead of everyone else. They just like sit back from their keyboard and you're like, oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
well,
yeah. When
they got it,
When
right?
Lovely got out,
Yep.
I saw Lovely relax, and I was like, okay, so they're good, right? So what were we gonna say,
so
PTB?
I was just gonna say, looking at what Twitch chat thinks is gonna happen, our girl Lovely should be safe
Hmm.
if Twitch chat was voting, and Frogington is in danger.
That is so
That is the
crazy to
public
me.
perception.
I
So we'll see
wonder
what
how much
happens.
of that has to do with like I saw earlier that Halo had said who is Frogington, right? So I feel like I wonder how much of this like the total unknown
Yeah,
aspect of
I
them, right?
think having just being a frog, you're not very humanized. It's very easy to vote a frog out. You're the odd
If you
non-human out.
have bad taste, I
Yeah.
guess. But no, like it's really interesting to see how this shakes out. And we also have no idea if there's been any powers that have come into
Yeah, that's
play,
true.
right?
The
Like
frog
there
can
could
have an
already be an
idol.
idol. That'd be so crazy. That would be super crazy. So this is going to be a very interesting first tribal council, with a lot of discussion going on for like every team, right? There was no one dominant team. Even the first team was out. It wasn't by a whole lot. So I'm really curious to see kind of how it plays out going forward. Um, but looking at the votes for Twitch chat, that was pretty one-sided on who was going home.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
Makes you
Twitch
wonder
chat's
if
never
someone
been
just
wrong about
dumped
anything,
their life savings on Frogington.
right? It's
Yeah.
like, yeah, that is going to be a lot of fun. So, uh, I'm curious now to see what the other games are. This game again, like it's something that's so simple and straightforward, but you could tell that there were certain people who just kind of got it a little more, right? I could watch. I felt like I watched Robin's eyes trace the line every way through, you know. Um, and
I also
that's
wonder
really
if they were
interesting to see what
pinning
people
it or
like.
if they just had it small. I bet.
There's a lot of
Yeah.
optimization in Zoom. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot
Yeah.
of into optimization in Zoom that you can do, right? Because you don't need to look at anybody else while
Right. Yeah.
Lombax,
I would have
right?
had it pinned instantly and just
And
lock in.
I also love seeing the interaction between teams. Every time someone from the team got out, you'd see people like clap and be nice.
Right.
And part of me is like, that's so sweet. That's so nice. And the other part of me is like, what angle are you playing? You know?
Yeah. When I'm in,
Like
as soon as one
what
of my teammates
cred?
do something, I'm cheering.
Yeah.
I'm shouting, "Let's fucking go!" I'm building the hype.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get on their good side as
You're
much as
on my
possible.
shoulders.
Yeah.
We're going like this. So even this early game one, moment one, we could see people potentially playing some angles. Not going to knock anybody's genuine niceness, you know. Not gonna, but we are playing a game, and only one person can win at the end of the day. And I think something that people might forget is that from the moment you step in, you have to start. I think what's called, I think how it's referred to as like resume building. You know, thinking of moments that if you make it to the end of the game, you have to call back day one and all these other votes and things like that, things that you did, how you interacted, and you have to kind of keep that in mind as you go forward so that you have credibility and votes from the judges. So that'll be really interesting to see how well people
Yeah.
acclimate to that.
All right, we're gonna get this tribal council started. So, if
I'll
any of
go
you
over.
want to assist, yeah, just tell Clotho to come in here, and I'll also
Sure will.
send him a
Heading
message.
over.
Thank you,
All right.
PTB. I appreciate the compliments in chat.
All right, you guys can start waking up. This is gonna be, a live event. Just wait until everyone is ready to go. There we go. All right. Before we talk about the challenge or anything like that, I just want to ask, how does everyone like the Clotho tribe? How are you all getting along?
I
I
think we
like
get
it.
along
I
very
love this
well.
team.
It's been pretty vibey. Yeah, I mean, I think you did a good choice putting two frogs in the same group, you know?
I agree.
Yeah. I think we have a good rapport, a good morale around us. We're like constantly picking each other up. No one's upset at anyone.
You
Yeah,
get it. We
good
talked
vibes,
about
good vibes.
mistakes, stuff
We're
like
trying
that.
to
Everyone's like,
pick
"Yeah,
each
I hear
other up.
you." hmm
Oh, it's been so. This is such a like a. This is low key like a dream team. Low key, I'm not gonna. I don't mean to put it out there, but this team is kind of like. I'm surprised we're here right now. But
I think it's a good mix too, right? Like, just I don't know, different personalities, but different like, good at this, good at that. We were talking about that earlier, before the challenge too. Like, we got a good spread.
You feel like you have a
Mhm.
balanced skill set among the tribe?
Yes,
Oh yeah.
we
for
do.
sure, for sure.
Good, good. So then how do you decide who's going to be the first one out?
I don't know.
Painfully,
Rock, paper,
painfully.
Yeah,
scissors.
painfully,
Yeah.
but uh,
Well, I'll phrase this vaguely, and again, you guys can answer however you'd like. You don't have to give anything away, but what kind of things are you valuing in like a long-term ally? Is it loyalty? Is it someone who's sociable? Is it someone who's good at challenges?
I think it's a mixture of
Loyalty.
all three. It's a mixture of all
Yeah.
three. I think.
Yeah, like I would. So go ahead, lovely.
Oh, I was gonna say, I think right now we kind of have to think of it in terms of like our group team, because like personally, I would take a social player to the very end, but it doesn't matter. Social doesn't really matter here, especially in like such a closed format. So you kind of have to be mechanically like pretty good too at least at this stage of the game.
I was gonna say that I think if we want to look at this from the perspective of we need to win as a team, then I think we need the best cohesion possible. I think we need to try to find the team that is going to work best to get the team constant immunity. And ultimately, I think that's what's going to be the deciding factor for me in the early stages and how the game obviously transpires towards the end. That's going to meld, right? Because at some point, you're going to want to quote unquote take out your competition or your strongest competition, because that's just how shows like this work. Or like how I see Survivor work is like you don't want to have the strongest players at the end, but I don't care about that in the beginning.
Only one person wins, so.
I
Yeah.
don't care about that in the
Yeah.
beginning
But
because
you got to
At
get
this
there,
point,
right?
we
we're
need
not
to
worrying
get
about
there.
that yet.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
we need to get there. So I want to bring the people I think are the strongest likely to help us get to our end goal, which is out of groups.
So maybe if I could summarize this, what you're saying, and you can tell me if this is right or wrong. You value challenge performance early, but maybe less so later in the game. Like you want to.
Not less so, but definitely it becomes a minor, a less, a mitigating factor later.
Like I'm not worried about later game until I get there, right? Like it's not gonna.
It's about the now.
I want to get to there because if we get in a position where we have like 3 straight tribal councils or something like that, it's gonna be bad for us, right? Because
Yeah.
these are the people you're bonding with. These people are gonna help you. These are the people who might give you immunity when you need it, right? So like, I don't want to go in with a weak team to go late game and then maybe we're partnered up, maybe the challenges change, whatever.
Yeah.
And suddenly the only people I can trust aren't people that I trust to win with,
And I
Yeah.
personally think struggling now is not going to be indicative of you potentially struggling down the line because we don't know what the rest of the challenges are going to be, right? Like someone might not be able to be good at something like this and noticing and recognizing words or whatever, but they will be better at something else down the line. So what I'm going to look at is whether or not someone is good under pressure. That's probably the biggest thing that I'm going to be looking at right now because I need people who can work well under that pressure to get us where we need to be.
Exactly.
Agreed.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that makes a lot of sense. Well, does anyone have any last things they want to say before we get to the vote, or are you guys ready to go?
It's been fun being on team with you guys so far.
I
Absolutely.
appreciate every one of you. I don't regret whatever decisions you may make here. And I will be rooting for you guys the rest of the way.
100%.
All right. I know this is a little weird, but for the votes, we're actually going to use Discord for this. I just want to be very, very certain that no one accidentally votes publicly or anything like that. So please send me a direct message on Discord with the name of the player who you would like to vote out of the game.
Wait, I DM that to you, right? I did.
Yeah,
Okay.
on Discord. Yep, just send me.
Yeah, I had to check I didn't DM the wrong person.
Yeah.
So how's everyone doing? Are we having a good sleep?
Good stuff.
Yeah.
You sleeping?
No, I'm very mentally here. Don't worry.
Dude, me and Maz, there's just no way we got sleep last night. There's just no way.
Which I was playing
What do
Mafia
you mean,
yesterday.
you and Maz? I
Yeah, and yeah.
Yeah.
I was up freaking till like
I was-
7 or 8 a.m. talking to
right.
Jacob, making sure he comes back.
I've received all of the votes. Frog, can you wake back up? Just
Oh,
turn your-
I didn't even know I turned my camera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've received all of the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now is the time to do so. All right, I'm going to read the votes. Our first vote is for Froggington. Our next vote is for Robin. Our next vote is for Froggington. The next vote is for Robin. So 2 votes each for Froggington and Robin. There's 1 vote left. The first player voted out of Survivor Fates with 3 votes is Robin. Thanks for playing, Robin. Everyone go to sleep and head back out of the breakout room, and we'll see you again soon.
Make sure you join.
And commentary, you guys can take it away again.
How's it going, everybody? Holy moly.
There goes the players or the commentators' choice awards. I don't know what to say.
Yeah,
My-
you
my-
guys didn't you
my
guys
I'm
both
never
brain
have
making an
Hoffman as
early-
your
Yeah.
Never making an early prediction again.
Yeah.
commentator's curse? It's over. It's so over.
Yeah. I mean, she was my pick to win it all, and
Oops.
I mean, she had a rough first
First
game.
out.
I'm not shocked after the first game, but
Mhm.
man,
I had so many like sad frog emotes tuned up to like wait for the reveal in chat, and I had to delete all of them. I had to delete them all. But wow, that looked difficult. I think there was like clear like I'm not gonna say how much people are acting. I don't know how many professional
Mhm.
Juilliard graduates we got, but it looked pretty genuine that people were really torn up and really worried about who was going to go out. And it was like 3-2, right? It was like
all right, my next
wow.
player that I predicted to go all the way.
Get the
Yeah, what else are
crosshairs
you
in
gonna
sight.
get wrong?
The crosshairs are in sight.
Okay. I think I'm gonna give it to Boobles. She's my next choice to win it all. I think it's her and Lovely.
Good answer. Good
Final
answer.
2.
I hope you guys don't crash the betting. Like the backering betting is absolutely dumpstered.
I do wonder who the people who voted there were. I think Maz definitely voted on Robin because he was talking about the frog stuff.
They were holding the
before.
frog up.
Yeah.
I wonder if
think
that
he
was the
on
deal
Team
breaker.
Frog.
Just
I
like
think
you spawned as the wrong animal. Sorry, bro.
it was the girlies versus the guys. I'm gonna be honest,
I'm-
because
I'm
Lovely
not
looked shocked
sure.
that Robin went.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
I missed
so you
that.
think?
Yeah.
I guess it's fair. Yeah. Well. Wow!
The
Wow!
boys
Wow!
club.
Wow! Wow! Wow!
Toxic.
That's
Being called
unfortunate.
toxic.
That's just
All
the
right,
way it goes
predictions
sometimes.
going up, guys. Who do you think's gonna come in first, just in case he has 2 winners again?
I'm not.
It's really funny. Yeah, the good thing is that if there is another game that relies on all of your team to be out, right, that is in Clotha's favor now. They have 1 less member as long as they can continue to perform well in those challenges. But I don't really know if there's like a set pattern or if Lombax designs these with that in mind, right, and won't pick another game that's easier for the person that just lost. Or maybe you do set up like that to like kind of balance out the total number of people in the tribes. Because even if you give them a slight advantage, it is still up to that person to use that advantage correctly and make the most of it. I was with bated breath there when Lombax asked if there was any like power ups or idols that were going to be used. I was
Yeah.
sitting there. I thought it was going to be a really bombastic start, but maybe we have some greedy people. Maybe there was nothing. Right. Maybe
All right,
it's not
I'm
time
gonna
yet.
continue the game. So let's head back to the main room.
All right.
All right, everyone, let's wake up. right, Lachesis and Atropos. As you can see, Robin was voted out at the first tribal council on Clotho. It is now time for your second immunity challenge. This one's going to be structured a little differently, and it's also a new challenge in my series of games, so we'll see how it goes. This challenge is called Special Request. In each round, I'm going to put up a Zoom background that will give you essentially instructions on either a type of word or a type of number that you will need to send to me. So it'll have some like properties or conditions or some type of directions about what that word or number needs to be like. And the first player to message that word or number to me will score a point for their tribe. The first 2 tribes to score 5 points will win the challenge, and this challenge will be played on even numbers, so Lachesis and Atropos will each sit a player out, so it'll be 4v4v4. This is not a challenge where you're trying to eliminate everyone like the last game, so if you score a point, you get a point and you keep playing. So you just want to put your best 4 in theory. I'll give you some examples of what these will be like, and they won't necessarily be a specific number or word, just something that matches the qualities I describe here. So for the first example, if sending me a 5-letter word with an X in it, it can be any 5-letter word with an X in it. It doesn't have to be, there's not like a certain one I have in mind. I'll just clarify that, okay? You can see the second one is like a number 1, a 4-digit number, no repeating digits. One of them is odd. And so again, the first player to send me a qualifying answer will score a point for their tribe. So I'll take any questions you guys have, and
Wait, will there
you
be
guys-
will there be multiple on the same page, or will it just be like the
No,
one?
I'm just listing 2 examples here. It's going to alternate
Okay.
between words and numbers each round, but I'm just giving you an example of each one, what they would look like.
Send you in Zoom or send you in Discord?
Yeah, this will be directly through Zoom. So set your Zoom to message me directly again.
And then for determining who sits out, is
That's up
it
to you guys. So
open chat or is it in Discord?
you have to discuss it aloud right now. So, yeah.
Well, team.
All right, I think all 4 of us should do it.
That is how that works, George.
I'm with you.
Unity.
Good choice. Good choice.
I
Does
think
anyone
after the
wanna
last
sit
round
out?
team, I think after the last round for my team, I should probably sit this one out. If it's
Alright.
got to be quick.
I'm okay with you that. I'm okay with
Okay.
that.
Does anyone want to sit out for Lachesis?
I don't know. Feels the most confident in this. I think Gunny should stay in for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
Uh,
He was
Yeah, I
my
think
vote for you
Gunny
guys
and
to
Rocker
sit
are
out,
both
to be
good at
honest.
Oh shit. Do what?
Bomb with us all going.
Well, we gotta choose.
Say that again.
Question: can people sit out back to back Lombax?
Like in back-to-back challenges.
Yeah, like say like I sat out this challenge, could I sit out the next, or does somebody else have to sit out?
You cannot sit out in back-to-back challenges, same as the show.
Okay, cool.
So
I just have a question. Is there a way to make it so that you're the only person on the big like screen and everyone else is like the smaller boxes?
yes,
So,
You pin.
Yep. If you
You
right
pin-
click on it, there's
yeah.
a pin.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
right-click
haven't
on
pinned, but I still see like other people like around the big like his screen.
I mean,
Yeah, they're gonna be at
Is
the
it not big
top.
enough
That's
for
just
you?
how it's gonna be.
So at the top, where it
Follow
says
It
us.
never
view,
is lovely.
at the top where it
We
says
gotta
view,
choose somebody
are you
to
on
sit.
speaker?
Yeah, go to the top right, and it should be on speaker instead of gallery.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
I mean, I can sit this one since nobody wants to. If that's okay with my tribe.
Good with me.
yep,
Sure.
that's fine.
okay, so Boobles is going to sit out for Lachesis. Who's going to sit out for Atropos?
Justice.
Okay, the 2 of you can turn your cameras off, just so we can see who is participating. Does anybody else have any questions before we begin? All right, let's get started. Again, make sure you're messaging me directly on Zoom. Here's the first question. first word I got that qualified was bills, sent to me by Jack Lafear. So Jack has scored a point for Atropos.
Yes. All right.
All right. Here's question 2. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. The obvious answer for this one, the first person to get that to me was Gunny. So Gunny has scored a point for Lachesis.
Gunny, you're still playing.
Yep. All right, here's question 3. I should clarify, I count Y as a vowel in all instances. All right, Lovely was the first person to get a qualifying word to me with Browns, so Lovely has scored a point for Clotho. So we're 1-1-1. Here's question 4. So this number would be 100, the smallest 3-digit number. The first person to get that to me was again Lovely. So Lovely has scored another point for Clotho. This is one of the ones that does just have a correct answer. Here's question 5. I was expecting to see a lot of knights here, and that was the first answer I got from Sam. So Sam has scored a point for Atropos. Clotho and Atropos both on 2, Lachesis on 1. Here's question 6. Yeah, the first qualifying answer I got was 1008 from Moz. So Moz has scored a point for Clotho. So Clotho's ahead now on 3. Here's question 7. Books was the first correct answer I got from Coffee, scoring another point for Lachesis. So Lachesis and Atropos are both on 2, Clotho on 3. Here is question 8. Yep, 13579 is what I was expecting. The first one to get that to me was Rocker, scoring another point for Lachesis. So they're on 3 now as well. Here's question 9. One was the first viable word I got here, O-N-E, from Coffee, scoring another point for Lachesis. So Lachesis is now on 4, Clotho on 3, Atropos on 2. Here's question 10. This one's a little trickier. Let's see. Yep, 987653 from Moz was the fastest viable answer here, so he has scored another point for Clotho. Clotho and Lachesis are now both on 4, Atropos on 2. Here's question 11. Okay, I will accept Hannah, H-A-N-N-A-H, from Froggington. scoring a 5th point for Clotho and earning them immunity. Congratulations, Clotho. You can go to sleep. You guys are safe. Lachesis and Atropos. Lachesis, you're on 4 points. Atropos, you're on 2. So you'll need to win 3 in a row if you want to bring it back. Here's question 12. Let me see. The first qualifying answer I received was 245689 from Coffee, scoring another point for Lachesis. So Lachesis, congratulations, you have 1 individual immunity. Atropos, I will be seeing you at the 2nd Tribal Council of the season in a few minutes. Everyone can go to sleep and get ready. I'll see you soon.
How is it going, chat room? Hope you guys are doing well. That one it felt faster, right? That one felt faster than the first
Well,
one.
I don't know
Definitely
about
faster.
Wait, really?
Like,
I thought it felt
I think a bit.
similar.
like yeah, like something about it was maybe a little more intense. Maybe it's because there was the bit of downtime breaking up the intense moments of going for it. Because the first game was just like, you were just going. Here's your next one. Here's your next one. Here's your next one. But
It was
wow,
nice to see Clotho come back and reestablish themselves as competitors in this game.
Right.
yeah. Like I think both Maz and Lovely scored 2, but then Froggington came in and got the last point that they needed, right? So like they definitely everyone was able to contribute, and that's really cool. That was really nice. So.
Yep.
Yeah, Lovely did really well in that challenge. I'm really bad at word puzzles, but I just happened to like pick the word level, and it worked for like 3 different ones. And I'm like, I can
That's
use level
really
here, I can
funny.
use level there.
Yeah, there's a couple that I was just like, oh yeah, I can do this thing, and then it was just like I just read it wrong, right? So like the only one that I was like super confident was like palindrome, was like a race car. Yeah, but another great fun game, really cool to see. I think there was a lot of really strong moments from quite a few different players, right? Whether it was early leads or like consistent contribution from everyone on the team and stuff like that. And it's interesting to see how this shakes up with those who sat out, and
Right,
kind of
yeah.
how they're going to talk about it.
Who set out on the losing team?
So let's see, the team
Justice,
that
I think.
lost.
Justice?
Yes, it was Justice.
Preds are open. Speaking of who's going to be voted out.
I
You only got
mean,
5
yeah,
minutes.
that's definitely somewhere to look. Like he sat
Last
out.
person for the previous
He
team,
was the
last out
last,
this
yeah,
time.
last on the previous one. He didn't want to redeem himself or do anything impressive. He's just like, you guys got this. I'm gonna take a back seat. They might be like, well, you should have done well on this challenge. What are we
Yeah.
keeping you around for?
Yeah, maybe people also tack on the angle of, well, if we take you to like some sort of merge at the end, you'll have like another alliance with someone else on another team, and it'll be hard to flip you then. So, again, it's going to depend on team dynamics, and if Justice has done enough like behind the scenes to get those other members of his tribe really on his side. But if you do that, who else do you
I mean,
push, right?
There's
Like,
always the strategy of taking out the strong players early
I
so
guess that's
that
true.
you don't have any challenges when you get to the end game.
Yeah, but then you have to worry about losing the next 3 challenges in your
Yeah.
tribe and being
Yeah.
like, well, now I got to do it again. I got
I
to
feel
keep
like
going back.
I'm not sure if there's like a strongest on that team either, right? Like I feel like both like Heck and Sam and Jack and were all getting points, right?
Yeah.
In like the previous challenge or this challenge too. And it's like I don't know if there's like a runaway like
Fair.
pillar, right? So again, it could just come down to group dynamics, it could come down to a lot of things. I'm curious. I feel like since we're like kind of asleep, quote unquote, during the game, I was like, oh, maybe I'll like throw something up on another monitor. And I could not. I was just like, I am too locked into this, and I was worried that I'd have to keep myself.
Coffee had a really
but-
impressive challenge there too. I think she got like 3 on her own.
Yeah, I think so. I remember at least two. There was definitely at least two. Um, but let's see. Yeah, the person who sat out for that team as well was Boobles, right? Because they volunteered themselves.
Boobles.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is curious to
But-
see, right? That's someone you guys are pinning to potentially go the distance as well. I mean, thankfully, they don't have to worry about being voted out now.
Right. I don't think she
but-
wanted to sit out though. Just no
Yeah,
one
it was very
really
reluctant.
taking- Yeah, no one was really
And
taking it.
she may be able to cash that in the future.
Yeah, I know, right? Like it's gonna be curious to kind of see how again things that happen this early to the game ripple into later
Mhm.
points of the game and
I
how
mean, you have
people
to
bring
look
it
at
up. But
look at the people on that tribe who didn't sit and didn't get an answer. I don't think Kawa got any. I think Gunny got one. Did
I think Gunny
Rocker
got one. Yes.
Rocker got one as well?
Yes, Rocker got one,
And
if not
Coffee got 3.
two. I
So-
think yeah, Rocker got at least one. Maybe they got a second one. There was a lot of points flying around everywhere, right? So it's a little hard for me to keep track.
Yeah,
but
that's fair.
I remember names that came up, you know. I remember definitely Gunny got at least one because
Gunny and
they
Rocker
turned off their
definitely
camera
got
for like a
one.
brief moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I think Coffee got 3, and I don't think Kawa got any. So you have to think on that tribe too. Like, hey, why Kawa? You didn't want to sit on this challenge. You must have thought you were good at words or number puzzles, and you didn't get any.
yeah, right. It's like where does the strength lie? Raph had mentioned this before when they were going to vote someone out that they were looking at people that could keep them winning challenges, and they were going to kind of keep in mind, well, sometimes people's strengths lie in different spots. We've had two different types of challenges now, right? Like the word unscramble, follow the letter, and then now we're just coming up with stuff on the fly. And I think the first one relies a lot more on speed, where this one relies on speed too, but you have a little more leeway because you have to come up with something too, right? So you're like your initial gut
Right.
reaction and creativity, I think, is a little more important than how
Creativity
fast you
matters.
can.
Yep.
I think it's still very fast paced though. The
Yes,
word
true, true, true,
ones,
true, true.
the
I don't
word
wanna- I
ones
don't
are
wanna
definitely
downplay that.
more thought, but the number ones are. It's like very much so. Just how fast can you read that and understand it, and how fast can you type it?
There were some really cheeky ones. I think my favorite one was Maz's answer for like 4 digits that adds up to 9 with 1008.
Yeah,
When
I was just
saw that,
thinking
I was like,
9,000. I was like
Yeah.
9,000.
I was like, oh man, that's a good one too. But yeah, they're right, 9,000.
Right, yeah.
I definitely went for like a quirky thing where I was like, oh well, 1 + 2 was 3, and then you have a 3, and then you have like a 0, and then like, or like you have a 6 or something. But yeah, very cool, very fun, and I think there might be people who fall into little pit traps of like not seeing the simplest answer because their head immediately goes something a little quirkier. I know
Yeah,
I
they're
would.
probably also a lot of them were ascending/descending. So they're probably like trying to start at the very, a lot of them you'll try to start at 1 or 9. So they're already like inputting the 1 in their head. So then they go from there.
I wonder how much like credit there is in like pre-typing some things, but
Well,
I
you can finish your
go
thought,
ahead.
but we're gonna
Okay,
start.
I was going to say when we were doing, it was like the space themed one where you had to think of space words. I had astronaut copy and pasted, just waiting for the astronaut to be the answer. I'm like, I know it's coming up, and then it finally did come up. So I definitely have pre-planned answers when I'm playing.
Yeah.
All right, let's get
All right.
our players in.
All right, I'll go grab them.
Sounds good.
How are you feeling, Lombax? I hope
I'm
not.
good. Yeah. These always run longer than I want them to, but it's okay. I think we're doing all right.
Do I turn on my camera?
Yes. This is like a live thing. So you should all be present and awake. Just wait for everyone to get in here. All right. So before anything else, I always like to ask, when a tribe first comes to tribal council, I just like to get a sense of how is this tribe like getting along? Like, what is the vibe like?
The
I'd say the
vibes
vibe's
are
great.
immaculate.
The vibes are
we're
great
playing
until you lose
sucks.
the game. It was insane.
We're all on like the same page in terms of like us wanting to be like together post merge. So this sucks like a lot.
Agreed.
I was low key hoping the second game was like the first game where it's just like you get eliminated
Yeah.
one by one, and then it's just a team
agree.
game, so you just lose
Yeah.
as a team, and it's like we can't really just vote off like the weakest link, right? Like I would have been the
Right.
weakest link, and I would have expected my team to vote me off kind of the same way Robin did last game, but like after that challenge, it's tough. It's very tough. I think we have a lot of good people.
So
and,
what do you use to make the decision then?
We were like,
we're gonna
put it
like,
into RNG.
the strat we went with was
Deadass.
go with your heart and hope that you're not the person. That's
yeah.
Like, we asked straight up who has the immunity idol, and then we're like, okay, thank you so much. We're not gonna vote for that person. Like, we don't know, dude. We're like, there's just, I don't know, because no one wants to betray one another. Because, like I said, like, I feel like when we first joined, we all really got along so well. And we were all, like, in the group chat, like, constantly in the group chat, just being like, yeah, I think we can do this, blah, blah, blah. Like, already planning out what we're gonna do. We weren't expecting,
Also,
I think, to go to tribal so fast.
I feel like as a group we mind melded really quickly, which is not something I feel like I don't know. I haven't seen the past seasons, but I don't know if that's typical.
What do you mean by mind melded? Like
so like
similar personalities or
no, like the immediate thing, the first thing that was said in our chat was, well, most of us were laughing at the fact that we actually ended up making a different group chat. And then you invited us to the one that was supposed to be, and we're all like laughing because we're just like, oh, that's so funny. That it was like the moment we got all 5 of us in one group chat, you end up pinging us and dropping the actual chat for us, and I'm like, well, that's funny. And like the immediate thing after that was like none of us wanted to like backstab or betray another in any sort of the way. We like had a hard alliance, and we were like, we're so happy to be like. I genuinely don't think anyone, if we got to post marriage, I don't think anyone in here would have betrayed each other like post marriage, and it's kind of like sad that it's almost like we're losing a teammate post marriage, which is I feel like pretty important. So
like we went on in like the Discord chat, like everybody was going over their strengths, weaknesses, things that they felt good at. So if like certain challenges came up, we knew who to like sit. Like, you know, I know I'm not like the fastest typer after that first challenge, right? And like it seemed like that's exactly what it was going to be for the second challenge.
Apparently, none of us
it's
are.
going to be the majority of the challenges.
That was insane.
I would like to note that it's not. I feel like actually our typing speed is probably
online Survivor typing is going to be a factor. Kind of
typing in online Survivor, it looks like typing is the #1 factor. Your ability to figure out puzzles is another factor. And while historically it looks like people who backstab get screwed, especially at the jury.
So I'm really interested. Actually, you can finish your thoughts. Sorry, I'll ask my question.
My strategy for the way that I was going to go about was integrity. Even if it makes me very easy to backstab, anyone who doesn't, I'm pulling them to the end.
Yeah.
So when I saw this group get around and laugh at the beginning, I said that's my strategy straight from the beginning. And honestly, while you know that, our biggest strategy is we got to look at how to not get back in here again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
and from what I've seen, like
do better,
a
apparently,
lot of like pretty much all the side chats are just people being like, dude, I did so bad in that last like thing. I was so like I keep messaging people being like, my heart was like beating. Like I was like, oh
after
my
that
God.
first game and the 1v1 at the end, my whole team was like immediately, let's fucking go.
I was happy. That was amazing.
It was so hype. And so really cool to see the support and everything. It's been ton of fun.
I have a question kind of just
it's been fun.
Heading into the vote, just to follow up on what Jack was saying. Everything is being presented as this tribe wants to be very united. Obviously, that can't be true just by virtue of you being here. So
right.
Well, I think what we were saying is like the way we want to go about this is just like go with your heart, like because we can't really at this stage have like a bunch of little like fake alliances happening. Otherwise, we're like our tribe post merge is done. We just can't have that happening. So I think that was the best solution.
To be fair, if the mods accept bribes, we could still.
Oh my God, is that a possibility? Let me find mine. I'll double down with you.
Hey,
right,
just saying, like
you want
no bribes? I'm sorry.
I'm a poor college
Does
student.
anyone have any last things they want to say before we get to the vote?
Regardless of what happens, one of us better again be the funniest. That's all that.
Honestly, that was our second objective. Be the memeiest team.
I'm excited for this team, no matter what. good luck to everybody, even if I'm the person voted.
Same.
No hard
Agreed.
feelings either.
All right.
I feel like that's
Agreed.
the biggest
Let's
thing.
get to the vote then. For voting, I know this is a little annoying that I have you guys switch back and forth between them all the time, but you're actually going to vote through Discord. I just really want to be careful to have there be no possibility of someone like publicly voting on Zoom or something like that. So go ahead and directly message me on Discord the name of the player you would like to vote out.
Wait, I had a really fire vote out thing. Can I just film that for you guys though?
I guess.
Okay, try. Okay. Guys, we're on team Adage for post, or however the fuck you say atrophy. And apparently she's the person that cuts the thread of life. So to the first one of us to go, I'm gonna cut you off some yarn.
Oh.
Rest in pieces. That was it.
I think it says a lot that no one feels safe, because that means that no one's like targeting someone. Like it really is just like a dude, what do we do about?
All right.
I'm just going to shamelessly say that the thread thing was cute. My question is, we can vote anyone in this Zoom, right? Can we vote you, Lombax?
You cannot.
Agreed.
All right, guys.
I would have done that.
Overruled.
I do have to get this moving,
Noted.
unfortunately. So go ahead and send me the name on Discord of the player you would like to vote out. And don't talk while you're voting. So just send me your votes. Okay. Yeah, okay. I have received all of the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now would be the time to do so. All right. I'm going to read the votes. Maybe not, actually.
Okay, I'm gonna use my idol because I don't trust you guys. I'm gonna be honest.
Okay.
On yourself? Okay, so Heck has used her Ancient Shears immunity idol on herself. Any votes cast for Heck will not count. All right, I'll read the votes. Our first vote is for Justice. Our next vote, Justice. The next vote is for Jack Lafear. The next vote, Jack Lafear. 2 votes each for Justice and Jack Lafear. With 3 votes, the second player voted out of Survivor Fates is Justice. Bye, Justice. Everyone go to sleep.
Bye-bye.
Turn your cameras off and head back to the main room.
Are we good, Lombax?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Once they're all,
I'm
make sure
trying
they're
to
all
get to the main room.
Hold on. I'll talk about game stuff once.
Oh,
Yes.
Wait, hold on. I have to
Wait,
figure out how to leave,
trying to
guys.
leave.
Hold on, I have to figure out how to leave.
Yeah, in
Hold
the
on.
Hit
bottom
leave
left,
room.
click leave and then leave breakout room.
Oh.
Or did I say left and then right?
Thank you.
Yeah, I was also stuck in here whenever I first
All right.
whenever I
Yeah, you
joined.
guys
I
are
was
good.
like, how do I
You're
get
good now.
out of the breakout room? How do I leave?
Wow, Danny looked shocked there, so I think she might have been the other
The Jack vote?
on Jack. Yeah, I think it was her and Justice.
Dude, I think the loss of an idol there is so
Yeah.
big. It sucks too because they presented such a united front. And then Heck just uses their idol and they say they don't trust them.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking that too.
They
had such this big buildup about how much trust and stuff they're having for each other, and then Heck's like, "I'm gonna be honest, I don't trust y'all."
Yeah, right. And then the idol dies. Right. It seemed like Danny had a reaction to that. Danny was saying no, like they're hardly aligned. But I wonder if the whatever alliances were perceived before actually keep up now, since there was that played made. And then Heck gets 0 votes on them. Such unfortunate.
It was probably just a pre-merge idol, if I was guessing.
That's true.
But still,
you have to hope you don't make it back here then, right?
I have some funny vote analytics that I want to talk to you guys about. Justice received the lowest number of people voting for him to be eliminated by the Twitch chat. Sorry, I'm lying. Heck actually received 0 votes from the public. Justice was the next lowest, and then Danny was the highest. So the public perception was that Danny was cooked, Justice and Heck were safe, and that wasn't the reality.
Twitch chat, you guys love losing money. But again, as long as you keep gambling, have you really lost? I think keep at it. You guys will get it right eventually. But it is really interesting to see that, like specifically the idol play, right? Like that was the hesitation at the very end. It was like right. And like there was still 2 people that voted on Jack. So like where does Jack view the rest of the people left on his team? I mean, half of them can't be trusted.
Well, he knows one of them was Justice, right? So it's only one other person.
I guess that's true.
On him. And by the reaction, if I was him, I would think it was Danny. Almost.
I also would think it's Danny as well. But Heck looked like they were sad that Justice left.
I mean, I doubt she's happy to see him go.
Yeah.
That's they've been living on the island together for days.
That's true. That's a buddy. A comrade in arms. Yeah. Got him a coconut at one time. Gotta remember about the coconut.
Showed her how to crack it open and everything. And
that's another thing too. Like tangent, but fresh coconut is so good. I am a huge fresh coconut enjoyer. It is excellent. They usually get the last one I got was like at a Renaissance festival. Funny enough, there was just like a coconut stand. We went and it was great. You get some nice liquid in you, and then when you're done, you get a little snack. So that's sweet.
Can't beat that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a big coconut fan, but I don't think I've ever just had a fresh coconut, like a half of a coconut or anything.
Yeah, shavings. Like weirdly enough, coconut shavings I don't like. I don't mess with.
But I like it all.
Like coconut itself, I do like, and the flavor. Like I've been having a lot of coconut flavor, coconut water, and coconut flavored boba.
Yeah, I like coconut water and everything. But I don't think I've just ever had a fresh coconut. I'll have to try that sometime. I'm sure it's good.
And getting back to the game, right? Like no Justice now means what, right? So Maz has one less potential person that they could align themselves with. Looking at the other people on the team, is there anybody else that we feel like Justice really had a pull with in the other teams?
Boobles would have been up there too. I know they played League of Legends together from time to time.
So
I think her, Maz, and Justice could have formed some kind of post-merge alliance. That might be why they're all on 3 separate tribes. Lombax probably knows their relationship a little bit. And he's like, I don't want them to overpower and make it boring. So
that makes sense.
And then it's already broke up a little bit. But honestly, Boobles has a lot of potential
other people connections
partners that she can meet up with in the post merge. She's got a lot of avenues.
Honestly, I'm looking here and think about the vote that we just saw, right? Where does Sam lie in this, in everything?
Sam,
right?
I think Sam's gonna end up being a little bit of a free agent down the line.
Which is hilarious coming from all that talk they just had. Right, like the mind meld, and like how close.
I think the Lachesis tribe is going to be interesting because I think Kawa, Rocker, and Coffee all know each other from another community.
I think so too.
There's a chance that they just powerhouse that tribe if it ever goes there. But I also think they probably like Devin or Booble since they've gotten to know her. So maybe they're like, hey, I don't want to do the boring route. Let's mix it up. But we'll have to see if we go to tribal before we
might as well play with new people, get to make some other friends, stuff like that. Take an unexpected angle. That's nothing too, right? In this game, if there's preconceived relationships, people may keep that in mind and may assume who your teammates and your partners are, and maybe you just don't want to, you want to have options and you want to keep them off your trail and stuff like that. So it'll definitely be interesting going forward and seeing And whatever tribe goes next to the tribal is also going to be a very interesting moment, right? We have two tribes, it's down to four. And if we have a 5-4-3 like kind of split, post merge is going to be really, really interesting with like an entire tribe making it all the way through. And one tribe being left at 3 people, that's gonna be really rough. Maybe it'll stabilize and we'll go 4-4-4. That could be
I mean,
kind of.
I think we still have a while before the full merge. There might even be like a tribe swap halfway through where it splits into 2 tribes. Who knows what he's planning?
That's true. Yeah. So.
But yeah, I would guess before the full merge. I mean, how many does the I can't think of what it's called. The jury usually have like somewhere around like 9, I guess. Yeah.
I think it might be 8 and like ties. There's 9 or something. Again, I'm just basing it off of like the few bits of things I've seen.
Right. Yeah.
But we're still a fates angle too. There could be something where like there's a revival, which I thought like, oh man, if any team would be really excited about the potential revival of a team member, maybe it's this team here, like Atropos. But after that, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that would do them any good, you know.
Yeah. After the vote, maybe a revival isn't that good for them. But I mean, again, I still don't really believe in the revival. I don't think it's probably happening.
Right. It's fun to think about, though.
Yeah.
It's like
I
a
mean,
nice little wrench.
I'd always be down for the twist. Shock us.
But we saw one idol out here. And it was it looked like the whole team knew it was a thing, right? Like they said they talked about it and they knew who had it.
I think, yeah.
So that must mean that odds are one person on each other team also probably has a pre-merge idol.
Right, I agree.
It does not seem like Robin had one. Unless they just held it, right? That'd be really, really unfortunate. That'd be really
there's
unfortunate.
not even any talk of the idol in that tribe, so they might not have even had the opportunity for it until the next day. You know, it might have been after the first vote, it was...
Yeah, it might be if you survive. Yeah, like if you survive the day or something like that. So we'll have to see kind of how that comes up, especially once you get to like the fact they are pre-merge idols. People are gonna use them fast and loose when it gets close to merge time, you know, especially if they have immunity.
If you've never seen a vote in your tribe, you have no idea what it's going to look like on your first tribe. I don't blame Heck for using it there at all. But I think saying "I don't trust y'all" wasn't really
not great for long term.
Best choice of words.
Yeah. They're gonna have. I am very, very curious to see how their chat looks yesterday compared to pre vote to post vote. What are the vibes? Because there's like multiple points of contention, right? Jack is still in and had 2 people vote on them. Heck used the idol and said those words. There was a bunch of facial reactions. So who knows?
If I was not feeling safe in that situation, I'm going to use my idol. I would have been like, I trust you guys, but I just want to make sure. You know what I mean?
I'm just doing this to show you guys, you guys trust me. I'm going to just use it now to like. I don't think you guys voted on me, but I don't know. There's angles you could have gone. But they just spoke very candidly, especially like the whole like the slight gimmick of I cut the rope. Rest in peace. Like honestly, when they did that, I was like, man, wouldn't it be a kick in the pants if you got voted out after you made the cut the rope joke, no hard feelings, but. Then maybe they used.
She cut her own thread.
Yeah, right. Oops. I can't put it back together.
I wanted
tie a knot in
literally. I wanted it to happen. Cut her own thread. Doesn't play her idol. Gets voted out.
Oops. That's rough.
Oopsies.
Yeah, that would have been really, really crazy. So we'll kind of see how that keeps up. But it was like the shears of Atropos. Was that what it's called? I'm trying to think what the idol name was.
I don't remember.
But yeah. Playing a little bit into the theme. I know it was shears for sure, by like cutting the strings and things like that. Interesting that the shears are a saving grace. I feel like shears are pretty aggressive as an item. I'm gonna save myself with these.
Shears the boats off of her.
Maybe actually that's a good way of putting it actually. But there's a lot more game to play, and tensions got to be rising for a couple of teams. Clotho's probably chilling though. I'm sure they were having a great time today, not having to go back to the tribal council, doing really, really well. I think being like the first team to get immunity in that previous game, right? So I think things are looking up for them, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they come back into the next day and face the following challenges. Lachesis is like the one tribe that we haven't seen in the council yet, and so it's hard to pick up on a vibe. We haven't heard them talk too much.
Right.
Well, let's continue the game and see if anything changes. All right, everyone, let's wake up.
Oh, that was a nice, relaxing night.
All right, that is everyone. As Clotho and Lachesis can now see, Justice was voted out of Atropos at the last tribal council. It is now time for your third immunity challenge. This one's going to be a little different. This is a classic challenge, but the structure is going to be a little different. This challenge is called Password. I've run this challenge a bunch of times. I'll first talk about how it works, and then I'll talk about what's different with it this time. In this challenge, you're again going to be competing on even numbers, so it'll be 4 versus 4 versus 4. So Lachesis will sit someone out. In the challenge, I'm going to put up a list of questions that each have an answer, which is a single character. So the answer to every question will either be a letter, a number, or like a punctuation mark, but just a single character. Collaboratively, as a tribe, you will work to answer all of the questions, and then someone will message me a string of all of those characters. So I have a simple example to clarify what I mean by that. It'll look something like this. There'll be more than 3 questions, but you'll work collaboratively to answer these questions, and then someone on your tribe, in this case, would answer me B2 ? Directly on Zoom. It can be anyone who's competing in the challenge. It doesn't matter who messages it to me. And yeah, that's the goal. So for this challenge specifically, you will actually be able to use your tribe chat on Discord to work together if you are competing in the challenge. You cannot use any other chats, only your tribe chat, okay? The types of questions are going to be trivia-ish. They might have some stuff to do with this game. They have some stuff to do with other things. You kind of want a well-rounded group of people to participate who have general knowledge, I would say. So if anyone has any questions, go ahead and let me know. And then I'll talk about what's going to be different this time around. But first, just if anyone has any questions about how it works, ask away now.
So just to make sure I understood right. So it's 4v4v4. You'll post that up. We'll talk in our thing, and then someone needs to message you, and then first team to message you the right answer wins.
More or less, yes. Yeah, so this is a one-shot thing.
Is
it's not
it-
like
oh,
for,
okay. I
it's
was
not
like,
for
is it a
points.
points?
It's
Okay.
I'm gonna get to that in just a second. I
we
just want to make
message
sure
you
everyone
on-
understands like the general structure. Is everyone good on that?
Do we message you on Discord or do we message you
Directly
on?
message me on Zoom. So one of the people on your tribe, once you've all figured out what you think the string of characters is, the string of correct answers is, one of you will message that to me on Zoom.
And it's just the answers, correct? We don't have to like copy and paste the,
Yeah.
the
So
question. Okay,
like
heard.
in this example, you would message me literally like B2 ? Like this.
Sorry, just to be clear, it's whoever the team that answers first, or it doesn't matter your speed in this.
I'm going to talk about that in just a second. But yeah, you'd message me something like that. It's going to be more than 3 questions in the actual thing. But you would just message me that string directly on Zoom. So here's the thing that's going to be different this time around. Only one tribe is going to win this challenge. The fastest tribe, the tribe that sends me the correct password, will receive immunity, and both of the other tribes will go to tribal council and vote someone out. Yes, Sam?
There is not a limit to how many times we can guess, right?
Not really. Please don't spam me constantly.
I think he's asking, can multiple people answer?
That's fine. Yeah, just don't
Yeah.
don't constantly spam me with like guesses. But yeah.
Okay, heard.
Yeah. Everyone clear on how all this is going to go? So the 2 losing tribes are both going to go to tribal council, one and then the other. I'll determine the order based on whose progress is better when the winning tribe wins. Okay? All right, Lachesis, who's going to sit out? It cannot be Boobles.
Well, you gotta decide, guys.
Any volunteers?
I mean, if everybody's comfortable with it, I can sit out. It's fine.
Cal,
Yeah, I think
Cal,
it's
how you
fine.
feeling? Cal, can you sit out?
Sure, if you want me to, I can.
Well, are you
Okay.
I don't care.
confident?
Are you confident?
Well, trivia and stuff, yeah, I'm good at trivia.
Okay.
And
Well-
since this isn't a words per minute game, I should be fine.
Okay, sure. Coffee, you want to sit out?
Well, Rocker, how are you feeling? But
I feel fine. But if you want to play, I can sit out. But I feel fine.
It's fine. I can sit out if everybody's okay with it. Doesn't bother me though.
Do you, Queen?
Okay.
All right, so Coffee is going to sit out for Lachesis. So as I said, you guys can use your tribe chats to discuss, and then you'll message me your answers directly on Zoom. Is everybody ready to go? All right. Here you go. I'll go ahead and pin this for the stream. Make sure there are no typos in answers you're sending to me. There are 8 questions, so they should be exactly 8 characters long. A lot of you are getting question 3 wrong in the answers I'm getting so far. I will mention that. Jack, your answer is very close. Danny, your answer is very close. It looks like it still has a typo in it to me. Yeah, Danny, you're on the right track, but you keep making the same typo, I think. You're sending me 9 characters. Let's see. All right, I think I've received a correct answer, but you guys can keep going. I'm just going to verify it. So the correct answer here is Y8H7 # M X2. The first person to get that to me was Danny. So congratulations, Atropos. You have won the challenge and won immunity. This means Clotho and Lachesis, both of you will be going to Tribal Council next. Let me check the order really quick. Yeah, a lot of Atropos got it right. The best progress by the time they had finished was from Gunny on Lachesis. So Clotho will go to Tribal Council first, and then Lachesis. So you get to go second because you had better progress, okay? All right, so that's the state of things. Everyone can go to sleep. Clotho, you'll be going to Tribal Council soon, and then shortly after that, Lachesis will be going as well. Go ahead and go to sleep.
Oh man, oh man. Stream, how'd you guys do? You guys get that right? You guys figure it out? I know that it's hilarious because that first one I also was taking a second on. I don't ever redo the things that I undo probably. And it's also different because in the programs I use like separate programs where I do that, and it's like Shift Z. But I was like, it's clearly not that. Thankfully, I don't have to play it. I don't have to answer it. I don't have to play. I immediately felt better when I realized I didn't have to play it myself as soon as I saw that question. The rest were pretty cool, pretty fun too. Um, there was some lore stuff in there. It was really fun to hear about how close people were and how many typos were happening too. I don't know where Danny was getting that extra letter or a character from, but they still managed to get the correct answer first. That was really cool to see. Um, I am almost a little sad that that is the one that the tribe that got immunity, because I really want to see how how that tribe was holding up after their tribal council yesterday. I think it would have been super interesting to see get their thoughts and feel about how the vibe is going now that they've lost another player, and there was some kind of split world and intentions in their last tribal council. But it is what it is. Now we get to finally hear from our last tribe, Lachesis, who has not been in tribal council yet, and we'll get to see how they're feeling, how things are going. I have an inkling that Cal was asked to sit out by Rocker based off of them having a good reason to get voted, like maybe trying to build up cred to vote them out. Maybe that's just my own headcanon, but I kind of saw it at thread, and we'll see how that plays out when we get to the tribal council soon. But how are you guys feeling? Hope you guys are doing strong out there. Um, SMH sitting coffee. See Carson in the chat. Carson, I want you to know that I've dressed according to your guidance from one of the previous seasons that I watched. So thank you for giving me a template to follow here. I appreciate it. But that was a really interesting challenge. I wonder kind of how it would have felt. And again, like he's just having such a weird moment in trying to decide who sits out. I wonder if that's indicative of like fracturing amongst the team and not really knowing where they stand with each other or who like the weakest link is. Again, I think like the fact that Cal was asked by Rocker might point in a direction there, but or no, sorry, that's a different tribe. But the fact that oh no, it's the same tribe, yeah, yeah. The fact that Coffee set out might have cost them, you know. So, all right, let's see what you guys talking about. Yeah, Control Shift Z. Yep, that's how I felt too about it. Getting second and third mattered, Hydro, for the sake of postponing your tribal council. Sometimes you get a little more time to kind of talk, figure things out, think about the night. Um, and generally more time is better than less time in these types of games. So you can talk to more people, try to sway the vote in a certain way. So having more time before you go to council and have to actually decide on a person to vote out is pretty good usually. Maybe if there's some sort of twist and stuff like that, having that extra time to kind of see how the first tribal council plays out right before you could help too. But we don't know about any of that. We'll find out as alongside you guys. But
yeah, I mean, not to cut you off, but yeah,
Oh,
it's gonna be interesting. Rip, who do you think is going to be voted out of Clotho, if you had to guess?
Oh, that is really interesting too, right? Because last time it was between Frog and Robin, and Robin's not there anymore. There's only one animal left on
There
that
is.
tribe, in name at least. So maybe things fall back onto Frog. Um, None of them sat out for that challenge. They were all right in there. They were all culpable in one way or another. Um, but maybe there's been like some more behind the scenes stuff. Maybe there's a flip on like Raph, who didn't seem to have the strongest of alliances in that very first tribal council. And I think we're getting a lot of cred for being the first one out of that game. But that wasn't the case here, right? I feel like maybe they turn on Lovely, right? Maybe there is the girlies versus not girlies in a like thing going on, and they turn on them, especially because if they think that Lovely's going to be a lot harder to get out later in the game due to like future alliances and stuff like that. So I'm not confident. I think, funny enough, I think Maz is safe, and that's like the safest person. Um, but what do you think? How do you feel?
Um, well, I know what the public thinks, and if we know that the tribes have not been voting along the lines of what the public thinks. So
they have a track record. That's true. That's true.
yeah, so Frog could be in danger if the public is right, but since we know they're wrong a lot,
who has the least here? Let's
the
see.
least, Maz has the least votes currently. So Maz seems to be the safest. But Justice got voted out, and I don't know. I mean, at least two of the three people outside of Maz know that Maz and Justice were kind of a team. So maybe they no longer see Maz as a threat because Justice is gone. So who knows? I mean, they're probably all thinking about merge, or they should be thinking about merge currently.
Yeah.
And just knowing that like your little tribe of four is now about to become a bigger one, a bigger set of tribes. It could go to two or it could go to individual. So, they got to kind of think about bringing other people on and how everything's going to change. So,
yeah.
Well,
100%.
Let's get it.
I'll go get Clotho.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I hope you guys are ready for another intense tribal council here. I'm looking forward to seeing how they're holding up and how they're feeling about how the game's been playing out and the performance and stuff like that. And then as soon as we're done with that, we have another tribal council right away. So a lot of action coming up for you guys here. Make sure to keep an eye on your points so you can bet them and lose them all, like most of the popular votes have been going in chat. But
yeah,
we'll hear back from you soon.
All right, Clotho, let's wake up. All right, so you guys are back at Tribal Council. How have things changed for this tribe since the first challenge?
We're like pretty the same, I think. I think we have the same value that we had the first time, and hopefully the same this time.
Go ahead, Mass.
I was saying, I think we're all kind of super frustrated because we thought we worked together really well, and we had the ability to win the last challenge, and we kind of all happened to make the same mistake, right, on how we were like looking at that challenge. So and we were all like super frustrated because we really want to keep the team together. We really want to play. We've had a lot of fun chatting, whether it's the off nights or talking about challenges or whatever.
I just want to say I misread the first question. And we got hung up on it.
I read the first question and I was like, this isn't it.
I realized it, as soon as I realized it, and I was like, oh my god, it's why.
Did you guys have a strategy for like working together, or did you kind of just have everyone work on it independently?
I kind of worked on it on my own, but Lovely and I think Frog had the indication that they were going to work backwards. So it worked out for us.
Yeah.
So it worked out for us.
Because we had kind of agreed to have one person do it, so they had me do it. So while
we told Maz to send the message, and we were going to relay them the info.
So while they gave me answers, I was typing it in Zoom, and that way there wasn't like multiple people doing it or anything like that.
Yeah.
And then I think all of us we got probably like 3/4 of the way down. We're like, all right, cool. Like we're easy. Like I knew a couple of them. We had a couple of answers in there already. Like, but yeah, it's just super frustrating for us because
Yeah.
like we've been really enjoyed playing with all of each other, like the three of us,
Yeah.
4 of us. So
Yeah, I mean, that is the nature of the game, right? You have to make some tough decisions, and
I'm gonna be
not
honest.
everyone can make it every round.
Mm-hmm.
What were you gonna
I'm
say?
already like 90% sure I'm not making it because they already know each other and I don't, which is like it's
No,
fine.
don't
I
say
get it.
that. Have faith.
I have faith, but also like realistically,
Well,
it's fine. I get it if you guys
I've
pick
seen
that. I'm gonna
people
have the camera.
in similar positions do poorly, and I've seen people in your position do really well. So
That is true.
I wouldn't. I would never give up if I were playing. I'll just put it that way.
I actually
Oh
think you
no,
were
I have
such a
faith.
strong player, Frog. I think you were doing it. You were handling it. You were on board right with me there. You carried the
Wait. Why are
second
you saying it past tense?
challenge. No. I
Per
actually
challenge, he
like
means
going
Okay,
tense
okay.
because I said you were carrying through the last one, and then because this challenge just happened, so like
Yeah,
you
I
know.
appreciate it. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, does anyone have anything else they want to get in before we go to the vote?
I will just say I've had fun being on your team. If you guys do pick me to stay or to leave, that is fine. Like either way, like the game is the game, I understand. But I have loved getting to know you guys, and I hope you guys pick me to stay on the team because I'd love to get to the end of you guys.
I do appreciate you, man. I do. And I appreciate all of you on this team. And I wanted to really take this team, and I didn't want to be in this position again.
Absolutely. I think, like we said, we're all super frustrated that we felt like we had an answer super early and we're just off by 1. And like we really hate that we have to do this again.
All right. Well, you do. So on that note, go ahead and send me the name on Discord of the player who you would like to vote out.
Can I plead the fifth?
No, you have to vote.
Okay.
I appreciate the sentiment because I also wanted to plead the fifth.
Wait, if we just all refuse, technically.
Then we're all gone.
Guys, you shouldn't be talking during voting. Like.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So go ahead and submit your votes to me. All right, I've received all the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now would be the time to do so. All right, I'm going to read the votes. Our first vote is for Raph. Our next vote is for Froggington. The next vote is for Froggington. The third player voted out of Survivor Fates, Froggington. Goodbye,
Well,
Claude,
it's
though.
been a pleasure, guys. It's been a pleasure. Carry the frog spirit. Wait, I don't know what happens now. Do I like?
Everyone can go to sleep and head out of the breakout room. And thank you for playing, Froggington. Unfortunately, this is the end of the road for you.
Wait, is there anywhere I can watch?
Yeah, I mean, you can watch in the Twitch chat, or if you want to head back to the main room, that's fine.
Oh, can I just sit in the main room and like just with my camera off and stuff and watch?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't know how to leave. Oh, here we
In
go.
the bottom right, yeah, there's the leave room.
Okay, I'll see you guys.
Will do.
I'll go get Lakeis's.
Yep, it's time for them to join.
Let me see all the frog emotes in chat. Oh man.
You guys can all wake up if you're here. All right. So you guys haven't been to Tribal Council yet, so it should be interesting to see how this goes. Before we get into anything else, I always ask the same first question to every tribe. How's everyone getting along on this tribe? Like, what are the vibes like? How's everyone feeling about the tribe you got placed on initially?
I feel like we have really good vibes going on.
Yeah, everybody's pretty close.
Agreed.
Yeah, we're all like we're all pretty in agreement with most of the decisions we've made on the tribe. It doesn't feel like anybody's been like an outlier and saying no, we don't need to do that.
No.
You have good team chemistry here?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So then how do you decide who is going to be leaving?
I think we're all just
Oh,
gonna
we
go with
decided
our
we're gonna do rock
hearts.
paper scissors, right, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can do rock paper scissors. That's fine.
Yeah. Elimination style.
Yeah.
I mean, if you really want.
We'll do our own version of rocks, Lombax.
Yeah, we'll do our own version of rocks. You said no rocks, we're making rocks a thing. All right.
Yeah.
So, well, let me ask it this way: what qualities are you looking for like a long-term ally in this game?
Loyalty,
Yeah.
for sure.
Anything
I'd say
else?
consistency.
God, I was gonna say.
Tribe strength now, loyalty later.
Tribe strength, loyalty, willing to listen to other people probably is another one.
Yeah.
Okay, so like being kind of open-minded, flexible. Is that what you mean by that?
Yeah.
Cool.
It's awkward.
It's a very, very quiet tribe. You guys are way quieter than the other two.
Well, I think
never
like
been.
we
We've
were
never
like
been.
we felt so strong going into it. I don't think we were. I thought we were.
We
I
didn't
know,
want
we
to go
were-
to
Yeah, I
tribal.
thought we were gonna be
prepared.
okay.
We were not
Yeah.
prepared for this.
So I don't think we
No.
were prepared.
Yeah, I mean, you got to vote people out eventually, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just thought it would be a while before we got here to the dreaded
Damn
tribal
prime
council.
number.
This
That damn prime
Yeah,
number.
true. The prime number.
I started changing it and I couldn't get it, so.
I missed the comment completely, so.
Well, is there anything else you guys want to talk about, or are you ready to vote?
I think we're ready to vote.
Love you guys.
All right. If everyone's ready, then we'll get to it. I know this, since you guys haven't been yet, I'm just going to mention, for all the voting at Tribal Council, I do it through Discord just to be extra cautious that no errors are made. So go ahead and privately message me on Discord the name of the player you would like to vote out. All right, I have received all of the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now would be the time to do so. All right, I'll read the votes. Our first vote is for Kawa. Our next vote is for Rocker. The next vote is for Kawa. The fifth player voted out of Survivor Fates, Kawa. 3 votes. That's enough. Thank you for
Love you,
playing.
Kawa.
Everyone can go to sleep and head back to
Good
the
luck,
main
guys.
room.
How do I go back?
How do I leave?
I was literally wondering the same
room.
thing.
In the
And then hit
bottom,
leave
in the
breakout
bottom
room.
right, there's a button that says leave break or leave room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool, thanks.
Leaving the breakout room is by far the toughest challenge ever set upon any of these Survivor players. And what another tribal. Definitely didn't expect them to be so quiet. We had been talking a lot of speculating, a lot of talking about like how is it gonna go? They haven't been tribal council yet. How are we feeling? And it was just straight to business, right down to it. I think we're ready to vote, and the vote was looking to be not difficult.
I actually appreciate it that they were on the quieter side
I think it's
because
a nice change of pace.
the
Yeah.
last two tribes are just a bunch of yappers that
Gotta yap while you can. You're gonna
gotta
be dead
yap while you
soon.
can. I'm just like, let the Lombacks talk, man. Like, we're gonna be here for 10 hours at this point.
It's gonna be a long
Jesus.
one. I'm punching in overtime.
Yeah. So, I
Um,
mean, yeah, it didn't help for my predictions, but you know what? It's fine. I can manually end them at any time. So, um, chat, we're doing our best. We're trying something new with the predictions, trying to keep you guys engaged so you don't feel like you're just sitting here. You have something, you know,
yeah, chat's back to back now,
stake.
right?
Yeah.
They got Froggington, and they got Kawa.
Yeah, they got
Although
some
I feel like
points.
these were slightly easier votes, more
Yeah.
assured money, right? Again, we talked about how Kawa didn't do sat out of the previous one. Or I know they were in the previous one, but had sat out of the one before that, right? Or they were asked to sit out. They were
Mhm.
asked to sit out. It wasn't even that they sit out. They
I
were asked to
think,
sit out,
you
and then they
know,
didn't perform super great. So
if you're sitting in chat right now and you're thinking about playing Survivor, um, I just want you to know if you're asked to sit out of a challenge, never do it
yeah, it's not a good sign.
because it will backfire on you every single time.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
Like that's some if especially the person who asked you might be trying to build a case against you, might be trying to do something else. You have to prove your strength for your tribe, in order to stay in your tribe, you know? Unless like you're pulling in so much work in the background, but why make it even harder for yourself, you know?
Oh, I do want to give a special shout out to one of our viewers. In Australia right now, it is currently AGN's birthday. So if you see him in the chat, make sure you wish him a happy birthday.
Happy birthday, AGN. When we play Night Rain, buddy? I got it. I've opened it up, but I haven't heard anything. Look, PTB's gonna keep telling me how you keep flaking on them, and what am I gonna do except believe it now? What's
He will
happening?
flake on you.
Come on, bro. Come on. But wow. Yeah, double tribal council today. I don't think anybody expected that. I don't know how common is that in the series where it's like 1-1 then 2. Do you feel like that's like standard enough where people should have expected something like this for today?
I'm
PTB?
sorry, what? I'm sorry, I got distracted.
It's all good. There was one voted out, then 2 voted out. Is that like a trend that's common in some Survivor seasons, or do you feel like that's something that could have easily blindsided some of these teams that ended up in the double tribal council?
The double tribal council doesn't typically happen in the new era, at least.
Okay.
Potentially in the old era, it might have been something that was done. It is a Lombax special. Sometimes his first tribal councils will be a double elimination. I and some of my alliance members have fallen victim to that in previous seasons. No PTSD or anything from that. But yeah, no, it's not. It's typically 1-1-1 because if you think about it, they're only on the island now for 26 days in the new era. Previously, they were in there for like 39 days or something like that. So, um, you know, and I think they don't have as many survivors or I don't know. Yeah, they don't really typically do it. It's just 1-1-1.
I wonder if
And
there's like a
they merge
track.
faster now.
Okay. I wonder if there's like a track, like secretly Lombax has 2 tracks with mini games. One's like the yappers track, and one's the quiet people track. And like if there's a lot of talking, they just expedite the game. It's like I'm shooting another guy. We got to get people out of here.
He has like yeah, right. Like he has a plan for both. Like he has a
Yeah.
contingency. He's like, all right, if everyone's quiet and it goes straight, like we're just gonna have one tribal council every time.
Yeah.
Okay, they're wasting a lot of time. They asked a lot of pre-game questions. All right,
We're shooting some people.
Yeah, we're gonna speed up these eliminations.
All right, I'm gonna head to the main room, and we're gonna get to the next stage of this game.
Stay tuned, chat. Get ready to vote.
Everybody wake up. Let's see if we can get 11 players to wake up here. Who are we missing?
Rocker.
Rocker, are you there? Can you wake up? There we go. All right, so as you can all now see, Froggington was voted out of Clotho at their tribal council, and Kawa was voted out of Lachesis at theirs. Okay, so just for a little context, in all of the past seasons I have run, I've been pretty consistent with certain aspects of the game. Typically, the merge happens when there's about 9 people left. Every once in a while I'll do it with 8, every once in a while I'll do it with 10, but it's usually 9. This season, we're going to try something new. Everybody leave your tribe chats. Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos are no more. You are merging into a single tribe. So you can all leave your tribe chats and any and all group chats you are in related to this game. As you're doing that, I'm going to mention a couple other things. You're now in the individual portion of this game. You'll be competing for individual immunity from this point forward, and you will all be going to Tribal Council as one group from this point forward. In a minute, I'm going to add you all to the tribe server on Discord. I do have to do this one at a time, but there is no advantage or disadvantage to being added to it in any particular order. But once you guys go to sleep in a minute, I will add you to the merged tribe server. Once everyone is in there, I'll post something letting you know that communication is open, and you guys can start strategizing now with anyone left in the game. I do also have a tradition that I'm going to keep going where I let the players in the game decide the name of the final tribe of the season. So I encourage you to pick something on theme, but it can really be whatever you want. So if you guys have any suggestions, let me know.
Zeus.
Wait, do you want us to talk about that now or after you?
Yeah, just tell me now. It's just like a for fun thing. You can just tell
Frog
me.
tribe. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Honestly,
Frog
I'm
tribe.
down.
You just threw him out. You can't name a frog.
Zeus voted him out of the
We were
game.
sad about it and we didn't want to, and we
Zeus.
promised that we would continue the froggy legacy.
That is
So,
so
on
wild.
theme, on
We're
theme.
gonna stay froggy.
Zeus, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Is Zeus the consensus?
Didn't he like?
Thought it was
No,
froggy.
yeah.
No,
Is there another Greek
I don't
god
know.
we want to
There's plenty
pick
of
other
them.
than Zeus?
Poseidon.
I was gonna say Poseidon too.
Poseidon's
See,
cool.
Poseidon.
I kinda like
Poseidon's cool.
I think Athena, because she's a woman.
It's fine
I'll
by
be
me.
honest.
Honestly,
I was
fine
really
with
I just
thinking
went with the
Athena.
first Greek name I thought from mythology.
We could go with Gaia, who is Earth, or Kronos.
Are we
We
gonna
could
do
be
like
a Greek
Olympus?
for
Ooh,
Kronos.
we
Kronos
could
goes
do-
hard.
Kronos.
We could do
That'd be
Hermes.
fun.
Hermes, the divine
I'm not
trickster.
saying- I'm not
I
saying
like
Hermes.
Hermes.
I like
Hermes.
Oh, Maz.
That's
The
actually
god of
like
tricks.
really good. That's actually really good.
Very mafia coded.
I'm down
Very
for
on
whatever.
brand for I think how the rest of this game's gonna go, probably.
All right, so do we
Thanks,
have a decision?
I have no idea.
Hermes.
I'm
with
good
it.
with Kronos.
I'm okay
Should
with
we
anything.
vote on Hermes and Kronos?
Yeah, we can
I
vote on
think
that.
those
right?
are the
Hermes.
two.
Yeah, those are like the two top
Those are the
ones that I've heard.
consensus.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So if you want Hermes or Hermes,
Hermes.
raise your hand.
Hermes.
Camera and leave it
Hermes.
there in 3, 2, 1.
Vote.
Oh wow! Look at
That
those
is
hammers.
If you want
five.
Kronos,
Six,
if
that's
you
six,
want
that's six.
Kronos, please raise your hand to the camera. In 3, 2, 1, go.
This isn't Survivor. This is mod camp.
Fucking split anyways, bro.
For real.
Split.
All right, 5, 6.
All right, have you
Just
made your
combine 'em.
decision?
Hermes Kronos or something like that.
Yeah.
I do not have an
Kronos.
opinion.
Just
Kronos.
pick one.
Kronos.
Let's just.
Promise.
We can
Ew.
mix
Let's
it.
mash
No,
them
no,
up.
that sounds like a dirty word.
How about
But please no.
We
Chromie.
Renee, like
oh, wait,
Karen,
no.
like
Let's
Renee?
make a decision.
No, no.
What name do you guys
Hermes.
want?
We're doing
Let's
Hermes.
say this
Hermes. I'd like to do
Okay,
Hermes.
on
cool.
3,
Kronos is
everyone
cool.
say their vote.
Kronos is
Whoever's the
technically not a
loudest
god, he's a
wins.
titan.
1.
You don't want to do that.
No, no,
What did
no,
he
no,
say?
no. Hermes.
See Aiden.
Kronos is
Kronos.
technically a
Let's
titan,
do
not a god.
Hermes. Just do
Just for the
Hermes.
record.
We'll do
Yeah.
Hermes.
All right, is it Hermes?
Okay, Hermes.
Yeah,
Sure.
that's fine.
Yeah.
All right.
Jesus Christ.
Congratulations on making it to the merge. Like I said, in just a moment, I'll be adding the 9 of you or the 11 of you to the merge server on Discord. Until that happens, just bear with me for a minute, and then I'll post something in there once you're all in, and communication will be open. Go ahead and go to sleep.
How's it going, everybody? I was looking at characters from Greek mythology that we could have used for a name there, because I feel like it would have been really nice to have picked someone who historically defied the fates, right? And kind of take that into their own hands. Some of the people brought up were not great. Like there's like Oedipus. No, I don't like I don't like tribe Oedipus. But there's like Achilles. You could do like Hercules if you wanted like the Disney route or something like that. But I think they picked some cool names. Regards to the fact, I think Kronos ended up being the winning one there, right? So, um, very cool. I would have liked to see some sick like deep cuts for Greek mythology for names, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I would have gone with Nyx. Like, come
Nyx
on.
is very good. I think
Nyx
I
is
wanted to push something that like was a fate breaker, right, in Greek mythology, which apparently Athena is a fate breaker. They brought that up. Um, and I didn't know that specific angle of Athena's like story that they're a child who broke prophecy. So, I was also expecting some people to push the Hades angle or Hades too, right? Try to get some names from that. Which I feel like Nyx puts me more in that mindset too, because that's the most experience I've had with that character lately. But oh well, I saw a lot of things being thrown around. Yeah, I see a Zagreus here. I see a Thanatos. I see like how many of you people are just Hades enjoyers like Lombax? That's in your I think that was in Lombax's top 10 as well the last time we talked about it.
It is my favorite game. Number
Oh,
one.
it is straight up your favorite game?
Yeah.
That's cool.
it all makes sense. It all makes sense.
I wonder how tempting it was to throw any of the stuff from that game into this theme, but the Fates is a pretty vague one, so I appreciate the restraint, you know. Uh, man, 11-man tribe. Is this what is the I know this is probably this has been the biggest tribe for Lombax Survivor, but what's like the biggest merge point in like the normal show, like the traditional Survivor? Is it like because they have much higher numbers too, right? So like at what point do they all consolidate into one? Is it like 15, 13? Or the chat wants to be on this
So
team?
they usually start out with like 16 to 20 players.
Okay.
So they yeah, I mean it's hard to say. Like let's what was the largest merge in Survivor history? The largest merge in general with 14 members. So they merged into one tribe one season with 14 members. So also I did a prediction. I couldn't fit all the individual players in. So right now your prediction is who's going to win immunity? Will it be a former Clotho member, Atropos member, or Lachesis member?
I think that's a good way of doing it too. Nice,
Yeah.
good, quick catch. Especially if the tribes were reminded for people there.
Yep.
We'll see how many of these former, alliances kind of carry over. I think some people are very excited for having a merge slightly earlier than they expected. And I caught a moment there too where Raph was really concerned that Rocker had been eliminated, and I wonder if that's going to go anywhere. Unless there was like they were just confused because there was two people gone. Maybe that could have been the case. But
Yeah, I
Uh,
mean, it's gonna be interesting to see. This is where the game actually takes off, and we're gonna see where the
just
alliances
pop out chat.
are. And I think, yeah, I think, looking at everything, I think that, just based not knowing anything, I think that Coffee, Boobles, Gunny, Sam, Maz, they're probably all gonna be, and maybe they pull in Lovely. They're probably gonna be an alliance, to be honest. I
I
think
mean,
that Danny,
yeah.
Rocker, Heck, um, yeah, Raph maybe. Raph could go with the Devin, all that group, but I think Devin's probably gonna play the middle. No. I think she will probably try to get someone like Danny out, or try to get out a trying to think who's still here. Try to get out maybe Jack or Sam. Like Sam, Sam could go either way.
Yeah, we talked about them being potentially free agent.
Yeah, so it's gonna be interesting.
I wonder if chat's like pushing of the girly alliance comes to fruition in any shape or form. I feel
Yeah.
like it'd be, I don't know if it'd be funny or interesting one way or another. I think I'm sure that the non-girlies in the alliance would be very disappointed if it turned out that way.
Well,
But
yeah.
it is what it is, You gotta,
I
and I'm
think
confident some people are thinking about the end game already.
Yeah,
Right.
they
So
should be. You should be
yeah.
thinking about the end game. You should always be thinking about the end game, especially when you're an individual immunity. I think, there is a potential for an all girls alliance. The sad thing on these shows is that the all girls alliance always falls apart because someone doesn't believe in it. So
Oof.
they start, yapping about it.
And what's crazy is the fact that we already had a moment like that earlier with Heck, who played their idol on themselves and their
Yeah.
tribe and said, "I didn't trust you guys." So it looks like, if anyone of the potential girlies is like going to be singled out for not being immediately trusting,
Right.
it might
Well,
be
there
them.
was a season with a player called Parvati Shallow, and their alliance was called the Black Widow Brigade. And so famously, Parvati was very good at seducing men.
Crazy.
And so what she did was she was able to convince one of her male allies to give her an idol, because she made him seem like she was in trouble. Well, here's the thing, she had an idol, and two of her female alliance members were in trouble. So she got up after the voting and handed out both idols to both of the women that were in trouble. And they voted out a man that they wanted to get rid of. And they giggled all the way
They
through the tribe.
giggled. Oh,
So a female alliance could work.
He's got to commit. You gotta
You
commit.
just got to commit. You got to be a Parvati.
Yeah.
Got to be a girl's girl.
That, I mean, I don't know. That guy got owned. It was super over. I don't know. I feel like it would take a lot. It would take a lot for me to give up an idol for somebody else. Like
I do have a
that's
note
crazy.
about Parvati. She was also very good at seducing women.
Okay, so who knows? Who knows?
She
That's
did
funny.
later come out as I believe she's bisexual.
Mhm.
She is either currently married to a woman or just divorced a woman
Good
or
for
dating
you,
a woman.
regardless.
But we love Parvati.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we love Parvati. We love her ability to date all genders.
There's got to be a point where, like, you just know you're a mark in some way, shape, or form, right? Like,
yeah.
Like, how does that work after the fact? It's like, no, this time I'm for real with you, babe. Trust me.
Just
But I mean,
saying
that's gonna be the same thing with these alliances, right? It's like you betrayed that other alliance. Well, no. Our alliance is the real thing.
Exactly.
Trust me.
Well, and that's the thing. You always have to. So, giving my game away a little bit because I don't think I'm ever going to play again. But what you have to do is you have to get in early with someone. You have to make them feel confident. And then you have to tell them about some of the moves that you're making, while not telling them about the other moves that you're making against them as a contingency. So, like, as long as they feel like you're, trusting them with your information, in most cases, they'll stay loyal to you.
Yeah.
So, I've never won Survivor. I got damn close. I got 1 vote from winning. So,
That is very close. It's very,
can't
very close.
say. How did you do in your season? I don't remember.
I got cooked. I don't think I made it to jury. I think it was one
Okay.
before jury.
Well,
It was like in my team, I had like my tribe had just like formed an alliance kind of around me, and I think I had a really strong player. I think it was like when I was playing, Kelly was in my tribe, and they had just like everyone else in their pocket, and I just kind of got process of elimination. The only person I
Yeah.
remember that was kind of supposedly on my side was Arrow, and based off of me watching other seasons where Arrow has been in the game, I'm not surprised about how things shook out for me. Which is why I was really sad because I was like very close to winning an idol secretly. I just had like the thing that I tried to like decipher because of the espionage season. I like the cipher that I was using was just working. Like it just like the website I just picked like a bad website when I started, and so I was like a little late to figuring it out. And if I would have had that idol, I knew I was gonna play it there, and maybe that would have been a really cool play. But I didn't. So no
Listen, I'll
dice.
say this, for any upcoming seasons of Survivor, Lombax Survivor, if you're thinking about playing, you got to apply. Sorry, that's my little Jeff Probst imitation. But if you have any questions, about strategy or whatever generally, you guys can always reach out if you're thinking about playing and ask questions. I'll do a little bit of coaching, but I can't give you any information I might know at the time or give you any advantage. I'll just give you general tips.
Yeah. And as we've
So
seen, do typing tests, get your typing on point, you can watch previous seasons. Maybe that'll give you a hint of like the kind of
typing and word games, I would say, are the big ones to practice.
and math.
Yeah.
He likes
sometimes
math.
math. Yeah, sometimes math.
Word games are really the main thing. I'll be real with you. Do your daily Wordle or whatever.
Yeah, do the Wordles, get good at typing. Watch previous seasons, right? Maybe get used to kind of the flow of
tests.
There's the memory tests too.
All right, speaking of word games, let's
Oh, we got a little
potential little sneak peek.
Little sneak peek.
All right, everyone, let's wake up. All right, so congratulations again on making it to the merge. I, was able to tell you a bit about that after the last 2 tribal councils, but I have some more new information for the 11 of you. As you're now in the individual portion of this game, the game is going to change a little bit more. Of the 11 of you, 8 of you will be on this season's jury, and 3 of you will make it to the final tribal council. Now, we're about to get started on our next immunity challenge, which will be our first individual immunity challenge of the season. And given that all of the tribes are merging, this is probably a good one to win if you want to ensure your safety. This is a returning challenge I've run a couple times. It is called Centers. The concept of it is very simple. In each round, I'm going to put up an image of the center of a word. So it'll be a word with the first and last letters missing or omitted. Your goal is to come up with any valid word that could fit that structure. So in other words, you're just going to be filling in the missing letters. So they'll look something like this, right? And I'm not looking for a specific word. You could give me any word that qualifies. So something like book, good, fool, etc. However, it does have to fit exactly. So if you gave me a word like boost, that would not work because that has 2 extra letters after the O's. Make sense? So you're basically just filling in only the first and last letter. Structurally, this challenge is going to be an elimination one. So each round, the slowest player or players will be eliminated. To start with, because there's so many people, for the first 2 rounds, the slowest 2 players will be eliminated. And then for every round after that, just the slowest player will be eliminated. You're also going to have to bear with me a bit for the first couple of rounds because there'll be a lot of messages and stuff, so it might take me a second. But yeah, go ahead and set your Zoom to message me directly again, and let me know if you have any questions before we get started. All right, everyone ready to go? All right, here's question 1. Give me a second, just going through everything. All right, Heck and Lovely were the 2 slowest, so the 2 of you are out. You 2 can turn your cameras off.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
We are only writing 1 word. That was a very anxious, like, half minute. Right?
Yeah, I have 11 messages. Some people had to send multiple messages. It just, because there's so many people, it just takes me a second to verify, and
making sure.
I don't want to be wrong, so. Yep, it'll be clearer when there are fewer people. That's why I'm doing double eliminations in the first 2 rounds. All right, here is question 2. All right, Boobles and Danny were the 2 slowest this round, so the 2 of you are out. And now, from this point on, we'll just do individual. So the slowest player each round will be eliminated. Here's question 3. All right, Sam, you were the slowest this round. Sam is out. Here's question 4. This one's a little harder. All right, Moz was the slowest this time. Moz is out. Down to 5. Here is question 5. Raf, Rocker, Coffee, Gunny, all good. Jack was the slowest this round. Jack, you are out. Here is question 6. Gunny, you're good. Rocker, you're good. Coffee, you're good. Raf was the slowest. It's down to Gunny, Rocker, and Coffee for the first individual immunity of the season. Here is question 7. Gunny, you're good. Coffee, you're good. Rocker was the slowest, so it'll be a showdown between Gunny and Coffee. All right, for immunity, here you go. I'm gonna have to check if that's actually a word, Coffee. Funds, I'm not sure. So give me a second. F-U-N-S, that is not a word, which means Gunny was the fastest with a valid word. So Gunny has 1 individual immunity. Congratulations. Everyone go to sleep, and you can now communicate with your tribe, figure out who is going to be the first member of your jury.
Wow, wow, wow. How are you guys doing, chat room? Let me see. Let me see how you guys are doing. Canes, Banes. I also said Banes. That's what I was thinking too. There's a couple of these that were good. Um, I also was like, are curse words allowed? That last one. I was like, I was gonna get in trouble. But that's sick. I think a lot of surprising fallout in the very few couple of like people that didn't make it in, right? Like we talked about some people that we thought were kind of strong players that might be trying to get alliances and trying to get further into the game. People like Lovely, people like Boobles, um, and they went out pretty early, right? Although one of the people that we thought could go long in the terms of Coffee made it almost getting immunity. I don't know if anyone in chat had Gunny picked for their front runner for into the game, but they're in a really strong position now, right? Having immunity post merge, and maybe they also have some strong alliances. Maybe they didn't. Maybe this immunity is something they really needed. But either way, it's going to be a shakeup, and we're going to see kind of how that looks in a moment once everyone's ready to get into the tribal council. But I'm sure they have a lot to talk about right now. But how are you guys feeling? How are you guys holding up? Let me see. Let me see what you guys are up to. Let me pop out chat again so I can look at you guys while I read. While I read you guys. Yeah, I know I was playing a game last night with Beastie, and Beastie really wanted the front facing eyes in the camera. So let me do that for you guys here. But here we are. Now I'm facing you guys. You can read my face as you're reacting to stuff. If you get a message you're being voted out of chat, sad. I didn't get any messages. No one's talked to me. Ad blocker. You know what's really interesting is that there's an excellent ad blocker that is readily available for people who use Amazon Prime. It's called a Prime Twitch subscription. You can use it on
I just ran an ad.
Oh, that's funny.
But still talk, because I mean, there's
there's people who do have the Prime subscription.
Tunak is gonna still see us regardless.
Let me wait for that to end, and then I'll do my bit about if you saw that ad, then you probably.
Well, here's the thing. So it's a 30-second ad. They're about a minute behind us, so it's gonna be like, 10 years from now you can start talking.
Okay, great.
But no, I'm just gonna I think looking at it, I think some people are inherently in a lot of trouble. And I just think the hierarchy of the Zoom, like we were saying, who we think the alliance breakdowns are going to be. Yeah, I think some people who are quote unquote on the bottom probably will be out. Hopefully, I'm hoping for a girls' alliance.
Yeah, I think at this point, since some of the girls got out early, they need to kind of band together, right? Because I think it was back to back. It was like, I know it was Boobles, Danny, and then Lovely went out before then. Maybe Heck
Yeah.
as well at the same time, right? So,
well, here's the other thing. Okay, so here's the thing that people also don't realize, right? If you're good at challenges when you're in a tribe, a small tribe,
mhm,
you have more power because that prevents you from going to tribal council. But once
exactly.
you're in the individual game, you kind of want to get out the strong players because now they're eating up your opportunity for immunity. So if you
Yeah, that's
have a
true.
Boobles and a Danny and a Rocker, like all the people that were first out, you're kind of like, am I worried about them? Like
Hmm.
they're not winning challenges. I now have a better, if I'm placing better than them, I have a better opportunity to win immunity, which gets me further in the game. But do I want a Gunny moving forward? You know what I mean? Like
Exactly.
when Gunny loses an immunity challenge, like is he in trouble? You know what I mean? Like, do I want a Lovely? Do I want someone that kind of seems like they have it going on, like a Jack Lafier? He might be really
Hmm.
good at some of the challenges coming up.
Yeah,
Like,
I think someone like
yeah,
Coffee is in a particularly like spooky spot because they got
right,
far,
right,
didn't get immunity, and is seen as a strong player. And I think I see someone
exactly.
in chat mention it now too, but uh, what's gonna be questionable, and a Coffee might be looking at getting that Girlies Alliance going just to secure their own spot because I think some people are just a little. It's not that they play to win, and when you make that decision, you have to make sure you win, right? Because like you said, right,
Yeah.
it's not just so much that they get immunity, they stay in the game longer, but more so they take away immunity from you, and that's like a really big point that you brought up. Like you have to view it from the angle of this is someone who's stopping me from getting immunity. Um, but we'll kind of see how that shakes out. It's going to be a big vote, right? 11 people once again, and there's going to be a lot of votes flying out. And hopefully it goes smoothly. And now the yappers are combined with the quiet folk. So we'll see if this increases the overall
I
yapping.
think the quiet folks
Or
should start their own alliance to get out the yappers.
yes, the speed the game crew.
Yeah.
Uh, that'll be that'll be the true alliance.
The people that want to play Mafia after this. You know what I mean?
That's messed up. Oh man.
I know
Yeah,
someone asked me, they're like, "Are you playing Mafia later?" I said, "Brother,
it is
I'm
gonna be
helping out with Survivor.
yeah.
We'll see
Yeah.
what happens."
Yeah. I'm probably gonna be pretty
Uh,
tired.
yeah.
I want to go sit down on my
Look, he's
couch,
trying to join
not
my
look at my
alliance just
screen.
because he can sing the high parts in Wicked. I
Alright,
can
well,
sing the high parts in the Wicked. I used to be able
we're
to
gonna
hit
get
that
to the next
IF.
tribal council, and the way
All
we're gonna
right.
do this from this point on, since they're all merged, we're just gonna do it in the main Zoom room. So I'm just gonna head
Oh.
over there, and this room will
Oh,
basically
true.
just be for commentary from now on.
Perfect.
So I'll see you over there.
I don't need to yell at them.
All right, everyone, wake up. Oh, Rip, can you...
Bardo looking like baby no money.
I'm looking for one more, right? Hey, everybody, wake up. Who's not here? Oh, there we go. All right. So I'm excited to see how this goes. We have, what, 3 Clotho, 4 Lachesis, and 4 Atropos. So should be a pretty interesting vote. There's a lot to think about here. A lot of social dynamics, a lot of the tribe dynamics. You might be thinking about idols or other advantages. It's a complicated first vote of the merge. Gunny, I'm going to start with you. Congratulations on winning the challenge. How are you feeling about the state of the game right now?
Pretty good. I thought I lost with my final word. But funds was not a word, so.
Yeah.
But I'm glad it was me, Rocker, and Coffee in the final 3.
You can talk, Rocker. It's it's
Okay,
an open...
I mean it's a question. That's why. Are we still allowed to message people?
Communication is closed now.
Okay,
so
that's what I thought.
While you are at Tribal Council, like a live thing like this, you should not be using Discord at all.
I started laughing when we revealed funds wasn't a word. I was like, holy fuck, that's so funny.
Well, my word,
You
my
did
word was
not have to
punt.
out that Lombax, by the
Yeah,
way.
I would.
That was-
My last
that
word
was
was gonna be.
kind of
Respect
BO.
it. I respect it.
That oh my gosh, you doxed me.
You'd be
I'm
surprised.
upset.
You'd be surprised how many things you wouldn't think are words are words. Like
What's funnier is that there's actually a word that she could have spelled with just D, like fun, like just fun, like FUND instead. And I think that's just like
Could've,
even closer.
That's what she put,
I was
yeah.
thinking with an S at the end, and so then immediately following putting funds, I was like, is that a word?
Like-
okay, I'm gonna just put puns in case. So I put puns.
I just stumbled on gate. So like I saw the 18, I was like B. Oh no, that doesn't.
No,
and I missed bats, and I was like.
I
just
hard
stumbled for a
stumbled on HI. My brain blanked.
Yeah, bro. I said
That ENT
shit.
one
Okay, I
cooked
said
me.
shit. Hell
The
yeah.
ENT one cooked me. I couldn't think of a single word, and I was gonna put Bents, and like, I was
Yeah,
like,
I had-
that's a
I
word.
had-
Turns out
Bro,
it was a
the
word.
ENT,
Tense was the only thing I could get.
ENT screwed me up. I put rents.
Yeah, I put tense.
Lovely space when she got Elim. That was so
She was like, I was like, I knew I wasn't the fastest, but goddamn.
You were
Like,
so shook.
People were going so fast. Like when I got all like right away, I was like, oh man, hopefully nobody
So the
else
first,
got that shit right
the
away.
first two, I think I was just like
Yeah, I felt that.
God.
way too.
I like fidgeted on the first one. I was like, shame. Okay.
I'm gonna
Bella
assume
got
that
right away.
FAMS wasn't a word, and that's
Yeah.
not gonna be I'm with coffee on that one, I guess.
At least you didn't get outed.
Yeah, I know. At least you didn't get
True.
outed. Come on.
Imagine.
Host.
Well, for your reference, I use dictionary.com to verify
Okay.
any words.
No, you're supposed to use Urban Dictionary. Come on.
I don't know about that one.
Whatever word.
Funds is just
Hard
multiple
pass.
people having fun in different spots. Like it's just
Yeah, exactly.
multiple
Funds
fun.
is
Apparently
different groups
not.
of people having fun.
Apparently
fun.
not indeed, Lomba.
Yeah, it's the plural of fun. Come on.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that.
No, that's fun Z's. Okay.
Funsies.
Wait,
So
true.
as fun as post gaming your challenge was, how are you guys working, to decide who to vote out? Is it based on like tribe strength, or is this truly an individual game now for all of you?
It's up in the air.
I highly
I
doubt it's an
totally in
individual
the
game
air.
at this point.
I don't
It
think
is
it's
so
an
up.
individual
I don't think
game.
I don't think it's
purely-
anywhere
Like
near
anybody's
individual
alone.
yet.
It's so
Yeah.
new.
There's
Yeah.
too many. It's almost like there's too many people. Like I see what you're saying when you're like usually it's like 9 or 8 or whatever. Like with 11, there's still so much at play.
Yeah, there's
like,
still
between,
so much.
I feel like groups are like still heavily incentivized to hold the fort with each other, but then you
Huddle.
have like the outside world of your other friends or groups of people you may know that you may have a history with is also like really tying in. It's like, well, I want them, but I like them. I want to protect them though, So you
Well, there's
just,
like 100% chance that you have an op in your group chat. Just saying.
always.
Oh,
always.
yeah, absolutely.
100,000%.
Anyone who
100%.
doesn't think that is kind
so
of like
funny.
crazy.
Naive as shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is this, Mafia?
Yes.
I'm glad
It's,
we didn't
it is.
have-
It always
There's
has.
lying.
I'm glad, and just personally, we didn't have one tribe that lost all three, so the numbers are
Yeah.
pretty balanced. We have 3, 4, 4. I think that should make things pretty interesting. There's a lot of ways this
Yeah.
could play out.
Yes, definitely.
As a person who knows many of you but might not be deep friends with many of you, I was amazed at how many of you sent me personal DMs trying to figure out what other people were talking about and such. A lot. Hi to all of you. That's my best thing.
Hi, Jack.
Enjoys. Hi to all of you.
Hi, Jack.
A few of you I reached out, but yeah.
Yes. I didn't have you added. I thought you were adding me when they posted my name, so that's why I was like, what? Do I not have this guy?
No,
Rip.
but that's to go back on. A lot of the questions were coordinated, so it's definitely at least at multiple points of meeting people. It's definitely a team game where people are trying to almost step
people are
over
still
each other.
people are still heavily incentivized to group together. So it's like whose
Gotta
group
know
is gonna
who's-
fall
Yeah,
apart.
it's
You gotta
too
know
early to
who's
say
leaving
it's
your
an
group for
individual
another
game.
group.
Yeah.
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 It's too early to say it's an individual game.
All right. Well, is everyone ready to vote?
I fucking guess so.
Is the answer no acceptable?
Let me see.
Not
Let
really.
me see.
Okay, just check.
Because it's about time. So.
Yeah, can we go back to sleep?
All right. If everyone's good to go, then let's do it. I think you all know the drill by this point. Go ahead and message me directly on Discord the name of the player you would like to vote out. And again, since this is a big group, you're gonna have to bear with me for a minute here for these
Take your
first four tribal councils.
time. Take your time. Make sure it's right.
All right, I've received all the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now would be the time to do so.
I would like to. I'm not gonna play it.
All right, I'm going to read the votes. Get ready. Our first vote is for Heck. Our next vote is for Jack. The next vote is for Rocker. The next vote is for Boobles. The next vote is for Maz. One vote each for Heck, Jack Lafier, Rocker, Boobles, and Maz. And there are 6 votes remaining. Our next vote is for Jack. The next vote is for Heck. That's 2 votes each for Jack and Heck. The next vote is for Jack Lafier. The next vote is for Jack Lafier. The 5th player voted out, and the first member of our jury, Jack Lafier.
Well, name of the game's integrity. I'll judge all of you based off that term. Play well.
All right, everyone go to sleep.
Great Scott, chat room. What was that? What a crazy string of votes.
Yeah.
That was almost silly. I didn't know how many like when Lomax said get ready, I was like, oh, is someone just gonna get like just shot right then and there? But no, it's the opposite. There was a bunch of votes, and then they like slowly consolidated into Jack.
Yeah.
Which sucks. Like we I think we mentioned in previous states of the game where Jack being someone who maybe didn't have a lot of like alliances going into merge would be someone that get pushed out in their tribe, but that it lasted all the way to the merge. I love his last words though. I love their last words so much. Just like it's very ominous. It kind of sets a tone for the jury, and it kind of sets the rhythm for like how people should be looking to play the game if they really want Jack's vote to win it. Wow.
I mean, yeah, that's the
Wow.
thing. Like, the name of the game is to outwit, outlast, and outplay. It's not integrity. But
yeah,
jury members can vote how they want, So if integrity is important to him, then that's actually the reason I lost the first season, because what happened was when I first got into the Zoom, we made a 4-person alliance, and then I made promises to other people. Well, the other people that I made promises to weren't too happy at the end of the game that I had made promises to other people. So while I was keeping my earlier alliance, that promise, these other people felt I was lying. So they felt like I wasn't being integral. And that was important to them. And I lost by 1 vote because I lost 1 person. So Jack could decide it all, just saying. So
That's true.
they
That's
should
true. So you have to think
heed
about when
his
you want them in the
words.
pocket. Yeah,
All right, I'm gonna
exactly.
set up the next pred so you can yap a little bit.
Sure. What I want to talk to you guys about, chat room, is the potential idol play that Danny hinted at there. Is it just a ruse? I think the fact that it didn't come out is telling. But I also think that, do you ever make it like a idol bluff when you don't think you're gonna get voted out there, right? I don't know if Danny was feeling heat and that's why they said that. I don't know if they're trying to get credit from some of the people they made alliances with and trying to push that they do have an idol and that they're willing to bargain with it. Or maybe they just said it to say it to cause chaos. Who knows? I thought it was very curious, interesting. I'm wondering what the hesitation was, and I'm wondering where it was going to go overall. If it was a self-pres idol, or if it was going to be on maybe a teammate. But I sure hope that them and Jack didn't have some sort of alliance, because if they did have an idol and Jack goes out there and there's like the initial hesitation of trying to save their teammate, that could not look good for them when it comes to trying to get Jack's vote in the jury. But having Jack be the first member of jury, I think, is really, like, it sucks for them, right? But I think it's personally pretty interesting because of the fact that we talked about how they value integrity and how that could shape the votes at the end of the game, and maybe some players' intentions and play patterns throughout the game if they want to keep certain people happy on the jury. So we're gonna kind of have to see how that plays out some more. Also, was that a post, like a true idol that's going to be valid for the rest of the game, or maybe did Danny have an idol that was pre-merge and they didn't realize it expired or something like that? Who knows? Are there idols floating around in general? Sometimes in previous seasons there's been other powers like an extra vote or a vote shield. So who knows what's
There's also a
present in this
steal a
game.
vote, idol nullifier. There's a
Man,
lot of potential advantages that
idol nullifier
Lombax hasn't
sounds
particularly used, so we could always see.
the idol nullifier sounds like a particular one for fates. Right, because an idle is something you use to like stop your fate,
Yeah.
but a nullifier like to correct it. That's interesting. That could be cool. So we'll kind of see how it plays out. I'm curious to see how many more people get eliminated soon. Like we went 1-1-2, and now we went 1. I wonder if we'll do another 1 then 2. We could go to 2 people being eliminated the next game. Like who knows? Like a double. Has there been a situation where they've done like double tribal council on big merges, or is that
Yeah, I mean they have done that. Where someone's voted out and then someone's voted right out after. But yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. Lombax does like to do little tricky things here and there, so
I wouldn't say hasn't been like a twist like per se yet, right? So there could be
there
one
has
coming.
not been a twist yet, and I
So
feel like we're kind of now in the jury stage, and I think that it's coming. The next couple challenges, it's gonna come, and if we're smart commentators,
we can
when
we can
he's
figure it
ready
out
to
beforehand.
wake everyone up, he's gonna say, "Speaking of twists,"
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I would feel pretty good.
I would feel pretty good. Not yet, though. Not yet. We know he's giving them a little breathing room to kind
You
of
gotta
do what they need
lay
to
the
do.
hook,
Yeah.
let them get comfortable, and then make sure you guys vote in the predictions so you guys can get your Lombucks as best you can. Always stay voting. The only way you lose the game is to not play. So make sure you guys are involved. And if you guys were hit by that weirdo ad break earlier, and you happen to have Amazon Prime, feel free to use that on this channel here, so you don't ever have to suffer through any more of supposed PTB tyrannical ad breaks. I think it was pretty justified ad break, IMO, but you could avoid all that by just using your Amazon Prime here on the Lombax 900.
And that was a great segue into a 30-second commercial that I just ran.
Did you actually, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
oh no.
So funny.
Were you about to wake up? Was that bad time?
Yeah, it's fine. I'll just wait. I'll wait a minute.
Yeah. Anyway,
we're really
I'm
trying
doing
to
great.
look. It's for your
I'm
own
doing
good.
great,
It's for your own
guys.
good. It's
I'm
for...
doing great. Oh,
That's funny. That
that
is
is
so
really
funny.
funny.
Oh, jeez.
So anyway, yeah. Well, I just
What a
killed
good
the
time.
momentum of the Zoom. Um,
Oh man.
I
I'm
don't
wondering, could
promise to
have.
be perfect. I promise to be entertaining.
And I don't think you have let us down so far, PTB. I really appreciate all the work you're putting into stuff. And I think we might be getting some special guests here in the commentary booth at some point later. No promises either.
Yeah.
I just know we had a couple people that might be interested in popping and saying hello. And if you in the chat can guess correctly who they are, maybe they'd be happy about that. Maybe they'd like that. You'll get nothing from me or anybody else here.
I think it's been about 30 seconds. I'll make sure to run them at the beginning.
I was actually just about to get things going. So let's
get it.
Let's do it. All right, everyone can wake up once again. All right, you've just added the first member to your jury. It is time for your second individual immunity challenge. This one is a challenge I've run before as a reward challenge, but I'm going to give it a shot as a full-on immunity challenge for the first time. It's basically a puzzle-y challenge. The concept is very simple, kind of similar to the password challenge in that there's no rounds. It's just a one-shot challenge. It is called Key Code. Basically, the way it works is I'm going to put up an image on Zoom that will give you instructions on how to change or manipulate a set of letters or numbers to form a code. And the first person to send it to me will win the challenge and earn immunity. So this is just a straight up, whoever gets it first wins the challenge. I know that description sounds really vague, and that's because it is fairly open-ended, but the directions that are given to you will be really specific. I'm going to give you the examples of the first 2 times I ran it previously, so you can see what those looked like. So this was the first time I ran it. You had to arrange numbers alphabetically. And the second time I did it, this was the challenge. Matching symbols to numbers based on a standard keyboard. So it'll be something kind of like that. I can't really say exactly what it is until it starts. But again, you'll be finding a sequence of letters or numbers in some way and messaging it to me. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Does anyone have any questions? Cool. Go ahead and make sure your Zoom is set to message me directly. I think at this point, well, yeah, no, you're still going to need to do it because I'm heading in and out. So yeah, make sure you're messaging me directly, and I'll put up the actual puzzle in just a second. All right. Here you go. And again, message me on Zoom directly when you have an answer. Danny, that is not correct. Gunny, that is not correct. Keep in mind when I say decrease the digits, I mean every single digit. Not just the numbers. Decrease every digit. (02048078) is correct. Danny has won individual immunity. Congratulations, Danny. Everyone can go to sleep. See you in a few minutes for the next tribal council.
How is it going, everybody? That one was a bit of a quick one, I feel. We're getting in there, we're getting to brass
That
tacks.
was a quick
People
one.
people are understanding the game and we're ready for it. Danny submitting first, not being correct, and still getting it on a run back. I like that. I'm not gonna try to do any commentator cursing, but that's someone that I suggested could be in the front running to make it farther into the game, and getting immunity here at least puts them in the top 9, which is pretty sick. But there always is changes lurking, perhaps.
Oh, so you know what? That challenge was so fast. I don't even need to run a commercial because I
You
can't.
can't. You
So,
can't. Oh, you
so
guys
we're
got
gonna
away with
be
it this
here
time.
yapping.
You guys got away with it this time.
Oh, and a funny fact, Rip, sorry.
All
I don't know
good.
why I keep saying Raph. I'm just every time I look at his name. So Rip, funny story. Nobody bet on Danny to win.
That is so crazy. That's if I was gonna put money down, that's what I would have put. That's
Yep.
what I was gonna put stuff on. But not just Danny too, right? Let me see over in the chat here. Let me pull it up over here so I can still look at you guys. Heck, Sam, and Danny both, like all three of them, got nothing, no
Yep.
points. And that looked like Danny's game to lose, to be honest, right? Like they recall that twice. I don't know how fast everyone else is going there. I don't know what the general consensus is for like what to do in the middle of the game. Since I'm not playing, I tried to look up like an ASCII chart that just had numbers and letters associated, so it'd be easy to just go through. And that one didn't even work out for me because the first one I found didn't look the way I wanted to, and the second one I found, the ASCII chart has stuff starting from 41 as A, not 1. So you got to really be on your toes and you got to like just take the time, because if you try to take a shortcut, sometimes that shortcut can cost you more time than just doing the hard work and getting through it calmly and concisely, especially if like you have a typo initially. Um, so that was cool. That was nice. Glad to see that. Even with that, right, it was a quick one.
Oh, let me start a prediction. Who will be voted out?
So now potential members of the fake Girlies Alliance is in the immunity pool, and I wonder if that's going to have any sort of sway on it. Danny looked like they were very glad to have gotten immunity there.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know if that's just the pressure of like being on and having to win the challenge, or if they feel like they're in like not in a solid spot, you know? So I'm very curious to see how this plays out, and I hope they continue to do well
Is
just for my
Gunny
own
in
post-game
trouble?
cred.
That's the
Is Gunny in
question.
trouble, right? Like in this game, there was no eliminations, so we didn't really get to see how close the other players were. But if there's any point, anyone who's reading, who's sitting there looking at cameras, and they see someone like relax or take their hands off their keyboard, that could be an indicator of who's a strong player and who is getting these challenges completed. So,
Yeah.
That's
true. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, that did Gunny also submit
7,
early and not get it correct?
9.
Oh, if that's something else, then yeah, that does not look good, right? Getting immunity the first time and then
I'll
almost
just
getting it
give
the
a
second
little
time.
insight into why I didn't do that, just from a game design perspective, is because I think some people may have been unclear about the directions. That's why I gave the reminder, like, that it was about digits specifically and not about just the number. In my defense, it did say that very clearly in the instructions, but I get that people might overlook stuff like that, and I don't want to just be, like, super harsh, you know? So
I will back you up in a different sense too. I think in a game like this where you have enough time and it's not like you don't have the pressure is your competition against other players. Even if they messed up and you saw that they messed up, people had plenty of time between the mess up and the confirmation, right? So if someone's actively working at the same pace, I don't think like messing up once is it's like should be like an elimination for from the challenge, just because other people like it's the time sink of knowing that you're wrong and having to kind of start over and relook at your answers that could really come into play there for other people getting immunity. I think if like you're wrong and you're able to acknowledge where you were wrong in and correct that, I think you still deserve to be able to get there. Um, but yeah, I think that's true. Like being able to like acknowledge where you went wrong and still being able to submit, I think is totally fine. I also think that makes for a slightly more interesting turn of events for like someone messed up,
I just
yet
didn't
they were
want it
still
to
able
come
to correct
across as,
themselves.
like, really harsh, like,
Yeah,
oh,
no,
you're
I
wrong,
think
you're
I think
out.
it's
I don't know.
I think it's the spirit.
But
I
yeah,
think it's in a good spirit. I think it's a good spirit, and I like that. Um, I think it makes for a more fun, repeated challenge, like if it comes back up, right? But very cool.
Yeah.
A lot of fun.
Predictions are
Definitely keep me up.
open. Get your
Vote.
votes.
Mhm.
Your options are Lovely, Maz, Raph, Gunny, Rocker, Coffee, Boobles, Heck, or Sam to be voted out. Danny has immunity. She is safe. She felt like she was in trouble. She almost played an idol. Well, we don't know if
Potentially,
that's
right?
real.
Like we don't know what's
Yeah.
happening with that too. Very curious if they have immunity here too. We
Yeah,
won't get an
apparently
answer.
Rocker was, indicating for her not to use it. She might use it on him. Who knows who she's working with,
That's true. They have immunity.
Um,
Maybe they try to preserve someone else, but it's still
I'm
really
I'm
early.
hoping for an all girls alliance. I'm hoping for a
There's
Black
a lot of
Widow
people still in.
brigade.
There's a lot of people still in the game.
And
So
yeah.
thankfully, since there's like 10 or less now, you can actually put everyone's name in the predictions, which is
I
nice.
could have put it in the last time too, because
Oh, okay.
I could have just taken out the person that had immunity. I realized it too
okay.
late. I was like, oh, okay. Like
It's all about
it
learning
didn't
here, though.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is the first time we're doing predictions like this. We have 55 viewers. We're growing the community. We got a lot going on. Thank you all for coming out.
Exactly, 100%.
And old faces, new faces.
Mm-hmm.
So
on that note, let's go to tribal council.
Let's decide their fate.
All right, everyone, you can wake back up. It is time for tribal council. All right. So it was a very interesting first vote. 5 of the 11 people received votes. So it doesn't, on the surface, appear to me like things were very well coordinated. I'm curious if we'll see things, solidify a little bit this time around. If anyone wants to speak to that.
Yeah, I think one thing, and I don't know if it super answers your question, but it's kind of adjacent, where a lot of the commentary and conversations are very mafia-y terms, where it's like, I kind of don't like this person, I don't like this person. I feel like, here's my POE sort of thing. And I think it's lending itself to that, where a couple people are being convinced or not convinced, like, I want this person out. And I think that's kind of where the vote spread came from. As opposed to hey, I like you, I want to work with you. What do you think? Oh, let's just vote. Let's just combine on these 2 people. Okay. And then, or, 3 people saying that to 3 other people sort of thing.
Yeah, I think everyone needs to be careful. I think there are a lot of group chats going on, a lot of deception.
Yes.
Oh,
1,000%.
If you don't think that there's deception,
you're not playing.
you should be worried because you're playing. Yeah, you're playing Survivor. So.
Well, don't worry, guys. I'm a Mafia player. I'm not allowed to lie.
I would say if you're probably not in one group chat or multiple group chats, then you're probably gonna be an odd person out at some point. And
I would reach out to people.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I also feel
reach
the
out.
opposite though. I feel like being in too many is bad.
Yes,
too.
I also.
I
Listen,
agree.
man, I don't like some of the things that I'm seeing in some of these things. To be honest.
Mm-hmm.
I also I didn't do this at the first tribal, but the first individual one, last one, but I should clarify the way that individual immunity works. I don't know if everyone here fully knows the rules behind it, but I'll just do it now, just in case. So when a player wins individual immunity, they, in the show, they get an immunity necklace that they're wearing, and they are not eligible to be voted for. So you can't even submit a vote for them.
Okay.
Technically, you have the option of giving the necklace to someone else before the vote, and you could just give them immunity, but then you would be vulnerable. Very rarely happens, usually not advised, but it is technically something you are able to do if you want. Just figured I should go over that because I forgot to do it at the last one.
Does that would that happen if it doesn't happen in the night phase or whatever? Would that happen when you call it out? Right. When you say
before the vote.
Before the votes.
Yeah, before the votes get issued, you have to say I'm giving my immunity necklace to this person.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see Danny relinquishing that. That's fine.
Yeah, I don't expect that either. But who knows? I mean,
stranger things have happened, right?
Danny, check your memo.
Stranger things have indeed happened.
Wild Maz.
It's too early to be checking the Venmo now.
Alright,
Right. Vemo's bad.
Anything else you guys want to talk about, or are we ready to vote?
I appreciate
I
you
don't
all
know
in
what the
case
hand
this is the
signals
last
mean,
time.
Danny.
Can I run to the bathroom?
Oh.
Can you wait like 5 minutes?
Sure.
Okay. All right, let's go to the vote then. So again, on Discord, submit to me the name of the player you would like to vote out, the player you would like to become the second member of the jury.
Lombax, I have a question about the jury.
DM it to me. You shouldn't.
Sure.
Don't talk during voting. Yeah, but you can ask me in private.
Do you know what a Reuben sandwich is, Jeff?
Jeff is a crazy way to refer to him.
You guys don't remember? You don't know that meme?
No, I know it's Jeff Pros, but
I have received all the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now would be the time to do so.
I would like to relinquish my immunity necklace to Coffee.
You cannot do that after votes have been submitted.
Oh.
Right, we just went over that.
Okay, I misunderstood.
All right, I will read the votes. Our first vote is for Coffee. Our next vote is for Sam. And our next vote is for Lovely. That's one vote each for Coffee, Sam, and Lovely. The next vote is for Coffee. The next vote is for Sam. 2 votes each for Coffee and Sam. Next vote is for Coffee. The next vote is for Sam. 3 votes each for Coffee and Sam. 1 vote for Lovely. The next vote is for Coffee. The next vote is for Sam. That's 4 votes each for Coffee and Sam. 1 vote for Lovely. 1 vote left. With 5 votes, the 6th player voted out and the second member of our jury, Sam. Everyone go to sleep. See you again soon.
Mamma mia. That
Jesus.
was spicy ball. Bro, okay. What? Daddy forgetting that you can't get the necklace after the fact is funny.
I know.
But the other thing is the fact that they faked having an idol, right? So they wanted to give up the necklace, but they didn't want to use the idol. So does that confirm that the first thing was a bluff, or does that make it so that, you know, they're just being like selfish with it? I don't know. But Sam
could
dying at
have
the
it.
end there is
She
so
could still have-
crazy. I didn't expect that to turn out like that. And who was the rogue vote on Lovely? Right? Because a rogue vote on Lovely could have completely flipped the sides here of like who actually went out.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know.
Oh my gosh. Wow, wow, wow.
Someone was in the dark. They were told to vote on Lovely, and that
Yeah.
wasn't the real vote.
And that might have completely changed everything, right? Because then you
Well, it
go
would
to
have tied
revote.
it. It would
Yeah,
have
you go to
tied it
revote.
at least.
Yeah.
And then they would have had to go to the tiebreaker.
If
So
it ties again, yeah.
nobody thought
Wow.
Sam was gonna get voted out, guy. Chat.
Again? Nothing
Yeah.
again? Brother.
I'm trying to give you guys points. Come on.
Yeah. Man, did anyone vote coffee highly? No one voted coffee either.
Mm-mm.
What do you guys say? We talked about this one. I will say, patting ourselves, right? We talked about potentially people that were strong that could have been singled
Yeah,
out
we're
because of
giving
their
you guys
power,
keys to the
right?
kingdom here. We're giving our expert
But
opinions as
the
former
Sam one, I
players.
will say, is a bit of a rogue. But I feel like what we just saw was the breaking of another alliance. Like there was two sides, and now there's a natural
Was
power
Sam
imbalance.
really a rogue though? Because like it's so we know at least Coffee, Danny, and Boobles are working together, right?
I guess.
And we
Yeah.
have to think that like Sam got 5 votes, that the girls are probably all working together.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's yeah.
I
But
mean,
we didn't know which of the non-girlies were gonna go out first, right?
Exactly.
So, like
Well,
I
but
understand
still,
like why it happened. Just
spread your
it's specific.
points, guys. You could,
Raph looked so devastated after that flip. That was hard to watch. That right, because it was the rogue vote on Lovely is like the biggest question mark to me. Like what happened there, and then is there an immunity between Danny and somebody else? I wonder if maybe even Coffee had one. They'd held it anyways. Can you imagine, right? Or if they win
Yeah.
another one now. Wow, 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 wow. That was close.
Also, yeah, I wish the players could hear me, but it's like, guys, stop talking. When he asks you to stop talking, pay
It's getting a little
attention to the
silly.
rules.
It's getting a little silly. Yeah, I recognize
is,
that they
yeah.
definitely haven't been looking at the stream whenever I forgot to turn off my camera. Because like when you leave the room, it just saves whatever state you're in, right? So
Yeah.
like I left the room before I turned off my camera, so I just joined and I didn't even know.
That's funny.
But so yeah, I was sitting there.
We've had that in the past where the commentators stayed on
Mhm.
for the tribals and just kind of were muted. But that was back in the days when everyone could hear the commentators talk full time. I don't know. I think
breakout rooms are a good change. I like that. I like them a lot.
I think coffee is a huge target, and I think
Oh, yeah.
the non-coffee alliance people know that. Devin looked very relieved that coffee got saved. Danny tried to give coffee her immunity necklace.
Yep.
So, I think some people didn't think that Danny and Devin would be working together. And maybe they're not really. Maybe what Danny was doing was a double bluff. Maybe she was just kind of like, you're screwed, coffee. Like, here's my immunity necklace, even though I know I can't give it to you. You know what I mean? Like, kind of rubbing it in. But she did seem genuinely like surprised she couldn't give it to her.
Yeah.
So I think Danny, Devin, and Coffee are definitely working together. So then I have to assume Heck and Lovely are probably working with them as well. Maybe there's a rogue non-girly in that alliance, and maybe Heck is a guy's girl.
A lot of boys.
Yeah. So, but someone did get tricked to vote for Lovely.
For Lovely,
So,
right? Like,
or maybe they didn't get tricked. Maybe they're a secret
it was like a
girly
hedge.
and a secret non-girly, and they wanted to make sure
Someone got out
they were, riding the middle by throwing a vote on to Lovely in case, Sam and Coffee both somehow became immune. They're like, well, I'll just get my backup target.
Yeah.
They're not really working with Lovely, but they're like kind of working with the non-girly pops. I don't know. It's interesting.
Oh boy, yes. The state of the game is quite an interesting one. I'm curious to see what players have to say next time they get into a council, and what must be going on in the DMs. I am sure that there's a lot of hooting and hollering on Coffee. So I think Coffee was confident they were done. I think like it looked like they had their head down.
Listen,
And
I looked at Devin and Coffee's faces, and they were like,
hey, yo.
so relieved. I didn't check anyone else's faces. But those are definitely two of the girly pops, you know, so
Yeah.
no, Tunak, you should you know, I don't believe you are. Lombax, you don't allow them to vote for themselves, right? No self-voting. I mean, why would you? I mean, it's just like
I don't know what the official policy on that even is actually.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I just
I haven't
assume that
really
you're not
looked at it,
allowed.
to be honest. But
Yeah,
I
I
should
know,
look
because it's
into
like
it. Yeah.
it defeats the whole purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say no, Tunak. Cannot vote for yourself.
I mean, it actually is a good question, because I could see if you feel extremely safe, you could vote for yourself and like try and make it look like someone else. Yeah, but I don't know.
That's
so
what I
I
was
can
thinking
see
too,
some
like, there's
merit
an
to
angle.
it, but so I probably should look up what their actual policy for it is.
This
Yeah,
is
but we
not a
we do know in a
endorsement.
tie situation that it's assumed that, you know,
You always
that
vote for
both
the other
votes are
person.
canceled out because they'll have to vote for the other person. So it's interesting.
Wow.
It
Wow,
is
wow, wow, wow,
interesting.
wow, wow, wow.
Yeah.
That
I
was
mean,
really
get
good
your predictions
to
in to
watch.
see who wins new immunity. I did a 10-minute. Probably should not have. I will say Boobles, Heck, Lovely, Maz, none of them have any votes to win. So the way you guys are going lately, you probably should throw some money on those people because
Maybe you
they're
start hedging
probably gonna win.
yourself.
For you know.
Yeah, keep an eye on it. Try to get those reads put together, chat room, because we are now what this is 8, right? We're going to 9.
We
We're going to 9.
are
We're going to 9.
currently at
So,
9, yes.
Yeah, so the next time we go down, it'll be going down to 8. So the numbers are dwindling. Sam, the second member of our jury. I wonder how that looks for the people still remaining in the game, right? So Sam
Another
was
man.
originally on let's see here. Yeah, Atropos. Which had Justice, Heck, Jack, and Danny. So 2 members of Atropos filling out the jury. And so I wonder if they will feel inclined to support Heck or Danny. And I wonder, like they talk about, if there's some different alliances going on there, and if Heck and Danny are on the opposite end of those alliances. You know, I wonder if the idol misplay, right, or the meter necklace misplay, is going to get any sort of credence from the jury in any way, shape, or form. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what happens there. You know, how that affects you know, Danny's game moving forward.
Yeah, how is Danny gonna spin that?
Yeah.
Right. How are you gonna spin that? That is a very like overt. I'm aligning myself with this player, and then that player almost immediately died.
Or it could have been a fake out. Like that's the other thing. She could have like known exactly what Lombax was saying and decided, like, knowing she wasn't going to be able you know, to give it to her, so she's just trying to make it look like she's with the girlies, you know?
But like, if you, I don't know, like making a fool of yourself that prominently for
Publicly?
that angle, yeah, like
Yeah.
that takes a little bit of guts. They have a little chutzpah. So I don't know. It's like there's an angle there for sure.
Yeah.
And maybe like that's what they'll run with. They'll say, actually, it was a play to do this or that. And again, like something else that I was looking at before is when you're playing, you don't want to make yourself look too weak as well, because you need to get credit from the jurors. So you want to be active, you want to be able to talk about things you've done in the game and show that they weren't just you bumbling around and getting carried to final 3 by other players who thought they could beat you in that final 3. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of how this alliance keeps up, especially because there's going to be a point where if it is, you know, the girlies gang, they can't all win and they can't all go to the end. So seeing how those chips fall is going to be really interesting as we're looking here at the potential players remaining left in the game.
Yeah.
I think one thing I know for sure is that I think Danny probably needs to get immunity again. If they're looking to maintain the position that they have in the game, I think they have put themselves in a position where they're too strong of a player to not continue. They're too bold with some of their plays to not be in a lot of people's crosshairs after at this point and at this level of
So I did consult the experts, the survivor experts, about the rule. You are not allowed to vote yourself in the official game of Survivor. If you do vote yourself, you have to redo your vote. And Jeff has gone over it in previous seasons, although he doesn't mention it every season. So
Okay.
Yeah, it's good to know.
Makes sense
I
to
mean,
me.
so yeah.
Makes sense to me.
No self votes.
So you're saying some stuff about what
PTB is
Josh said.
gaslighting us. I trust what Josh said. Well, Carson, that's why you've. Well, no, wait, did you win a season?
Carson did.
I
win
don't
a season.
remember, but he did win a season.
Yeah. Because
Well,
I
that's
think
why
the
you
season
haven't
that I
won any
watched,
more seasons, Carson.
Yeah, I think the season that I watched, it was Carson Levi, and they were both previous winners. Which I need to.
Yeah, we hope
see the
Boobles is
seasons,
gonna
but-
win. I mean, I have not. I hope everyone wins
You're all great. You're
by
all the
getting brand
prettiest
deals
girls in the
after
ball.
this.
That's true. What happens too when you get a brand deal is something of a luxury. You could even get less ads on your favorite Twitch channels by using your Twitch Prime. For example, on this channel now. You don't like those ads, tired of them? Avoid them entirely if you happen to be an Amazon Prime subscriber.
And
Do
you're
that.
lucky, I ran them a while ago. So no
So-
more awkward transitions when Lombax comes in 3, 2, 1. Damn, didn't time it out well.
We'll get them next time. Also, where's twist? Question mark. Is it happening?
Twist?
'Cause would the twist be that there's no twist at all? That'd be kind of funny. But I don't think the season is named Fates for no reason, and we're gonna have to kind of put our heads together and figure out where the game will go from that point on. There's no tribe swaps, at least we know that, unless like there's like a tribe split. That'd be really funny. That'd be weird. What happens? Has there ever been a merger and then a split after the merger? Is that something that's happened ever? Because I feel like that'd be really chaotic. That'd be super weird. But
all right, I think we're ready to keep it moving.
Stay glued to the screen, folks.
All right, everyone, let's wake up. All right, we are down to 9. It is time for your 6th immunity challenge. This one is called Number Sequences. It is on the puzzly logic side again. It's kind of a pattern recognition challenge. In each round, I'm going to put up an image of a sequence of numbers that has some sort of pattern as to how they are changing. Your goal is to give me the next 2 numbers in that sequence. So I have a few different examples here that I'll go over really quickly, just so it's clear. These will only be shown one at a time, so these are just 3 separate examples. The first one is just adding 3 each time. So you would send me 20, 23 as the answer to that one. Something like this. The next one is doubling each time. And then the last one's a little trickier. It's alternating between times 2 minus 5. So that's times 2 minus 5, times 2 minus 5, etc., etc. So yeah, that's basically it. You'll send me the next 2 numbers in the sequence, fill in the blank, and this is going to be another elimination style challenge where the slowest player to send me the answer each round will be out. Last one standing wins immunity. Any questions? All right, make sure your Zoom is set to message me directly, and we'll get started in just a second. Okay. Here is your first question. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm just confirming. Okay, Boobles was the slowest, so Boobles, you are out. Here is question 2. Danny was the slowest. Danny, you're out. I didn't say the answers, but the previous one was 37:35. This one was 46:53 for anyone following along. Here comes question 3. This one was 4 and then 2. Heck was the slowest. So Heck, you're out. Here's question 4. Okay, I'm getting a couple wrong answers on this one. Let me just double check everything. Okay, let's see. All right, the answer for this one is 82.93. It's plus 11 each time. Lovely was the slowest, so Lovely is out. And here is question 5. Coffee, you're good. Rocker, you're good. Raph, that's wrong. Maz, that's wrong. Gunny, you're good. So it's between Raph and Maz. Raph, you are still wrong. Yep, you both got it very close right at the end there, but Maz was barely faster. So Raph, you are out. This one is 80.79. It's plus 10 minus 1, alternating. All right. Here is question 6. Rocker's good, Coffee's good, and Maz is good. So Gunny, you are out. This one is 17.11. All right, down to 3. Here's question 7. Rocker's good, and Coffee is good. This one is alternating between plus 5 and plus 2, so it was 38.40. So Rocker and Coffee, you have a showdown for immunity.
Here we go again.
Here is your final question. Rocker, that is incorrect. You're very close, but it's incorrect. Coffee got it. This is 14-17, not 24-27. It's minus 21 each time, while alternating. Minus 21 plus 3. So 14-17 was the correct answer. Coffee, you have earned individual immunity. Congratulations. Everyone go to sleep and get ready for Tribal Council.
How's it going, everybody? I messed up my
Hey.
stuff back on. I was so locked in that I just forgot. So I taking it off. Man, what a victory there for Coffee. We talked about how, Coffee was very close to getting eliminated from going 5 votes, almost becoming a member of the jury, to getting immunity the very next time. The target has grown even more now, right? Like, no one can deny how much in danger Coffee potentially is. But a lot of other people no longer with immunity. Danny no longer with immunity. Boobles doesn't have immunity either, right? Some of these other people that could have been pushed on. Lovely, who got a vote last time. I've been Rogue Boat might have been the precursor of things to come, also without immunity. So I'm very curious to see how this tribal turns out, and kind of how this game shakes things up. Where we might have been in a position where Coffee gets voted on again, but that is no longer possible.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. Is this Gunny's last hurrah? Is this Maz's last hurrah? I think
Rocker
the
got
men are in
second there
trouble.
too, right?
Yeah.
Like there's some strong players amongst people that could not be in a potential alliance that we have headcammed ourselves into, but nothing's disproved us yet. Nothing's disproved us
I
yet.
know.
So, and if that is a
So-
strong alliance, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? So, I'm very curious to see how it shakes out. I think again, Coffee getting immunity there. What a big deal. What a huge deal, in my opinion. And
Yes,
good job
indeed.
on them to stay focused and get it done. Also, that's one of those games. This is one of the few games where I was like, oh, this is like right up my alley, and I get that, and that was fun. Playing along with everybody. Yeah, note again, right? We're a little ahead, so we'll keep that in mind. I've been trying to not talk in chat due to stuff because since I understand I'm a couple minutes ahead.
Yeah, I didn't actually announce this. But starting this season, I've added a 30-second stream delay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I said that at the beginning, but I think it's good just to mention. So it's just so that Twitch chat can play along, and there's less of a chance of something bad happening. With a player save or whatever. They shouldn't really be looking at the stream anyways, but just a good precaution.
I think it's a good play too. Yeah.
I did instruct them in 4 different places to hide the chat, so hopefully
we've
one
done
of
our
those
due
got through.
diligence. Yeah, we've done our due diligence.
But yeah, I mean, I also realized that was something I had to remember because I started what's it called? I started ending the predictions for some of the things, and I was like, wait, didn't have it on stream yet. Oops.
Yeah.
So I was like spoiling.
It's a bit tricky.
Yeah. So now I'm just unmuting the stream. Okay, he's announced Coffee
I was
won.
doing that too, especially when the Froggington vote was happening.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to put my frog emotes, but I didn't want to put them early.
Yeah.
Because people would know. So
we're figuring it out, guys. We're figuring it out. This is live TV.
We're doing it live right here from the sunny beaches of Puerto Rico. That's where I am. But
you're in Puerto Rico? Oh, or is that where your background
that's my background is.
Okay.
No. I should be going this Christmas though. Yeah, that's me. I should be going on Christmas. Hopefully, got to take the fiance there before.
One of my former coworkers, he was tired of working our job and got to retire early. Got his VA benefit, moved to Puerto Rico, and opened up a fruit stand on the beach. So he is living
good for you.
His best life, and I'm slaving away at my job 9 to 5 every day.
Working for the man.
Beach in Puerto Rico. Yeah, working for the man. His name is Lombax. I'm a full-time Twitch moderator. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I wish.
Right? One
I
day.
mean, like, honestly, thank you guys so much for being here. I see 64 people, 65 people hanging out, watching
Yeah.
along. Make sure that not only after the stream, but there'll be a VOD up, I'm guessing, on your channel at some point. So make sure to share that, let people know. I've been doing a little bit of my due diligence too. I'll share it with some people from like my
Lombax
spaces
does
after
one
it gets
better.
done.
He
So
edits it into a YouTube video. So he edits out kind of some of
like
the
filler.
low points. Yeah.
Holy moly. Yeah.
You're
Give,
giving me a
give him
little
some
too much
credit.
credit. I usually just edit out the beginning, before it starts. But I do put timestamps for all the major
Yes.
events. So
Yeah, the
if
timestamps.
you want
He
to
does.
review past seasons, you can really easily skip around to like the challenges or whatever you want to see.
Yeah.
It's very nice.
Yeah, thank you
And
for
he
that.
does
Make
that for
sure
his
you
old
guys-
Mafia games too. So if there's like a moment you want to go clip,
It's right
I
there.
just use the timestamps. Yeah, I think a man is in danger. I think there is a girls' alliance, and I think now that they have the numbers, I think just stick
It's
with
gonna
the
be quick.
girlies.
If the alliance is real, we're gonna find out very, very soon for sure. Right, because the next couple votes are like pretty obvious.
Oh,
But
wait,
that
do
just
they have
means
the numbers? Hold on.
someone from the outside needs to win a challenge.
Oh,
right?
it's it's actually tied. One,
Really?
2, 3, 4. 4 girls and 4 guys.
Well,
So
there's 9 players.
There's
so
a
I
there's
think
an
you're missing
immunity.
somewhere.
Yeah. there's an
oh,
immunity.
duh, coffee won immunity.
Yeah,
There's
coffee
5
won.
girls and 4 guys. A man is screwed.
Looking quickly at the votes here from chat, they have only put money. Make sure you guys vote. Make sure you spend that money because if not, it's gonna just
Spend
rot.
it. Spend your LOM coins.
But it looks like
LOM
Danny
bolts.
and Rocker are the two people that are being pushed up the most. I put my money on Rocker like slightly more than Danny.
I think Danny's safe. I think you guys wasted your money on Danny. I think
I think
she admitted that she has a immunity idol.
Yeah.
So
it's too tricky for us, at least without seeing DMs and like background stuff. It's too tricky
Yeah.
for us to guess if it's a bluff. But there's people in the game who probably know for sure, and that is not nothing. And I don't think you're at a point where like when you're trying to do this like big alliance, if there was like the girls' alliance and stuff like that, I don't think you try to flush out an idol from one of your own team members at this point, right?
right.
So
So that's the thing though. Like why didn't she play the idol for coffee? Why did she try to play the necklace? Maybe she just didn't understand what was happening.
Yeah.
Maybe she thought she could play the necklace and keep the idol. Who knows? But
Well, let's see what happens this time around.
all right.
stick around, folks.
All right, everybody can wake back up. It is time for Tribal Council again. Okay. So, Coffee, I have to imagine after such a close vote, that must feel like a pretty good win.
When I tell you I was shaking when it was me and Rocker, like I was terrified.
Well, you're safe this time around, so what is your... I think when you're the one with immunity, you have a lot of power. You have a lot of influence for that vote specifically, right? So...
Somewhat,
How are you able to leverage that? Like, what is your plan for this vote?
Like I feel I feel like we have a good plan, but with how last vote went, I'm not 1,000,000% confident. But I feel like we have a good plan, and I wouldn't necessarily say that I tried to dictate anything just because I don't like being that person. I don't like telling other people what to do. But I definitely I threw some names out. So, we'll see.
Do you think your plan is going to be successful?
I think so.
Does anyone else want to weigh in on how they're hoping this vote plays out?
I think we're almost at the individual part of this game.
Yeah.
This vote.
Does 9 feel
gonna
like
be
the
a
turning
doozy.
point?
Yeah.
9 definitely feels like the turning point.
Yeah. It's weird how 2 people added, right? Went from there's so much going on, there's so many things, everyone's talking to each other, where even now with 9 left, it's it feels like everything just got way smaller.
Groups are really dwindling. Alliances are really showing now. It's coming to the nitty gritty.
Yeah. All right. Well, I don't have too much else to ask you guys. Does anyone else want to get in any last words before we go to the vote?
I just want to clarify something. So if you have a necklace, you can only play that on someone else before, and other idols can be played after.
So an immunity necklace is not an idol. The player who wins the challenge has a necklace at the next tribal council. That person is not eligible to be voted for. If they want to give it to someone else, they have to do so before voting begins. And then whoever they give it to would then not be eligible to be voted for, but they would.
And then idols after the vote.
Yeah. Idols are played after votes are submitted, but before they are read. All right, on that note, are we good to go? All right, go ahead and submit me the name of the player you would like to vote out. You cannot vote for coffee. Okay, I've received all of the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now is the time to do so. All right, I'm going to read the votes. Our first vote is for Raph. Our next vote is for Rocker. Our next vote is for Moz. Our next vote is for Boobles. One vote each for Raph, Rocker, Moz, and Boobles. Next vote is for Raph. Our next vote is for Rocker. Our next vote is for Moz. So that's 2 each for Raph, Rocker, and Moz, 1 for Boobles. 2 votes left. The next vote is for Rocker. The 7th player voted out, and the 3rd member of our jury, Rocker. Everyone go to sleep.
Wowee.
So is there not a
There's
big
not
alliance?
alliance? There's no big alliance, right? There's no way they vote that scattered if there's a big. I thought I potentially whenever we got there, I thought maybe there's a 3 teams, right?
Yeah.
Instead of like one big alliance, it's actually 3 separate teams. And this gives me kind of an idea that that's the case, right? Both Maz, Raph, and Rocker all had big numbers of votes on them. Good job, chat room. You actually voted. You put money on someone who actually just.
Yeah, you guys finally won
You
something.
did it. Good job. This one was not the obvious one, but I don't know. You guys were crazy putting all that money on Danny. But it seems like maybe we overestimated how safe Danny was too, right? If there's actually 3 teams instead of there being two big team, like one big team and a smaller team. But I gotta get on this copy pasta real quick. That's funny. I like that.
Wait, where's the coffee pasta?
It's in the chat. Kill all men.
Oh,
Clap
kill all men. I agree. You know what I was thinking though? I think probably what happened is Raph and Rocker and Boot Maz, their alliance probably was telling the girls or whoever they were talking to that they had some kind of idol or something. And that's why the votes got split so evenly like that.
Just to make sure that could be a big brain play, but
I think the girls were like, let's spread it out. Yeah. Well,
like Danny
they
did not
looked
look like they
confused
understood
at
where the votes were going.
the Boobles vote.
Boobles,
someone made a
the
face.
Boobles vote is also really interesting.
Yeah,
because
that was like
Lovely
if
got a
everyone
straight
has
vote last time.
immunity, Boobles is getting voted. Yeah.
That's crazy, right? There was
we
a
lost
stray on-
Rocker, right?
There was this, yeah, Rocker got shot. So there was the Stray on Lovely last time, and then Stray on Boobles now. Boobles, although like their reaction to it was kind of like sure, whatever. Like they looked not too surprised. But it did look
Coffee
like
looks surprised.
there was a lot of scatter shots being thrown. So maybe it was to play around idols, which none came out. Where are they? They've got to exist somewhere in the game. Someone is playing incredibly greedy with them, I think. Or maybe, we lost them here. But
No, I don't think
who
we
knows?
lost them. I think if any of the men had idols,
They
they
would've
would
used
have
it
played
there?
them because just purely like if you think the women are working together, because our jury is currently 3 men. And if you look at the numbers, literally all the girls have to do is just not turn on each other.
Yeah.
And they will have a female winner this season. That's all
true.
they have to do.
Here's the other thing.
If that's
too.
important to them, you know.
The other thing too is like, but where was the if the guys were in an alliance together, where was their votes at? Right? There was only one vote on Boobles. Like who were they trying to get out? Did they
I
turn
think
on
what
Walker?
happened
Or
I think what happened is they realized they have 4 votes. They know no matter what, they're not
one of them's
gonna
going out.
So like Gunny said, this is now an individual game, right? He got no votes. So Gunny is a smart enough player. I play a lot of games with Gunny. I've met him IRL. He's a very smart person who's able to calculate. So if he's like, well, I'm friends with Devin, I'm friends with this person, I'm friends with that person, and I know I'm not in the numbers, the only thing I can do is to pitch myself as a swing vote, right?
Yeah.
So if he goes in there and he's saying, hey, listen, I'll vote wherever you want, because they have idols or whatever, he could be feeding lies.
Yeah.
So he's like, listen, I'll throw it on Maz. I'll throw it on this person. I'll throw it on that person, So, yeah, the men all had to vote on each other just to save
one of them or any
one of them.
Right? Yeah. Yeah. So, that is, I don't know. We have some people in the chat. Flash saying I think it's pretty clear. If you ask me, Gunny is with the girls, and Danny is the girl that's on the out with the women. But Danny didn't get any votes there, right? Like, Boobles was the only one to get like a stray vote.
Yeah,
I feel
Danny
like,
is.
I don't
Based
think,
on how everything's going, Flash, Danny is not in the outs of anything.
I think. I also like how hard is Danny gonna soft having an idol, bro?
Right.
Three
Well,
times.
that's the thing. Yeah, she's trying to
times.
scare him.
How soft?
Yeah.
I also can see the world where Danny is an incredibly greedy idol player. Like that they just.
I mean, you can use it typically up until Final 5, so.
It's worth it, right? We're gonna be down to, after one more elimination, we'll be down to 7 or 8. We'll be down to, so we're at 8 now, right? So we'll be down to 7 after the next vote. So you have a couple votes to live. So we're gonna kind of see. I'm just telling you, when it comes to final, I see. So you think going forward, I could see that, I guess. I'm not gonna speculate too much because we still haven't hit our potential mystery twist. And with all good mystery twists, who knows who's going to hit?
I also don't think it comes to the final. Like, I don't think she's going to be the outs when it comes to the final. I think her and Coffee are working really. I think Coffee, Devin, and Danny are a powerhouse 3. And if anyone's on the outs, it's Lovely and Heck. I'm just going to be honest with you.
Heck. That's true.
Yeah.
We don't know what the background work is looking like. We don't know what the alliance is truly like. But out of like face value, looking at reactions, looking at the way the votes have gone, looking at performance and challenges, I think that's kind of likely. There could be a world where one of them decides to take one of these players that might be potentially on the out and try to take them to Final 3 with them to beat them in the jury, right? Like they recognize a weak position and they go, okay, well, I'm actually going to make an alliance here with you just to get us to Final 3.
All right, I'm gonna go to the next day.
Let's do it.
All right.
Everybody wake up. Down to 8. It's time for your 7th immunity challenge. This one is called 3 words. This is one of my personal favorite challenges. Very simple in concept. In each round, I'm gonna post a letter and a number in Zoom. And I'll also say it out loud so that anyone following along, watching, can follow along. Your goal will be to come up with 3 words that start with the letter I give you and are as long as the number. So for example, if I were to type A5, you might come up with apple, again, and alarm, something like that. You can send them to me in 3 separate messages, or you can send them to me in 1 message, like that. Either way is fine. Whoever, regardless of the format you send them in, whoever gets all 3 words to me first will win the round. And in terms of the structure, this is actually going to be played in like a little tournament-style bracket. So you'll each be facing off 1 versus 1. The loser will be eliminated, and the winners will advance into future rounds. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Does anyone have any questions?
So it's always going to be 3 words, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So the letter is what they have to start with. The number is how long they are. It can be any words you can come up with that meet those conditions. Everyone good to go? All right, set your Zoom to message me directly, and I will type the first round and then say it out loud for anyone following along, okay? And I did randomly determine this bracket, so it's determined purely at random. Our first pairing is going to be coffee and heck. All right, good luck. Here you go. M4 is your category. Mike, mood, mill, coffee was first, so heck is eliminated and coffee will advance. Next is going to be Raff and Boobles. All right, here you go. B5. Just gonna double check one thing really quick. Okay, with blonde, blank, and Ben's, Raff was first. So Boobles is out and Raff advances. Next is gonna be Gunny and Maz. Gunny and Maz, here you go. V3. Struggling with this one. I'm gonna have to check some of those to see if they're actual words, Gunny. Okay, technically they are actually. So with Vow, Vod, and Vaughn, Gunny has it. Some obscure choices there, but those are all valid words on dictionary.com. So Gunny advances and Maz is out. Which means our final pairing is going to be Lovely and Danny for round 1. Okay. Here you go. R4. With Rock, Rain, and Rope, Danny was faster, so Lovely is out and Danny advances. So now in our second round, we're going to have Coffee and Raff against each other first. And I'm going to get a little harder with the categories now. Coffee and Raff, here you go. L6. Coffee, that first word is not 6 letters. So I just have to check a word here. I have to check lumper from Raf. That is indeed a word. So with losers, lament, and lumper, Raf advances over Coffee. All right, Gunny and Danny. Here you go. 05. With Ocean, Other, and Onset, Danny advances. So the final will be between Raf and Danny. All right, got a tough one for you guys. Ready? Good luck. Here you go. F7. With freedom, farming, and faculty, Danny was faster, so Danny has won immunity. Everyone go to sleep.
Hated it.
We were here. We were talking about it, and that was cooking. My stonks, my Danny predictions looking pretty good.
Yeah.
Looking pretty good.
The girls are cooking.
That was tough. Like Danny really needs to clutch up there. If there are like, if there's one big alliance or if their own like small alliance, that was tough to make sure they could beat all those people before them.
Raf's face is so funny.
That was fast, right? There's like
when Lombax reads it, his eyes were bugging.
Yeah, I also gotta say that L6, I thought Lombax so fast, and I was like, I'd lose. That's not in the dictionary, is it?
You'd have been like, Lombax is not an answer.
Exactly. I really, really
we're gonna
wanted
start the next
that to
prediction.
work. How'd this prediction look like?
Only a couple people voted on Danny, so
Flash did though. That's funny
that-
too, because Flash is the one who's saying it was on the outs. Danny was on the outside.
Yeah.
I wonder how that goes about. Excuse me. People thought Coffee's gonna get there, and then Coffee lost to Raf, right? That's
I know.
lost to, and Raf got all the way to the finals. That was really close.
Danny,
Man, this next vote is
Coffee.
going to, I think, really solidify where the worlds are, you know? And if it's like one big team, couple small teams, all we know for sure is that Danny's been faking an idol a lot. So if they happen to have got immunity here and have an idol, they are, and an idol like wears out before top 5, then like they're in a really, really good spot, right? Like, because then they're immune here. We go down to, let me see, all the people are here. We go down to 7.
So there's 8. Yeah, we got down to 7.
They go down to 6. So I guess you can hold it for one more vote.
You can hold it till final 5.
Mhm.
So, that'll be up to her.
Again, how the shakeup act, because I think it's, oh, the stream's killed. I'm back. Oh,
Yeah, it's struggling a
flagging
little bit, but
I do not look. I look my best there. Actually, that's what I'm gonna stick with. I'm gonna stick with. I look fantastic, freeze framed like that. Glad I took the time. I shaved yesterday, got myself looking nice for you guys here, because I knew my phrase would be frozen in some stupid manner.
freeze.
Yeah.
I'm not rejoining Cam because I got roasted when I joined earlier. So
That's crazy. Who dares? Who dares?
all these Twitch chatters saying I didn't dress up. Everyone else dressed up nicely. I didn't. Sorry. Listen, I'm doing a lot of stuff. Everyone else just gets to be commentary. I'm doing a lot of behind the scenes stuff too,
PTV's
guys.
doing a lot of behind the scenes stuff. So
yeah, it would just be me looking at other screens. You don't really want to see that.
Yeah. Let me pause and restart it. See how it.
Yeah, no, it's back if you refresh it.
Yeah, make sure you guys give Lombax those Twitch primes so they can get nice
Get
solid internet.
Lombax better internet. But yeah, I think Gunny's in trouble.
I can see
that. I think
definitely see
this is
that.
it. I think this is Gunny or Raph. They're out of here.
I also think it's Gunny or Raph.
Yeah. I mean, Raph got a lot of votes. I mean, Maz is also in trouble. See, like Gunny got no votes. Now, if I'm Raph or Maz, I almost said Raz. If I'm Raph or Maz, I'm going in there and be like, listen, guys, I got
He's
a ton
tougher
of
than I
votes.
am. Yeah.
He's
Gunny
tougher
got
than I
no
am, man.
votes. He's constantly in the top 3 of challenges. He's got nothing. He's clearly got a good social game. Like, you guys aren't going to win against him.
Yeah.
I have no one. Just bring me along further. I care about doing a little bit better.
And you have to play that angle.
Oh.
You have to play that angle. So.
Hey, Nightus.
What, you blushing? Kicking your feet a little bit?
I'm meeting that man in 20 days.
Yeah, post.
So,
oh, okay. That sounds fun. I always
Yeah.
I always got a bit of FOMO whenever I missed out on some of the old meetups you guys used to have. The big ones,
Listen,
but I definitely cannot afford that
I
shit
missed out on
back
all
when
the
I was younger.
meetups too. I went I told a bunch of people in 2023, I said, listen, Valorant is going to LA. I'm going. My team is
I'll
going.
be
And then
there.
people were like, all right, let's go. And then a couple months ago, I was talking to Nitus and I said, hey, Valorant's going to be in Toronto. And he said, you should come. And I said, okay. And now I'm going to Toronto, but I don't think I'm going to see Valorant. But that's not related to this.
By
Sorry.
yeah, okay, yeah.
Nice,
I'll ask you
nice
about that
got me
later.
flustered.
So, man, what a game this is shaping out to be. I think, again, the biggest questions are what alliances are actually present? Is it the girlies gang?
Yeah.
Is it more splintered than that due to all the split votes we saw? Are they just like really, really on top of it? If we think about some of the people that are like in that group, a lot of them are like high level analytical players that I could see trying to do a split to work around all the idols that, the people not in the alliance could potentially have. And that's where we saw that weird split vote. But there have been some rogue votes. Vote on Voobles, vote on Lovely, right? There's the question of, does Danny actually have an idol? Who knows? And the nights are getting shorter because there's less. Well, I don't know if the nights getting shorter, but the they're getting darker because there's less people out there, less torches lit, and you guys will eventually get more bets correctly. So make sure you keep putting them in. The odds are only getting more in your favor with less options. But if you got a ride or die, and they're still in the game, maybe it's good to back that same horse.
On that note, let's see what happens next.
Perfect transition.
Everybody wake up. All right. We are down to 8. So I think, it was interesting. At the last Tribal, some of you, I think Gunny specifically mentioned that it's more of an individual game now. Do you really feel like that's definitively true at this point?
Can I just say, being in no alliance right now feels pretty damn good. I imagine there's a lot of anxieties going on, and it feels chill just vibing right now for me.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be that's interesting, because I feel like I'd be the opposite. I'd be more stressed if I wasn't.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, I'd be more worried my alliances were flipping on me if it were me. But
I don't know.
No.
You just gotta have people that you trust.
That's hard to say.
How big of a factor has jury management become at this point in the game?
I do not remember who is even on the jury.
Rocker and
Sam,
Jack. Truthfully,
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that it's a non-factor for right now, only because we still have to worry about making it to the end, and then you kind of have to worry about like what you did to these people potentially, if you blindsided them, if anything happened. So like,
Yeah, absolutely.
But the point is, you still have to get there before you worry about that. So it's not a slight to them. It's more of a, we still have to get there. So I don't want to worry about that until I get there, if I can even get there.
Yeah, I wasn't worried until it was mentioned, so thanks for that.
I'm just glad everyone's
didn't even
playing a
think-
really clean game, right? Everyone's just playing a super clean game.
I haven't lied to anyone yet. I've never lied to anyone ever.
That guy's
That's
mafia,
probably true.
by the way.
No, but I mean, like Lovely said, I don't think anyone's being super like BM or anything.
No.
Not that I would expect it, but I think the jury management thing. I started thinking about it a little bit before, but I was like, we have so many players left still that it hasn't gotten to an inflection point where I could see, if it's like, 4 people versus 2, for example, or something like that, where it's like, okay, well, let's get these other 2 out so that we can, help each other sort. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's gotten to
I
that
mean, you
point, but I
just
think
don't know
maybe
how
after
the
today, it
jury's
could.
gonna vote, right? Like some people
Mhm.
praise gameplay above all else. So whoever's playing the best. Other people, if they feel shifted, like they're gonna vote against someone. It's kind of hard to
Yeah.
manage a jury when you don't know the people 100% how they're gonna go.
Yeah.
I do have one question about that jury then. Does the jury know who voted for them? Or do they know their votes
What?
when they get voted out?
They know the votes as I read them.
Okay.
That's all
They
I
can
Aw.
probably they can probably ask in like final
Way to
3.
out yourself, Raph.
Yeah, they can.
Like,
No, no, no.
They know they can
That's a
ask.
genuine
That's
question
rough
because,
going
like,
into this vote.
Does the jury do they get to talk to each other to
Yep.
talk about
Oh,
how
they
the
can
game
talk
ends?
to each
Okay.
other.
Okay.
They're
Yeah, I
like
wasn't
in
sure
a
how that
group
works.
together. Yeah.
Okay.
But they don't
That's
have like
fascinating.
outside information that they like wouldn't have had,
Right,
other
so
than
it's just
from
they
playing
get
the game.
together. Yeah. Interesting.
Yep.
This is so cool. I'm having
Any
fun.
last thoughts before we get to the vote? I guess not. All right. Go ahead and submit to me on Discord the name of the player you would like to vote out. You cannot vote for Danny. Anyone else is fair game.
I actually don't know if we're allowed to talk during this.
You shouldn't talk during voting. Yeah. All right, I have received all the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now would be the time to do so.
Yeah, I'd like to use mine on myself.
Okay. Yep, Maz has played his Spindle, I believe is the one you had, on himself. Any votes cast for Maz will not count. All right, I'll read the votes. Our first vote is for Maz, does not count. Our next vote is for Coffee. Our next vote is for Heck. Our next vote is for Wrath. And our next vote is for Lovely. So that's one vote each for Coffee, Heck, Wrath, and Lovely. The next vote is for Heck. The next vote is for Coffee. So that's 2 votes each for Coffee and Heck. 2 votes, or 1 vote each for Wrath and Lovely, and 1 vote left. The 8th player voted out, and the 4th member of our jury, with 3 votes, Coffee. Go to sleep. See you tomorrow for the next challenge.
Girly pops are dead.
Oh.
Girly
Uh-oh.
pups are dead. She had to
That's no
go.
good.
She had to.
That's true. That's true. We've talked about how
Had
strong of a player
to.
they are. They clearly have a lot of potential to win a lot of cup challenges coming up. And if it is, something they brought up multiple times is that it's now shifting to be an individual game, meaning people are way less swayed by making an alliance with someone who is going to take immunity away from them.
She had to go.
That is really rough.
That was the right vote out.
I probably
If you
think
want to
so.
win, that's the right vote out.
How many votes did Maz nullify? I think it was like 2, right?
Yeah, he was actually safe. That wasn't actually a good idol play. Nobody thought coffee was going to get voted out. Guys,
we are telling you. We're
telling you. She's a big target. I mean, yeah, I've also been promoting the Girls Alliance. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But
we also talked about the potential world where what's it called, where there was the splinter groups, right? Where it was, instead of one big alliance, it was like 3 different ones.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is the fact that could have still been, there still could have been some sort of Girls Alliance, and they just didn't put enough votes on the right people, right? Some people still voted on Maz.
Yeah.
Some people still voted on Raph. One person ended up voting on Lovely, right? Like it just seems like there's not a united front if there is an alliance. Which makes me think that there wasn't like an anti-idol play last time either, but in fact, it's just a really splintered front. So,
I think that people are selling that they have idols. And I think that's why the votes got split the way they did. I think that they're telling them there's multiple idols out there.
We saw one used. Also, it was called the
did.
Spindle, which makes me think that maybe that idol that was used early by Heck was not a pre-merge idol. Especially since merging happened early in this game compared to previous games.
Well, so how it typically works with Lombax is in the 3 starting tribes, there's usually a puzzle, and you get an idol that you can typically use pre-merge, and then later you get another one after the merge that can be used later, probably up till Final 5. So there probably were some pre-merge idols that got taken out. Who had them, I don't know. It'll be interesting. Or maybe people felt so safe they just never used them and let them expire.
That's true.
You know?
That's true. I'm also wondering if this was just an opportunity to get a strong player out of the game. Like there is an alliance, but they just kind of like recognize how strong Coffee was individually, and they think that they can get out Raph and Maz at a later point.
Well, the girls still have the numbers, right?
Yeah, I think they do still have the numbers because it's 3 to 4 now. I think it was like 3 to 5 before.
Yeah. So I mean, if I'm one of the girls, I'm like, listen,
it is what it is.
We got, we want a girl to win, but it can't be Coffee. If Coffee goes to the end, she's gonna win.
The jury vote for Coffee is one you have to start thinking about now too.
Exactly.
Right? Like, can you swing Coffee back onto your side if you guys were in an alliance and you didn't save them / actually voted them out? You know?
Yeah, I'd be interesting to see if Coffee's going to be a bitter player or one that values gameplay.
I also think that their previous interactions with Coffee don't matter in that regard, in sense of like they could just play it in the whole sole aspect of this game. They could be playing up a character, they'd be playing a bit, right? You're in this kind of fun game playing Survivor. People sometimes take on these personalities that they want to portray in the game.
Yeah.
So there's no real way to say that Coffee might, act how they previously have acted in interactions like playing games with Mafia or other communities with them.
Right.
So it'll be very curious to see how many people just say, I'm playing a character and I'm acting like this character and gonna be spiteful and gonna be like vicious, even if I'm normally not like that.
I want to ask you a question. Oh my God, did I just forget my question? Oh my God, I forgot my question.
Big.
Hold on. Wait, I had it. What was my question? Oh, fuck, I actually forgot. So yeah, dang it. Anyway, so Coffee had to go. And how much do you think, like, what guys do you think are kind of running the show? Like, Like where's Gunny stand in all this? Do you think he's in a good
I
spot,
I
or
think Gunny's probably the person in the best spot, just based because I feel like I've been seeing a lot of Raph being distressed, and obviously
Mhm.
Maz was distressed enough to play on an idol, even though they weren't going to go over. So
yeah?
I haven't
Oh,
felt too like I've heard a lot. Gunny was also the person who's spoken up a couple times now, saying it's an individual game.
I remember my question.
What's up?
How do you feel about Heck coming in saying that she felt great that she's not in an alliance? She just admitted, like, hey, I'm a swing vote. Like,
That's true.
I'm me for myself, all by myself. Like,
And what's curious about that is that I feel like they lied. I think they are in an alliance, and I think it's with Lovely. Because if not, what was the whole shenanigans going on there with
with
the
the
picture?
phone, yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know what that was about.
I'm very curious to see what the hell any of that was about. Because it wasn't like I thought. It's like, are you signaling an idol play? Nothing happened. Nothing happened.
Yeah,
So
and Heck
what's
got
the
some
plan?
votes though, so
Yeah, that's true. So they're on and out for somebody. Of course, could those votes have come from them announcing they're not in an alliance, and so people thought it'd be like an easy push, right? Nobody's defending them.
yeah, I don't know,
But
but
again, the game's really scattered. Like we,
but
we
the thing
haven't we
is,
voted
like,
on like 4 to 5 people
you only
every
announce. I
tribe
feel
level.
like you only announce that when you know that there's two alliances, right? Like if you know that there's like a girl gang and you know there's like a guy group, and you're Heck, you're like, wait a minute, I'm not in an alliance, guys. I can tip the scales. You know what I mean? Like,
But at that point, people can't
um,
talk to you anymore, anyways, right? So like, who's gonna DM you, right? To be like, hey,
yeah,
come
but
join
maybe
us.
she's saying this in the night and then she's just putting it out, because maybe she knows her name was floating. Like maybe she's telling someone like, hey,
Possibly.
and then someone's like, oh, well, your name, you might be the one.
Yep.
Because if Lovely's in a big alliance, I think her and Heck are friends. So she's probably saying, hey, Heck, like, listen, your name's coming up. So, right before
You gotta do
voting,
what
she
you gotta
comes in
do.
and says, hey, listen, I told y'all I can vote wherever you want. Like, I'll do whatever you want. Like, I'm not in an alliance.
Or maybe that was just to show that they're no longer going to be participating in whatever previous alliance they were assumed to be in, right? This is like a public send off. It's like I am breaking ties with you, and that vote that you counted on from me
Yeah.
isn't there anymore.
The thing
Just
is,
like
Danny hinted that she had an idol and she hasn't used it, hasn't been in
didn't even
danger.
talk about it this time either.
Exactly. So maybe she doesn't have an idol. I don't
It,
know.
and if they do, they didn't play it on coffee twice. So there's like some alignments that are brewing that might shake up. It might cause some spicy encounters in the jury
Yeah.
vote at the end of the game.
Well, let's see how the next challenge goes and if that affects anything. All right, everyone, you can wake up once again. We are down to the final 7. This is a big one. It is time for your 8th immunity challenge. This is a challenge called Vowelless that I've run a couple times. I actually stole the concept from the UK show Only Connect, if you've ever watched that. But basically, I'm going to put up an image of a word where all of the vowels are missing, and your goal is to figure out what that word is. It's going to be a pretty simple and straightforward challenge. Each image will look something like this, right? So this one would be the word example. A couple quick notes about it. I count Y as a vowel in all instances, so if there are any Y's in any of these words, you will need to find them. I'll also mention that all of the words are on theme for this season, okay? This challenge is going to be an elimination style challenge where everyone will participate in each round, and the slowest player to send the word to me will be eliminated, and the last one standing will win the challenge. Any questions?
Yeah, so we're sending the full word, right? We're not just sending the missing vowels?
Correct. You would type example to me in this case, the complete word. All right, go ahead and set your Zoom to message me directly, and let's play the challenge. Everyone good to go? All right. Here is your first word. There is a specific word I have in mind for these. Keep in mind they are on theme with this season. Maz, you're good. Raph, you're good. Heck, you're good. Danny, you're good. Gunny, you're good. There's two people I didn't say yet, right? Lovely and Boobles. I don't think either of you have got the correct word to me yet. Unless I missed it. So let me double check. I'll give you a hint that it ends with a Y. The word is destiny. Boobles is out. Here is your next word. Maz, Danny, Heck, you're all good. Lovely, you're good. Looking for one more between Gunny and Raph, I believe. Fortune is the word. Gunny got it to me, so Raph, you're out. Here is question 3. Maz, Gunny, Danny, you're all good. Looking for one more between Heck and Lovely. Chance is the word. There you go, Lovely. So Heck, you are out. All right, here is question 4. Maz, you're good. Lovely, you're good. Danny, you're good. So Gunny, you are out. This word. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me take that back. Gunny, you're good. Maz, you're good. Lovely, you're good. Danny was actually the slowest. Danny, you're out. This word was random. All right. Question 5. Remember that it's on theme. Lovely, you got it. Looking for one more. Maz and Gunny, you both sent me a word that's valid, but not the one I'm looking for. There you go. Unlucky is what I was looking for. So Maz, you are out, unluckily. All right, between Lovely and Gunny, here is the final word. The word is prediction. You both got that to me very fast, but Gunny was faster and has won immunity. Everyone go to sleep. I will see you again soon.
I agree with you, chat room. Lovely must be protected at all costs. Those reactions are so great. I felt so bad watching them not get it at the end.
I was rooting for Lovely. I am rooting for the girls.
I would have lost it unlucky. I'm being honest. I did. I
didn't get
I was so
unlucky.
tripped up for that. But prediction I had that one I got. Like that was the only one where I was like, poo brain. The hamster wheel in my head just
Choose
keeled
outcome.
over.
Gunny.
Wow. We just talked about Gunny being in a potentially precarious spot.
I know.
They might be like a swing vote. They might be someone who's outside of Worlds, and then they get immunity. Again, showing how strong of a player they are. But we're getting close to the final few numbers, and if they have an idol, they could guarantee themselves a spot very late into the game. So
I think Coffee being out of the game puts a lot of people in trouble. So
yeah, this next vote is going to dictate the pace, right? Where like it looked like the girlies had a very dominant foothold on the game. That's completely reversed now, I think, and every player is now having to vie with people they might have not talked to all game in order to secure the position.
Well, yeah, if Heck is really a free agent, and the guys are kind of voting together or for themselves, like, I think Danny's in trouble most of all.
I think I also have kind of Boobles in my radar there too. I feel like, right, Coffee was one of their biggest supporters. And again, you had mentioned earlier you think there's a trifecta there between Danny, Boobles, and Coffee being gone, right, severely weakens their position. So not getting, but maybe the fact that they didn't get very far into this challenge can help them, stay alive by not looking as much of a threat. Uh, but Danny got pretty far. They had one immunity. They might have an idol, so trying to flush it out or kill them with it is
I
very
think
valid.
Boobles' lack of winning anything is good for her. Famously, we had someone in the recent All-Star season not win like many challenges at all, but she had a great social game and she ended up winning. Of course, I'm talking about Tana. And so, we could see that with Boobles as well. We could see that, not really a challenge threat, so she falls to the back of everyone's mind. Then she's talking to people in the night chat.
Use that to their advantage, yeah.
Danny's been more outspoken. Coffee's been more outspoken. They've won challenges. They've been openly aligned. Devin has relationships with Raph and Gunny, so she might have a shield there, and with Maz. So we'll see. I think Devin's probably safe.
For now, at least, yeah. I feel like
for now, yeah.
I'm still thinking about what could have been going on between Lovely and Heck. Might be something completely unrelated, right? But there seems to be some sort of connection there, and maybe they're like actually a pair, or like maybe influential to each other, like not in a hard alliance, but it's like a point of if I don't have to vote you out, I won't. But I'm not going to necessarily vote with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So not sure. Yeah, we don't know if Maz is another idol, and although they didn't really get a lot of votes last time, some of the names that came up, I think Rafa's name came up a couple times, and who else had came up? I mean, there's a bunch of stray votes too. There's like a vote on Peck. There was a vote on Boobles.
Coffee, Danny. They've all been voted a bunch. Boobles has gotten random votes here and there.
Yeah, is that indicative of anything? Who knows? I still feel like maybe that's what the stray votes have been randomly. It's just been Heck just doing their own thing, just saying.
Justice says, "Who's left? I'm at the bar. The perks of being voted out second. Am I right?
Don't even gotta worry about.
You don't even gotta hang out. You just get to go to the bar. But if you want to check Justice, the prediction, it tells you who's eligible to be voted out. But I'll tell everyone, just for if you're listening and can't really click on the stream, Lovely, Maz, Raph, Boobles, Heck, and Danny, and Gunny has immunity. So those are your 7 people still left in the game.
Yep. Well, it's interesting looking at some of those channel points spendage now. Make sure to spend your channel points so you can earn them back.
A great segue, because one of those players will be out of the game pretty soon.
Bye-bye.
Everybody wake up. All right, communication is now closed. We are down to 7. It's funny, you guys, there was the narrative about switching to an individual game. I think 7 is the most interesting vote number, usually in most seasons. It's really one of the key opportunities you have to really swing something in the game as you kind of begin the end game. So I'm curious to see how things play out here. Gunny, congratulations on your 2nd individual immunity. How are you feeling?
I thought I was out on that second one, and then I learned how to read the word, and it kind of just slingshotted me.
I deserved it. I deserved the end one. I deserved it.
It was really close, that last one.
Well, I didn't. I put China for chance, so shout out to me. I'm probably the smartest person.
When you said it was on theme, I thought it was
I put 14 for that second one, all right? I put 14!
Unlucky really got me.
Valid, but
I thought about unlucky.
Specific words, yeah.
Yeah, I thought about unlucky, and I ended up putting a lot because I was like, okay, the fates, that's not unlucky, that's fate. So I overthought that for sure.
Dude, I'm surprised I didn't get out on the first one. Me and Boobles were having a mid-off. We could not get that word or whatever.
I can't get anything, girl.
I thought you guys did good. Actually, I kind of think I was out before Boobles because I didn't write the word you said, but didn't matter.
You did not. Yeah, you do not want to know what I picked or I typed. I added letters.
Okay, I put distance because I was like, it's on theme, and I was mafia. Distance was really in my head.
My first wrong answer was Dustin. My first wrong answer was Dustin. I just put a name. I was like, I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. That hint was so good, Lambex. Literally.
So what I guess going back to, game talk, I talked a bit about jury management at the last tribal council. I feel like in the end game you really have to be thinking about that, right? Because after this vote, there'll be 6 people left, which means half of those people will be at final tribal council and half of them will be on the jury. You're getting to the point where you have to be really selective with your eliminations and hopefully make sure you're eliminating people who will vote for you if you're at the end.
What's rough is when you've been like sandbagging and you're trying to decide when is the best, and then you have to count, right? Because you have to think about everyone else, and then sometimes you just don't have the numbers. You gotta yeet that shit. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Also, what's interesting is there's like alliances that people have known about since literally the beginning of the game that were gonna occur. And now it's at a point where there's a lot of people who do not like the fact that those alliances still exist so strongly. And I think it's gonna shake things up.
I just want to say, look what team is still fully together since the beginning. Clotho. Clotho has made it so far.
That's gang.
And we lost 2 people.
Right away.
Yeah, that's true. We haven't lost anyone since the second challenge.
Good job.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is interesting that the initial tribes are still pretty balanced, actually. There's still multiple people from every tribe, from every certain tribe in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think...
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, I think I noticed, like, because we had big enough teams, right, where it was like 5 instead of like 4, 3 people teams, right, where it was enough that as you put everyone together, then split them back out, right, when you merge and people start talking to each other, you kind of end up getting that balance where, like, if one person on one team doesn't follow them, well, they might have allied with 2 other people, you know what I mean? Like, I think that's kind of what we saw, like, up to this point.
Yeah.
I do want to say, before this vote, I do appreciate each and every one of you, and I'm happy to have made it this far with you guys.
Bro.
So pandering.
Don't do that.
So Mafia after this?
Oh my god.
I'm in.
Well, you put it that way.
And we use. Never mind.
All right. Does anyone have any last words they want to get in before we go to the vote?
Love you guys.
I would.
Just remember I have a frog on camera.
I would like to use my advantage, and I would like to steal Boobles' vote.
All right. Danny has played a steal a vote advantage on Boobles. This means that Boobles will not vote at this tribal council, and Danny will instead cast 2 votes. Everyone ready to vote? All right. Everyone go ahead and send me the name via Discord of the player you would like to vote out. You cannot vote for Gunny. Anyone else is valid. All right, I have received all of the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now is the time to do so.
I'd like to use my rod.
On who?
Myself.
All right, Raph has played the Ancient Rod. This is a hidden immunity idol. Any votes cast for Raph will not count. All right, I'll read the votes. First vote, Raph, does not count. Second vote, Raph, does not count. Third vote, Raph, does not count. Fourth vote, Raph, does not count. That's 4 votes for Raph, None of them count. 3 votes left. The next vote is for Danny. The 9th player voted out, and the 5th member of our jury is Danny. That's 2 votes, and in this case, that's enough. Everyone go to sleep.
Oh man.
But
You take a swing
that
at the
was
queen, you best not miss.
that was my that was my runner, bro. My money. I put my mortgage on this. It's
You don't go
over.
after boobles, man.
Dude, that's
Oh
true.
wait,
So
did
it
I just
looks
vote?
like
I just did the wrong thing, I think.
it looks. Oh, I think you did.
I did the wrong thing.
You can rewind it. You can rewind it. There's
Can
a way
I?
for you to. There's a way for you to fix it. I think. So yeah, crazy, 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 crazy. I think we kind of knew how many people put it on RAF. Barely anybody put it on RAF.
Did
So people
anyone
didn't
even
think
bet
so.
Danny
But the
though?
flip,
Oh,
11.
72% of
Danny was
voters.
the most. Yeah, but Danny was the most, and it was a flip.
Oh.
You guys can't even take credit because it was a flip. Don't get a big head.
I
Okay,
messed
don't
up
get
the
ahead of
prediction,
yourselves.
I know.
So that is so crazy. That is so crazy, man. Good play on Raph. We've talked kind of about Raph being there at like a potential like push point a couple times, but good on them for recognizing it and just capitalizing. I now assume, right, that Danny stole Booble's vote to push onto Raph. So that means perhaps that Raph Boobles are closer in alignment.
I'm sorry,
Because
guys. I
Danny
fucked
didn't
up.
think that that vote was gonna go that way. And then, man, wow, wow, the flip on Danny there. But I mean, yes, you fake an idol. Can you imagine if they had done that power and done the idol too? I assume you can use as many powers as you want whenever it happens, right? So, wow, if Clotho actually goes all the way to final 3, that'd be kind of sick. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of cool. Um, wow, that's so crazy. Let me catch up and see what chat room's saying here. Um, yeah, I don't know. Great job. Well done. Really well done there. Wow. Does this work? I think, yeah, there might be like a rollback thing you can do. I don't know how, but
Hold on.
yeah. Yep. I think that Danny did go for the RAF push, RAF sensing it very nicely, protect themselves, and then oof. That's really rough. That is super rough. So well done, well played. I think alliances were made pretty clear there. Danny and Boobles are not on the same team, and Danny getting at least 2 votes there, with 4 being on RAF, but 2 of them being from Danny, means that 2 other people also voted on RAF. I don't think it was Moz do the reaction. So
I don't know how to fix it.
let me see. How to fix previous Twitch prediction, Twitch poll.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Channel points predictions. To fix previous prediction that isn't resolved, you can either complete it by selecting the winning outcome or cancel it to return the channel points to the viewers.
That's if it's not resolved.
Yeah, if you make a mistake before resolution, you can also cancel the prediction. Yeah, I don't know if you can do it.
I think Lombax can give out the
points. Yeah,
the points later.
Someone just got robbed though. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's really funny.
We'll get it.
Yep.
We'll get it fixed later.
It's a learning process. Yeah, I don't see anything here. So
summary.
Cancel. What if I want to run a prediction? Come on, it's fun spectator.
All right, so
whatever. Back to the
we
game.
owe here. I have a screenshot. It's just Briston and Tunak that we got to give points to.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. What else are we looking here? Man, this game is shaping up to be pretty darn spicy. I wonder how safe Raph feels now. Right? They have lost someone who was voting against them. It was 4-2, maybe potentially 4-3, but one of those votes was stolen, so it could have been
Okay.
Pushed in the other direction.
Let me do
So who are the other voters
prediction.
on? There was 2 other voters on RAF, at least. I wonder who
Immunity.
they were. Right? Must have been like maybe Heck, maybe like Lovely. But I don't know.
Okay, but I have to say that was really funny. Sorry about the scroll, guys. That was really funny that Danny stole Boobles' vote and then
died.
didn't do anything. Like, she just threw it on Raph. So, like, was Devin working with Raph? Is that the whole thing? Like, is that why
I
that
guess.
happened? You know
And
what I
they
mean?
just
Like,
got very unlucky that Raph had an idol. Sometimes that's the way it goes, but
Devin, I mean, Boobles looked pissed too. She was like, "You're
Yeah.
voting out this guy that I want to work with." Like, they were clearly working together. You know.
But it's cracked wide open now.
Yeah.
Right? If Danny wasn't any sort of alliance, it looked like it was a 4-3 split at best, and now it's a 4-2. Who's flipping? Where are they flipping to? The girlies are in shambles. So Godspeed to everyone else who's left. I wonder. So what I'm really curious about is where Gunny lands on this vote. If Gunny pushed Ref as well, was one of the 2 people that voted on Ref, or if they were one of the people who took out Danny, because I can kind of assume maybe like Raph, Boobles would have been people to vote on Danny, but Boobles' vote was stolen, so that means there was 2 other people, so Raph +1 at the very least. Danny's not a Clotho member, right? That's like Raph. Oh, that's another thing too. They all talk about how Clotho made it in, so potentially like Lovely and Maz are also working with Raph, so it could be like Raph, Boobles, Lovely, Maz, and then it was like Danny, Gunny, and Heck, who tried to go on Raph. That's the 3 plus the extra vote from Boobles would equal 4.
Yeah.
That could
well,
be
Danny
something
got
there.
at least 3 votes, right? Because he didn't read the last vote, so.
Yeah, but I mean, if it was just like a vote on a random person, then it wouldn't have, right? Because
I think he would have read that first. So I just assume that's on Danny.
Maybe, yeah. So still 4-3.
Raph's rod is too big for the girls to handle. That's a quote and a half.
Every time when Raph said I want to use my rod, I was like, "Hey, yo, what you what you talking about there, champ?"
Right.
So, yeah, that is crazy. I'm really curious to see how we play, how the rest of the game plays out with whoever's left, and where the alliances really shake out. Does this put Boobles in a better spot, in a worse spot?
Let's see if we
Raph
can get
is
some
Raph in a
insight
better
into
spot,
that right
worse
now.
spot? Excellent.
Everybody wake up. You're down to the final 6. 3 of you will make it to final tribal council. 3 of you will be the final 3 members of our jury. It is time now for your 9th immunity challenge. This is a brand new challenge I'm trying out for the first time on this season, and it is called Decryption. In this challenge, I'm going to put up a Zoom image of a set of symbols that correspond to numbers. Below it, there will be a couple of those symbols, and your goal is to find out the number sequence that corresponds to that. Here is an example of what I mean. I went with phases of the moon for this one. So your goal here would be to translate the 3 symbols at the bottom into the correct number sequence, which in this case would be 417. In terms of the structure of the challenge, it's going to be a little different than previous ones. We're going to do 3 elimination rounds to start off with, okay? So in the first 3 rounds, the slowest player is out. Then, for the 3 players who remain, they will compete to score points in following rounds, where the first player to score 3 points will win the challenge. Make sense? Any questions?
Will they all be numerical answers?
They're all going to be this exact set of symbols. That will not change between rounds. Everyone ready to go? All right, make sure your Zoom is set to message me directly. And here is question 1. Let's see. Maz, Lovely, Gunny are good. I have some wrong answers from other people. Maz, Lovely. Yeah, Boobles is good. Hold on, let me double check this. Oh, I'm sorry, Gunny, you actually don't have it yet. I believe, yeah. Maz, Lovely, Boobles, Heck, Raph are all good. The correct answer was 536. So Gunny was the slowest to get that to me. Gunny, you are out. Here is question 2. All right, let's see. Heck, you're good. Getting a lot of incorrect answers, so let me just confirm real quick. Heck is good, Raph is good, Lovely is good, Boobles is good. Maz, you're out. This was 728. The symbols are trickier than they seem. All right, here is question 3. This one is 4625. Lovely, you're good. Raph, you're good. Boobles, you're good. Heck was the slowest, so Heck is out. The 3 of you are now going to compete to score points. So the first one of you to score 3 points or win 3 rounds will win immunity. Okay? Here's your next question. The answer is 1381. Lovely was the first to get that to me, so she scores a point. Here is question 5. Five, 6, 8, 4, 8 is the correct answer. Lovely was again the fastest, so Lovely's on 2 points. One more for immunity. Here's question 6. The answer here is 37753, and the first person to get that to me was Lovely. So congratulations, Lovely, you have won immunity. Everyone go to sleep and get ready for Tribal Council.
The good guys win again. Not to sound biased or anything, but I just think it's nice to see Lovely be excited and happy after winning a challenge. I'm human, huh? What are you gonna do? Can you blame me? But that was really cool. It was a lot of fun. I like that. I'm glad that I got to just check out at the end there. It didn't have to keep getting more complicated for me. But no, lovely, making an incredibly strong showing at the end of that game there, and potentially giving themselves a lot of threat equity, which, like, honestly, what are you gonna do at this point in the game? You kind of have to get out there. You have to get your immunities. You have to building up cred. You have to make some enemies, unfortunately, because you're not gonna win the game. Well, probably you probably won't win the game without making at least a few. And with that target on their back, and there might being some other powers or idols floating, who knows? Lovey could be in an excellent position. Like, let's see. We've got, I think, one idol from each tribe that's been played. We have a vote steal that's been played. I don't know if there's been anything else that's happened, right? So I think it's going to be a very interesting couple of tribal councils if there's still a bunch of powers in play. If not, then it'll just go the way of, the buffalo, and the weakest link will just get picked off first. Which in this case, I'm not really sure who that ends up being. Do you have any specific thoughts, PTB? If you're here, if you're eating, no worries. I know you had food coming in soon.
I'm trying to fix the prediction thing.
Oh, the
and
prediction thing?
Steed.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
No worries, no worries. I feel like the people that I'm looking at here, it's probably something like maybe Heck, potentially. I don't think Boobles gets ousted here just yet. Um, and out of the people remaining, let me take a gander actually to see who's all left. Um, out of the people remaining, potentially Gunny could be in, right? Gunny's a strong player, has gotten a couple of immunities themselves. Seems to be very adamant about playing the individual game. Maybe that'll come back to bite them now, and people will turn against them because of their prowess. So let me kind of see what's going on in chat. Everyone happy, excited for Lovely, excellent. Love to see it. What else we got here? A bunch of points. The points are everywhere. Oh, jeez. Jeez. Honesty policy. Don't vote if you weren't supposed to have won. So yeah, you guys go close it out. Looks like we're good. So yeah, there used to be able to give points a different way. I think there was a system in before, but they've changed it since then once they've like reevaluated the channel point system and everything like that to be like more tied to specific rewards. Because there was a point where you could give people like stats or some sort of like currency they could use in your streams. But looks like that's not a thing anymore. So did someone sneak in? 2 people, 3 people. Oh, 3 people are on PTB side though. Like they're giving giving
okay.
more stuff away. So
That's good.
that's fine. That's good. Yeah, that's totally fine. There, Carson. Let's go. Let's go.
I can't
yeah.
choose the outcome because I voted. So
Yeah. So it's I think there's a couple other mods floating around, right? They can figure it out. But how are you guys feeling, chat room? I know we've been talking about votes or points for a little bit, but who is your front runner now? Like, has the person that you initially wanted to win, are they still in the game? And if not, who are you going on to now? I think I'm fully on the lovely boat, the lovely train, at least for final 3, right? And I think once they get there, if they make a good case for themselves, I would not be surprised if they could take the game. Besides that, I'm thinking, well, something like Raph and Boobles, but I could easily be proven wrong. So, but I think those are my predictions for top 3. Even though there's still like another vote or 2 coming up. Let's see.
All right, so we're going to an elimination. Sorry.
All good.
Cool. All right, so sorry, I'm a little.
Yeah, you got stuff going on.
I know. Sorry,
Coffee
guys.
to Boobles. Okay, I think that's a good transition there.
Yeah, I think
I'm probably the dark horse going Danny to
I think I think Maz might be in trouble. I don't know. It might be Gunny's time.
I think it is. That might be Gunny's time as well.
There's only 6 people, right?
Yeah. I believe
Alright.
so. 6, 7. Let's see. We got
1,
Maz,
2,
Raph, Gunny,
3,
Boobles,
4,
Heck.
5, 6. Yep.
Yep.
All right.
Yerp. It's coming at Coffee from the Grave. The twist hasn't happened yet. The twist is things get reversed.
Right? Could you imagine?
I don't know. I feel like there's no way the twist. Like if we get to final 5 and there's no twist, then there's no twist. Right? That's just the way it is. Which is probably it's fine. It's been a very fun, entertaining game without a twist being present. But if I was a gambling man, I'd bet on a twist. The more unlikely it seems, the higher the payout for those odds. You know what I mean? So, Nope says 3 people. I said would it be Thrust Game, Boobles, Lovely, and Mav. But after the idol play, Raph is up there. Yep. I think there is some good equity there. That's definitely like
Yeah.
Raph
Oh,
can
actually,
ride that to the
Raph
bank when it comes to the final judging. Definitely. Right? Like that's the only successful, like truly successful idol play, right? Because like
That
Maz
was a
also like
really good idol play
blocked
because he got all the
vote.
votes.
Yeah, they got all the votes. Not only did they get all the votes, but they crushed someone who just used another power to get them out. You know?
That was crazy. Danny, come on.
So
You got to put your votes somewhere else, girl.
what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Can you imagine? Part of me thought they were gonna steal the vote from Boobles and then make Boobles vote on themselves.
No, that's what I thought was going to happen. I thought Boobles was going to vote it out.
Yeah, but
She
no.
looked pissed too.
But can you imagine?
I think
going
it's
out
I think
like
it's
that?
Gunny, Boobles, and Raph are working together.
I could see that. I'd like again. I think the outliers are like Heck. I could see Maz being in there too, though. But I also feel like Gunny is
Maz is
cooked
definitely
here.
playing a middle of the road game.
I think like Gunny's a very strong player. Everyone might notice that. Maybe they get right. Maybe it's Raph because of the flashiness. They just don't want to deal with that in a final 3 scenario. But do you have to get rid of Raph right now? Raph hasn't won a lot of single immunities, right? They've been close.
Right.
Close, but some of the players they've been
But
losing to are still in the game.
He's
so
been winning something because he got an idol.
That's true. That's true.
Where'd he get it from? So
Who gave you that? Why can't I
Yeah,
have? I wanted that.
So there's Discord challenges or something he's winning. So
That's true. So maybe that's good enough reasons. I think
Yeah.
right, it kind of sucks, right? Whenever you use the idol on yourself and you just get voted out the next time, anyways. But you gave yourself an extra day at the very least.
he
have to do
gave
something
himself more
incredibly
time to
cool.
talk, you know?
Yeah,
And
you
that's
gave
really
yourself-
all that.
And hopefully in that time you were able to convince people, right? You
Yeah.
really got to make the most out of that final moment.
So we will see.
Yeah, I'm wondering now where does Lovely lie in this, right? They have immunity. So how are they using that? Who are they talking to? What are they pressuring? Again, we still have no idea what was going on between Lovely and Heck a couple of tribal
Mhm.
counts ago. So does that mean Heck is safe for this round? Does that mean we're going to look further into Raph again? Maybe look into Gunny?
I think Lovely's dictating when things are going to happen because
I don't think-
she's
Mhm.
safe, so she's going to push it to where it's going.
Yeah, I don't think Boobles gets voted out here though. Again, because like you mentioned last time, they haven't been winning a whole lot. So maybe that gives people the confidence that if it did come down to it, they could beat Boobles later. Unless it's like the ultimate sandbag, right? Like when it matters most, Booble gets the game that they're incredibly good at. So
let me just tell you the breakdown right now. So Maz and Raph are leading our two who people think are going to get voted out.
Mhm.
Our Twitch chat finally, coming around.
seems like it. I wouldn't be surprised if they got surprised. Like the last time, right? They all voted that.
Yeah.
Let's
Dan was gonna vote.
find out. Everybody, go ahead and wake up. Congratulations, Lovely, on your first individual immunity win. Very important time to have it at the end of the game here.
Yep. Very important.
I want to ask you the same question I've asked. I forget who it was exactly, but how have you been able to like leverage being immune at this vote to make it go the way that you want, or has it been more open?
I don't. I think it's pretty open ended, to be honest. Like I don't think there's not a lot of like power with it. It just means I get to stay another day and also win another immunity challenge. So that's how I'm seeing it. And so good luck, everybody else. That's how I'm. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
How is everyone else feeling? I mean, I mentioned this at the last tribal. 3 of you make it to the end, 3 of you are on the jury. So at this point, you really have to be selective, not just about like getting to the end, but with who you want to be on the jury, right? So I think the dynamic changes a lot in the end game. If anyone wants to speak to that.
I think it's been very fun. I'm surprised at how things have really came to be. I'm surprised at who's on the jury.
Wait, this is kind of like a really good like top six.
It's definitely
This top
very
six.
hot.
This top six is kind of crazy.
Six.
We kind of manifested this low key.
Facts.
Oh wait,
I'm surprised
actually,
I didn't die in 7, but
But here you are.
Or if I
Extremely
understood
GM
the
top
pun,
6.
Raph, I might have had to pitch for that. I will be honest.
Yep.
I should vote for Rap just for putting his Nick shirt up.
God.
It's been on all day.
You didn't flex it
It
yet.
is game day. I'm watching it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think the dynamic becomes really interesting, and it sounds kind of stupid to say, but yes, like the challenges become like way more important.
Yeah,
Late in the game,
they're a lot more mentally taxing, especially later on now, right?
and
Because they're
items-
thinking about it, and their brains are already like
I mean,
melting
they've been doing
from
this
it.
for what, 6 hours?
5.
Like my fucking back.
5.5
hurts.
hours.
It really started at 4, technically. I think, or like 3, 4.
My partner actually DM'd me and said he would like you to start paying us hourly for this game continuing.
Royalties.
Pay you
I
in
hope,
Mafia,
I
Elo?
hope your stream is getting a bunch of gift subs. This is great.
Yeah, if you guys aren't subbing to the stream, like, what are you doing?
True.
If
I
you
didn't
have
even look at. I don't
Amazon
know, but
Prime, you get a free sub every
that's what
month
I'm
that you can
saying.
use.
Let's pander to Lombax for 30 seconds. And then...
Yeah, I don't know how much that's going to help you, but
Hey, if it helps you, brother, it helps all of us.
You guys already tried to bribe him. It's off the table.
He's like, no advantages right now.
Well, speaking of advantages, the window to use them is quickly closing. So I don't know how aware everyone is of this, but generally speaking, the last time that you can use most advantages would be at the Final 5 Tribal Council, which presumably would be the next one. So you only have a couple opportunities left to use them, assuming everything plays out as you would expect.
I think 3 idols are being played tonight.
Okay.
Probably.
Leave it at that.
Well,
I don't know who has them, but probably. If there were even that many. Lord knows how many died with them.
It'd be funny. It'd be funny if Zero. It'd be funny if Zero did.
Are we
That'd
ready
be the
to
most
find out?
interesting outcome.
I guess so.
Be the funniest.
Yes, Captain.
Is everybody ready to vote?
Captain.
Yeah.
All right, you know the drill. Go ahead and send me the name of the player you would like to vote out on Discord. You cannot vote for Lovely. Okay, I have received all of the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now would be the time to do so.
You can go first.
Yeah, I'm gonna play mine
On who?
myself.
All right, Boobles has played a hidden immunity idol on herself. Any votes cast for Boobles will not count. All right, I will read the votes. Our first vote is for Maz. Our next vote is for Heck. Our next vote is for Raf. 1 each for Maz, Heck, and Raf. The next vote is for Heck. The next vote is for Raf. That's 2 votes for Raf, 2 votes for Heck, and 1 vote for Maz. With 3 votes, the 10th player voted out, and the 6th member of our jury, Raf.
Wow.
Everyone go to sleep.
Evan,
rough. That's rough. Using the idol and not getting any votes.
yeah.
I
But
think 3 idols
also,
are going to be used today, by the way. Oh, I got to put the spell.
I just want to give a quick shout out to hey Bella. I want to give a quick shout out to everyone who's donated subs. We appreciate you.
Amen.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
everybody.
It's really awesome. I have to do the prediction. Don't do the wrong one. We lost Raph.
We sure did.
We lost Raph.
We lost Raph.
You know,
Rest in peace.
I think that was probably a good choice. He was it was a little dangerous going into final three. So you know that's probably I probably would have looked if I was in that game. I probably would have looked between him and Gunny. Those two are the two that if I was in there, I probably wouldn't want to face them in the final three.
Yeah, I think that's kind of similar to what we were talking about yesterday as well. So that kind of lines up. I don't know how the payout will look for that. Raph was second. People thought Gunny was going to be out first. What are you guys listening to? Us? Crazy.
Oh my goodness.
But in all seriousness, right? The fact that Gunny said they thought 3 idols were going to be played, and then Heck
Only
alluded
one.
to someone else using it first, which I thought they were responding to Gunny, and then Boobles was the only one to actually use it,
See-
and then got no votes practically,
Yeah.
right? Or like literally.
This-
So
This makes all of the other votes make sense now because all of these idols were out. Like people were afraid of all of these. That's why
There were so many
you saw
splits.
like a bunch of 2s on people because everyone was just trying not to be the one that got idled.
Well,
you
what
know?
if that was
And
the
it
twist?
ended up happening anyway, you know? That was crazy. Oh my goodness.
I
Raph
think
with
it
the
was-
rod. That's crazy.
Raph and Maz were tied there at the end too, right? They were
Yeah.
both 2-2, and then Raph went over. Crazy, very crazy. I'm trying to think of maybe that was a twist. Almost everyone got an idol.
I would
That
love
was-
to see I would love to be able to fly on the wall in all of those little like Discord conversations.
I
'cause
know.
it's gonna be really interesting once we finally get to that final tribal council and see exactly who was betrayed or who
Yeah,
they
the
think was
truth.
betrayed by everyone that they were working with. You know, if you look at it, like good chance that Danny getting voted out might have been the only pure one. It was just bad luck and circumstances, and
They
but
tried to
it'll
make a
be
play, and it didn't work out, right? Like I
didn't work out. So what was the final vote on Raph? Was it
think it was 3.
3-2? 3-2?
I think it was like 3 on Raph, 2 on Maz, 1 on Heck. Maybe that was it. Right. Lovely was immune.
Interesting.
Boobles also was immune, but I don't think they ended up getting anything.
Then who all is aligned? What is going on? Where are the alliances?
Right. Raph looked
Who
very
are my
surprised.
partners?
I think PTB and probably myself.
Mhm.
That's my mafia circle today. But yeah, no, I wonder what happened. Raph looked incredibly surprised to go over there. And Maz was the other person at the other end of the vote. So like I thought maybe they were together because they were the Clothos, right? It was like Maz, Lovely, and Raph. They're like the last 3 members of Clotho, and so I thought they'd stick
You
together.
know, and I really thought that Boobles was gonna get some votes because Lovely looked so nervous when Boobles came out with protecting themselves with an idol. Maybe she thought that Boobles was going to protect her partner or in Raph or someone else.
Can you imagine if that's the
self-present
world?
said, "Oh my God!"
If that's the world where Boobles chooses to play the item, plays it on Raph instead, which I think is a totally fair decision, seeing as Raph just had to use their own idol and is like an easy vote, kind of how we talked about, right? And is a strong player, and that also gives Boobles just as much cred for final 3 as Raph, if not more, because they say I saved him. He's here because of me.
Exactly. You
that
can
would've been
almost
sick
take credit
nasty.
for all of his play.
Exactly. Exactly. It's like that was all set up for me. So
But you never know. They could have never been aligned, and this could all be part of the greater plan for it to just be a girly pop final 3, which I would love to see.
There's been girly pops dying left and right, but we still have a chance, and I'd love to see it. I'm just glad that we got as far as we did with the people that we have. I think it's a very good crowd. How sweet of them to pander for Lombax there at the end, getting the hype train started.
Yeah, thank
Even,
you,
you
Twitch
know,
chat, for being so generous. And
we say it, they ignore us. They don't
I
care. The
know.
players say it, they're in immediately. As
Oh
long as
my
it gets
goodness.
done.
I know we've been
As long as it gets done, I'm not gonna complain.
We've been shilling out this whole time for
Thank
some
you,
gift
Rolo.
subs.
Maybe it's because PTB's running ads. Maybe that's why.
Yeah.
But what have I done? I put on the hat for you guys. Thank you, Bad Pants too, for the shout. I appreciate it.
It'll
So,
be
yeah.
I think this next immunity challenge is going to be very, very, very important. I think that there are there are some scary people on the chopping block that I feel like it's a really do or die situation, especially for Lovely and for Gunny. I think that those are the two of the scarier players, I would say, that are left in
After the
there.
performance of the previous few challenges, yes, I think
Mhm.
so. And like, what if
I
Boobles just comes out of nowhere and gets
Yeah.
immunity here,
She almost won the last one. She
Mhm.
almost
did really
won
well.
the
It was
last
close.
one.
It was like top 3, right, or something.
Yeah,
like that. So-
I think the next challenge is going to be a memory challenge. I'm just saying it. I think the next one's going to be
I
a
lost
memory
already.
challenge.
Oh no.
I lost already.
Also, I am like incredibly, incredibly impressed by all of Heck's performances so far. She has aphantasia, so she has a really hard time like mentally picturing things. And so for her to do so well in all of these challenges, I'm super, super impressed. It's like being in a color challenge, but you're colorblind. Like you're already at a disadvantage.
That's tough.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
That's the cred, the final 3 cred. Like that you play that card.
Doing all of it with
I've worked that
aphantasia.
right. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That explains a lot too, because I was looking at a few people doing that one challenge with the moon, and I could tell. I saw Heck look up and down consistently. That makes a lot of sense. They took the time and they put the work in and they got it. It's really cool, right?
So I think it'll be very interesting. I'm excited to see this immunity challenge. It's interesting having a game of Survivor where there's no like hometown visits or anything happening. Like,
Right.
unless Lombax is just gonna like pull up a Zoom and be like, "Hey, look, your husband's here." That would be.
Actually, the twist is we have your family in a dark room somewhere, and if you don't get this right, you'll never see them again.
We're gonna cut this string, and they're in danger.
The twist is they're actually all at Lombax's house right now.
Right.
You gotta choose, Batman. You only get to save one.
They thought their parents were on a vacation, but really they're in Lombex's basement.
Yay! Oh, boy.
No, but the first season, Lombax made people run around their house and bring items, and one of the things that you had to bring was a person. So this girl, Miku, literally just grabs her mom, throws her in the camera frame, and then it was so funny.
Every person that lives alone is like already at a disadvantage.
I know.
I'd have to like knock on my
what do I
neighbor's
do?
door.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I could have found like you maybe find like a figurine, something like.
That's allowed. I'd hope so.
They didn't say have to be alive. Dangerous.
That's true. Just has to be a person.
Gosh.
I don't know. I think I identify my plushies as people. I talk to them, so.
Right. They watch me when I sleep.
The majority of the Preds think that Gunny or Boobles are going to win immunity. So. see what
Interesting.
happens.
Yeah, I think Boobles has a really good chance for this one if it's like a memory game. I think that she's done really well in like the memory ones I've seen so far.
Yeah, she looks like she's doing pretty well at math too. The moon phases was a math challenge, right?
That one I think was more memory.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't pay attention to the rules because that's when I screwed everything up and I didn't know what was going on.
There was a lot going on.
But yeah, so yeah, if it's memory, she's got it on lock, which is impressive since she's running on like 3.5 hours of sleep because we were up very late last night.
Not playing Mafia. Wow.
No, playing Mafia.
Oh, okay.
I was in a lobby, yeah, and then at like 2 a.m. I was like, I gotta get out of here.
There were
You guys are
3
not
lobbies
worth me.
running.
Yes,
there was
like 3
DGens and then
lobbies.
2 over here were running. And then once DGens broke up, some of the DGens came in and filled the 2 lobbies.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was a
you
drinking
crazy
lobby
kids.
too. So
Yeah.
yeah.
not
I would have
sober.
been in a drinking lobby.
We had
That's
Pinky and Briston come in very much not sober.
I came into night chat.
Sorry,
very
ladies.
Much not sober.
Sorry, ladies.
Next time there's the drinking lobby, give me a shout. As long as it's the weekend. but it's been a while. That'd be fun. That'd be cool.
Yeah, it was a good time.
I think I am ready for the next immunity challenge.
Go.
Let's get it.
Good luck, everyone.
Everybody wake up. All right, we are down to the final 5. It is time for your 10th immunity challenge of the season. This is one that I've run a couple times before, but never with this many people, which I know sounds weird, but this is a challenge that is much more difficult the more players there are. I typically run it at 3 or 4, but we're going to try it at 5 this time. This is called Bidding Game. The way this challenge works is in each round, you will submit a bid to me for a point. Whoever submits the highest bid will have that bid publicly revealed, and they will win that point. The first player to score 3 points will win. You have a limited amount of Lombucks, let's say, that you can spend throughout every round of the game. So you'll have 100 in total. If you run out, you'll be essentially stuck bidding 0 for the rest of the game until someone else wins. So you'll need to manage your bids with that in mind. The bids will be submitted privately, so you won't see other people's bids. And I will only announce the top bid that scored the point. So if 4 people bid, 3, 4, 5, 6, and someone bids 10, all I will say is so-and-so scored a point with a winning bid of 10. However, if you do not win the point, that the money you spent to bid is still deducted. You do not keep it regardless of whether you score the point or not. Make sense?
And how many points do you have to win?
Just 3. You cannot just a couple contingencies just because people do weird stuff. You cannot bid fractional numbers or whatever. You have to bid a whole number. You have 100 in total. You can bid 0. You are allowed to bid 0 if you want, okay?
Sorry, did you say how many? Is there a limited amount of points, or is it
The first player to score 3 points will win.
Okay.
If I don't win, I lose that money, right?
Yeah,
Or do
no
I stay
matter
at
what
100?
you bid,
Okay.
your bid is always lost, no matter what.
And the goal is to have the highest bid?
Whoever submits the highest bid will win that round.
Okay.
We'll get a point.
Period.
Win 3 rounds and you win. One other minor note, I've never had this come up before, but in this situation where there are multiple bids that tie for the top amount, whoever submitted it first will get the point. Okay? So if 2 people bid 10 and 10 and everyone else is lower than 10, then whoever bidded 10 first will win it. And all I will say is again, just so-and-so scored a point with a winning bid of 10. So each round, I'm going to type go in Zoom chat, and then once I do, you can submit your bids for the round. Does anyone have any questions? All
What did we start off with again? Sorry, my bad.
No, what was that?
What did we start off with?
100 is how much each of you have in total. So you cannot exceed 100 across all of your bids. Everyone ready to go? All right, make sure your Zoom is set to message me directly. And as soon as I type go, you can submit your bids for the first round. All right, with a winning bid of 27, Heck has scored her first point. We'll go to round 2. As soon as I type go, you can submit your bids for round 2. With a top bid of 38, Gunny has scored a point. All right, same thing for round 3. With a top bid of 21, Boobles has scored a point. So Gunny, Boobles, and Heck each have a point. You ready for round 4? With a top bid of 20, Maz has scored a point.
Sorry, what are the...
Everyone has 1 except for Lovely currently. With a top bid of 21, Gunny has scored a second point. So Gunny is on 2, Maz, Boobles, and Heck are on 1, and Lovely on 0. Next round will begin in just a second. I think I'm still waiting on a bid. All right, with a winning bid of 41, Gunny has scored a third point and won the challenge. Everyone go to sleep. Get ready for Tribal Council.
Man, what a challenge there. How would you guys play that chat room? I gotta know.
So
Gotta
I've
know.
done
Because
this
I would have
challenge
done
before. Yeah, go
what'd you
ahead.
do?
Say what you would do.
I would have done 33, 0, 0, 33, 33.
So that's fine.
Maybe throwing a
but
34 in there. Like
what you
just to
should
stop
do,
people.
the optimum strategy is to play
Oh,
zeros
sorry, really
first.
quick. PTB, can you help Trubella get in the breakout room?
Oh shit, yeah.
I think she doesn't know how.
They were in here last time, but who knows? But getting it again is definitely weird if you don't have the pop-up. Yeah, I think like, or maybe you could do like 25, 25, because people were like lowballing it way more than I thought they would, and then you just go all in, right? Because you try to win twice with like low numbers, and then you just go all in. So I would have liked the 33 points one. Just do 33 once. I like doing 33 early for the idea of getting that in the mindset for other people to get them to waste their points and trying to beat my 33 by going 34, right? And then I'd go 0 a couple times to dissuade people from doing that. But yeah, I think not voting in the first couple, or like
It's
voting very lightly in the first couple. If you think most people won't vote, then I think
yeah.
that's
Augie pointed out like putting like a 33 or 34 to win the first one
Mhm.
is fine. But what I would do just to ensure is zeros until there's 2 points. Someone has 2 points. And then hit 33, 33, 34. And then you just sweep it from there.
That does sound. I mean, assuming no one does like a something crazy, right?
But Augie's right. 34, 0, 0, 33, 33 would have won.
Yeah. That's kind of what I was thinking of kind of playing. So I like that we're all got in the same heads, which means it is broken. The meta has been cracked wide open. Anyone who watches it forever, sorry, Lumbacks, dead game. We have solved it,
We'll
but
just have to rework it a little.
in
Although
all
I
seriousness, very very fun game. I like that.
I don't know what would have happened. Say if Augie and I played the same strategy.
Mhm.
He does 34, I do 0, and then he does 0, 0.
You do
And then
33,
I do
33 or
33, 33. Then we tie 2 rounds. Does he get the points for a tie?
It's
Or
whoever does it
Let's get-
faster.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, faster. Okay. Yeah.
And I mean, if you did it the way that Augie would, then you
He
would
would've
be
won.
ending.
Yeah.
Well, you would have
Something
won
kinda
because you have
crazy that I'll share with
34.
all of you is there were
34
actually
at the end. Yeah, you're right.
there were actually multiple ties in that game.
Oh.
For the top.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, it happened multiple times, which
Wow.
is crazy. Yeah.
I like that you don't announce them.
The
I
odds
like
of that are so low that they would just like
from
happen
1 to
chance.
100. Yeah.
Yeah, just pick the same number.
Because the numbers that won were like 27. There was like a 21.
21. Yeah.
40 at the last one for Gunny there. I think Gunny just
Yeah.
throwing it
All
on
in.
the table is very
Yeah.
good. And I think you have to
If
be
someone-
cognizant of that. You have to be cognizant of Gunny being able to do that too.
I
right?
mean, and someone could have just. I mean, if someone really didn't want Gunny to have immunity and they had the
and you
points, they
snipe
could have
him?
just.
Did,
you
that
could
would
just
have blown him out. Yeah, that
snipe
would've
him, and then
blown
he
him
has
out.
0 chance of getting immunity, and so do you. But at the
Unless
very
like,
least,
you just did nothing, right? If you just
Yeah.
did the zero zero
Actually-
zeros, blew a bunch, like did like 45 to get
I'm
Gunny.
not gonna lie. I think if I played that game, I'd be playing to grief. I'd be looking at who do I not want to have immunity,
Right.
rather than trying to win for myself. Who do I not want to have it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just hope your team has your back.
Mhm.
That could be,
And- yep.
depending on your position, that could be very
Pick-
strong too.
You know,
Just like one of us, and just be like, all right, I'm not playing to win. I'm playing to grief.
I was thinking about it. If I would have saw Augie do 34, I probably would have did 0, 0, 33, 34, 33, and then I would have won because he did his 34 earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So I
It's just
would
a
have beat
wild
him
card
one
of
the
like a
rounds.
random
Yeah.
player just going, I'm gonna put 50. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And, and someone personally griefing you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because I was thinking about like, what if you just keep putting zeros until someone has 2, right? Like Ringo Bell mentioned earlier, and then you start
Mhm.
playing aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
I was not sure what the meta was going to be there. If people would just,
I was very
if all of
surprised a lot of
sudden,
20s were winning, to be honest. I
Yeah.
thought people were gonna be a
Yeah,
little more heavy.
no one played the meta. I mean, the fact that like a 41 was thrown out. Oh, sorry, I forgot to pay out the prediction. Gunny won, right?
Gunny won.
Yes, Gunny did win.
All right. I gotta double check
Where
now.
does that leave us to, right? Gunny's a player whose name we've been talking about often. Good job, chat room. You got it. I think that was a tough one to judge. Like once the game came out, it was a tough one to judge who would actually win that challenge. So good job on catching that. But
It's a question of whether or not the players at this point are going to be sticking to their alliances or gunning for the biggest threat outside of Gunny. So
they're choosing who's on the jury now, right? So you have to choose like even if you decide to betray someone in case they're like kind to you in the jury, what if they ask you if you betrayed them? What are you gonna do? Lie again? I guess you could.
Yeah.
I guess you could and hope no one calls you out.
You have to think about, the mindset of the players that you're putting on there. I think some of them would take more kindly to a betrayal than others would. So you kind of have to think about like what their mindset would be going into the jury, especially if they feel like you were the one that betrayed, or that someone that they were aligned with betrayed them.
Or something.
Yeah.
Also, I think it all goes to how you sell your betrayal. Like where
Yes.
if I'm like, oh, I voted out Bella because I don't really like her and we don't get along, or I go, I voted out Rip because listen, man, you got along with everyone, you won challenges. If I'm sitting next to you, you're gonna win the thing. I want to win the thing. You know what I mean? So I have to take you out.
You have
You
to
know what I
make
mean?
them look good as
Yeah, you
you're
have to make
as you're
them feel
doing it.
good and pump up their ego.
Yeah.
Bella, I love you, by the way. I was just saying that.
He hates me. He hates
I think
No.
it's interesting to see who can get votes on here. I feel like my initial prediction goes to Maz due to they had a couple votes on them last time. And I think that if that doesn't go that way, it might have to do with Lovely finding someone else to join them if they're going to continue the Clotho thing, right?
Yeah.
And potentially people were floating around that maybe Boobles Lovely are working together. There was the whole thing on the Raft vote, right? There was 4 on there, 3 on Danny. So
And then there was one random one, right? On the raft one. There was like one throwaway.
Booble, I think it was on
Yeah.
Boobles, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Which
I
begs
still
the
don't see Heck
question.
aligned with anybody
Mhm.
personally, right? Besides like the weird Lovely thing, we still have no answer to. So
Well, and it begs the question because I feel like with a lot of like the immunity votes that I've seen so far, there's just been a couple of stray like votes like here and there. So is that someone that's like what is the like because the same thing happened with the I think it was Coffee and Raph actually.
yeah, there was like a random vote on Lovely at one
Yeah.
point, random vote on
Or
Boobles at one
no.
point. There's a random point
Yeah, there's
vote
always
on. There's like a like one on Raz and Math because there was like yeah, there was
yeah.
one where it's like the first 5 votes were each on a unique person,
Hmm.
right? So it's been a very scattershot kind of game where there has been a lot of cohesion and unity, which
Oh, it
makes
was
for
Coffee and Sam. That's what it was. And there was like a random vote
yes,
on like Lovely, and it was like, what is the purpose of that? Did someone
yeah.
throw
We
it
talked
away
like
because like,
if that vote went the other way, then it could have been like a redraw, right? And if it was a tie
Mhm.
again, then they play. So we're gonna kind of have to see how it shakes out. I think Gunny getting this immunity right now is
It's
huge,
huge
right?
for him.
Especially if they softed potentially having an idol. So if they just go, yeah, I have immunity, I'm putting idols on my team. What happens?
What are the rules for idols? You're not allowed to use them past Final Five, right? In traditional
The
Survivor?
Lombax had mentioned that most powers, and I think the wording here is very key.
Most.
Most powers cannot be used past Final Five. If
Mhm.
that's just like covering your bases, saying it like that's people have like an idea of thinking about the potential of powers going forward. But the only non-idol power we've seen was the steal a vote from Danny, right? Am I
Mhm.
missing one? Because so it's got to be more stuff. So this could be one of the most hectic votes we have ever seen, and
Well,
one
and
we've
this
ever
the
seen.
whole time we've been talking about, Final three, final three, final three. There have been seasons where it was a final two, even like the modern like Survivor era, if I'm not mistaken. Like maybe
Yeah,
that could be a
Bella,
twist.
I do intentionally mix that up season to season, but I have announced that this one is an F3 earlier.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
Okay,
I thought I
cool.
was cooking there for a second.
The twist
Yeah.
is I lied during setup.
The twist is I'm a mafia player and I never tell the truth.
Yes, I
Um,
got you all.
hey, that could be a fun gimmick for a season. Come in and
It,
everything was a
well,
lie.
yeah, as long as people know, like that's the head. It's like trust nothing, not even me, right? That could be a fun
Hmm.
one. Um, but yeah, I think this is going to be a very interesting vote, especially if everyone's with the assumption that whatever powers they have no longer work past this
Hmm.
point. We might see some that are used just for the sake of using them.
Yeah.
Um,
I think there's a
but
good chance, especially if like, because I assume that if there's an idol that can be used past like Final Five, that it's been told, like, for that like specific idol or for,
everyone would have
that
asked.
power.
I assume that
Yeah.
night everyone asked, "Hey, does my power run out?"
Yes,
Um,
exactly. So it'll be very interesting. It might be a power heavy vote like pre and post. There could be a good amount of discourse, you
yeah, the
know?
post game is going to be pretty wacky for this one.
Oh,
So
I'm excited. I'm
yeah,
excited for the drama. It'll be fun. It'll be fun.
yeah, I'm sure the players have a lot on their mind and are thinking it through very calmly, collectively. No panicking whatsoever. No
No,
last
no,
minute
no, no, no.
backstabbing. Only the
Certainly not. These are
yeah, the
these are
calm and
mafia
courteous. Yeah.
players. Like they never
Always cool under
backstab each
pressure.
other.
They don't crumble. They don't even know the term bussing. So it's fine. Everything's great. Can you imagine if there's just like a complete like surprise person shot here?
What do
Who
you
would be
think
the
would
saddest-
be I think the most surprising thing that could happen here is if everyone except for one person aligns on a vote. I think that would be the most surprising thing that could happen.
Yeah, yeah. Like if there's just consensus out of nowhere,
Yeah.
I'm gonna be very sad. I feel
What
like
if
the
there's so
people,
many what if there's so many idols that there's only one option for one person that you could yeah.
Yeah,
And it's just like, ooh, unfortunately, like
you have to die now.
yeah,
Right?
there's no choice.
I'm terrified of that because I feel like if there's one person who doesn't have an idol that's in there, it might be lovely, and
Mhm.
I'd like to see them at least for another day. You know,
Mhm.
at least for another day. So
I'm excited to just like hear all of them talk about their gameplay when they get
to final
probed
three.
by the jury. It'll be interesting
Yeah,
to hear people, you know, give speeches about, you know, all the things that have happened behind the scenes, how they've aligned with people, who they've pushed, and why. It'll be interesting. It'll be very, very fun to watch.
Hopefully there's a couple spicy questions. Hopefully this vote is a lot of fun, so that way there's even more like juice and drama lining up there. But looking at our jury so far, right, we've got Justice, Sam,
Justice?
Danny. Oh, did Justice not make it? Justice didn't make it. Sorry.
Justice
yes.
didn't make it, I don't
Yeah,
think.
Justice didn't make it. It's like
Jack,
Sam, Danny, Jack. Yeah, Jack was the first one off. Who had the ominous line of "I'm going to judge you based off of
your integrity."
integrity."
Yeah.
Yikes! Ooh.
Ooh.
All right,
So-
we're gonna get the next tribal council underway.
Let's get our next jury member.
Everybody can go ahead and wake up. Okay. Final five. This is a very critical moment in the game. You know, you only have 2 more players who are going to be added to the jury, so you have to really think about who can you not beat, right? Is probably a big factor here. Who do you want on the jury who might advocate for you? And then you also have to factor in that this is, traditionally speaking, the final time when most advantages can be played. So it's usually a pretty eventful tribal council. It's a good one to be immune at, I would say. So again, congratulations, Gunny, on your 3rd individual immunity.
Thank you.
Any plans you want to share for us at this stage?
I was safe tonight either way. I do have a hidden immunity idol that I've had since the start of the game, with the code in our first tribes chat. Or no, that was the rod. I don't have that one anymore. I have something else, the thread of fate or something. I don't remember what it's called. Ancient thread. That's what it's called.
All right. If that's true, it sounds like you would have a lot of power at this tribal in determining who would be eliminated.
Yep, we'll see who I use it on.
How does everyone else feel about that?
I also won the code challenge and got the ancient shears. So I'm glad apparently all of the idols just had the word ancient in them, huh?
I don't know. I don't know if mine did or not. That was something spindle.
I think
That was
it had
spindle.
thread. Yeah.
That was spindle.
Ancient spindle or
It
something.
might have been an ancient spindle. That would make sense.
I haven't won a single one of those, so
It's kind of funny that we have three people who won those challenges in here though.
Yeah.
Okay,
Now
the
think about
funniest
it.
thing is you guys had a code at the top of the.
yeah, it was just sitting there. It was like marinating.
Oh, I
Yeah.
spammed it to my group like 100 times. I thought we were playing the game already. I genuinely didn't know what it was.
Yeah, I saw it in there. I was like, that's weird, but like I didn't even think about it. And then when Lavak said that, I was like, oh, I see it.
Well,
yeah.
it's been a really fun game.
I think it's really interesting, and I
It's
think
almost over.
I think the interactions in the last 2 or 3 rounds, like not including this one, are gonna have a big play on who wins late.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say from a mod perspective, I usually tend to have a good sense of who I think like the front runners are, and I feel like I do not this season. So I'm interested to see how Final Tribal Council goes.
Oh yeah.
Is that after this? Sorry, I don't know if that's.
There's
one
going to
more
be
challenge.
No, there's gonna be one more.
There's going to be a
Okay.
final 3 this season.
Gotcha.
All right. Well, should we get down to business here?
Yeah.
Guess so.
Is everyone ready to vote?
Uh,
All right, let's do it. Go ahead and send me the name on Discord of the player you would like to vote out. All right, I have received all of the votes. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you want to play it, now is your final opportunity to do so.
Taking mine home for a souvenir.
I would not like to play one since I yeeted it in the first vote.
All right, in that case, I will read the votes. The first vote is for Maz. The next vote is for Lovely. And the next vote is for Heck. 1 vote each for Maz, Lovely, and Heck. 2 votes left. The next vote is for Maz. The 11th player voted out, and the 7th member of our jury, Maz. Everyone can go to sleep. For the 4 of you, as you're heading off, I will just let you know there is 1 more immunity challenge left in this game. 1 more player will be added to the jury, and then we will do the final tribal council.
Would you look at that?
Wow. All of those immunity idols softed, and none of them played.
No powers at all.
None.
No
None.
powers at all. So did a bunch of people just die with powers? Like they just got them, just never used them?
Or use them early, potentially.
I
Like,
don't remember really any other game. Like, yeah, like let's
People
see.
people went out with idols.
It seems like
Let's
something
see.
definitely
Heck used
happened.
an idol. Raph used an idol. Gunny had
Maz
an
used an
idol.
idol.
Devin had an idol.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So it's like 5? And
Maz
then
used
Danny
one
had to
too.
steal a vote.
Yeah, Dan had to steal a vote.
Oh,
There must have been at
Maz
least
had an
one
idol.
more.
Yeah.
There should have been at least one more like steal a vote or something, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, and so I guess in that sense, like Gunny and who is Gunny aligned to? Like, what are the alliances that have
Devin.
formed
Well,
here?
let's look
Just
again at the
Devin?
votes, right? Heck got 1.
Mm-hmm. Lovely got 1.
Lovely got 1, right? And then 3 on
on
Maz.
Maz.
So clearly there was 5 people and 2 of them were voted separately. So there's like a group and there's 2 wild cards. I'm guessing
Yeah.
Maz is one of the people out.
Out.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm assuming maybe they went on I think they would rather go on Heck than on Lovely, who was one of their original tribe members.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then also I feel like Lovely's heart at the end there was extra pained because they knew kind of what happened.
Yeah.
So then who is the other person that's gone in the wind? Is it also Heck? And we're looking at Lovely Gunny Boobles. I feel like I don't know if that alliance sticks all the way due to how strong Gunny has been playing this entire game. You know?
I think
Like,
that Gunny may have been leading his alliance, but he might be the first one to that they'll turn on.
There's no more idols, right?
No more
Wombat said
idols.
this is the final opportunity. So Gunny, I hope you know, for your sake, you can win.
Gunny has to win.
He has
win the
to.
next challenge.
He has to win, and if it's not him, I would expect to see Lovely going out next.
Yeah.
And
if Heck wins, that'd be something else too, right?
I would love to see an all-girls final 3. I'm just putting that into
I would
the
listen.
ether.
We have been
Talking about
championing
it.
that
Yep.
all season long. We were hoping there was a girls' alliance. We were sad when
mean-
some of the girls started going, but we understood. Coffee had to go.
Well, and oh yeah, she was a fierce competitor. She was scary, and especially in like those immunity challenges. But yeah, right now there really can't be a girly alliance. Like that tribal council would have gone completely differently if it was Gunny and Maz that were on the outside. So one of the girls is on the chopping block, and it's a question of whether they stick to their alliances or if they start infighting. And honestly, even if Gunny wins the next immunity challenge, There's no guarantee that the girls don't
Yeah.
If you
start
could,
fighting.
yeah, if there was ever a moment to like, if Gunny doesn't win here, right, they could easily flip.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's such like a nice story, and it's been talked about so much here that I'm sure it's been talked about in the game as well. That it's like, well, the girlies gotta stick together for the last one. Gunny is very powerful, won a lot of immunities, strong player. Um,
Yeah.
I think what I would like to see happen
they held their
is
idol too. So
yeah, well that's the thing. So Gunny has to not win this immunity, right? Like Devin needs to win it, and then Gunny needs to get voted out, and then, Devin might win final three, you never know.
You never know.
I think it's time
so-
for this next challenge.
Let's
let's
go.
find out how it shakes out.
All right, final 4 of the Hermes tribe. Let's wake up. It is time for your 11th and final immunity challenge. The player who wins this challenge will guarantee themselves a spot in the final 3. They will be certain to have a chance to address the jury and a chance to win the game. For the other 3 of you, won't be quite so simple. One of you will be out just before that point and come just short and be the final member of our jury. If you want to secure your spot at Final Tribal Council, the only way to do that is by winning this challenge. One other just thing I do need to address. In my series of Survivor games, this is only the 3rd time ever that a player has won 3 immunities in the same season. Slime did it once in Season 5. In Season 3, Stormslide won 4 individual immunities. If Gunny wins this challenge, he would tie Stormslide's record for the most individual wins. We'll see how it plays out. Your final immunity challenge is a brand new challenge. It is called Word Blocks. In each round, I'm going to put up an image on Zoom again with blocks containing letters. Your goal will be to unscramble them to form a hidden phrase. This challenge is thematic in the sense that all of the hidden phrases have something to do with this season's theme in some way. It might be kind of loose at times, but you'll see what I mean when you see them. Let me give you an example of what this looks like. Oh, sorry. I didn't switch my background over. There we go. You're going to get something that looks like the top row here and have to rearrange it into something that looks like the bottom row. So by reordering the blocks, you will find a hidden phrase. So the answer to this one is test phrase, as it says in the bottom, but I'm not going to give you the answer in the actual questions. I'd probably recommend pinning my camera. I know it's very bright white, but probably your best bet would be to pin it for this one. You are playing to 5, so the first player to score 5 points will win the final individual immunity of the season and be guaranteed their spot at Final Tribal Council. Does anyone have any questions before we begin?
It's all phrases, right? That's what you said. It's gonna be like
Yeah,
you put them
phrases
in
or
word.
words. But
Okay.
yeah. It could be a single word. Everyone good to go? All right, let me get the first question up. Make sure your Zoom is set to message me directly. Here's question 1. Sorry, I was just taking some notes really quick. The answer here is in the cards. The first person to get that to me was Gunny, so Gunny has scored a point. Here is question 2. This one is Good Omen. The first person to get that to me was Lovely, so Lovely scored a point. Gunny and Lovely each on 1. Here's question 3. The answer to this one is Fortune Teller. The first person to get that to me was Lovely, so Lovely has scored a 2nd point. Lovely on 2, Gunny on 1. Here's question 4. The answer is Lucky Numbers. Unfortunately, Gunny, I cannot take that with the typo, so Lovely was the fastest to get the correct answer to me. Lovely has scored a 3rd point. Here is question 5. The answer here is palm reading. Lovely was again the fastest, putting her on 4. So Lovely is on 4, Gunny is on 1. You're playing to 5. Here is question 6. The answer here is horoscope. Boobles was the fastest, so she's on the board with a point. Lovely is on 4, Boobles and Gunny are each on 1. Here is question 7. The correct answer here is branching paths. The first person to get that to me was Lovely. Congratulations, Lovely. You have won the final immunity challenge of the season. Everyone go to sleep and get ready for final, well, not final tribal council, but for your last normal tribal council.
We're so back.
Huge.
We're
Huge.
so back.
Huge. Oh, man.
We're so back.
Lovely pulled that one out.
And I think it was close too, right? Because Gunny was at what, 4?
2. He was at
2?
2. It was not that close.
I misheard that. I thought it was way closer than that.
No, it was Lovely. It was before she won, it was 4 to her, 2 to Gunny, and I think 1 to
That
Booble.
must be what I heard. And I just...
Yeah.
No,
she
cooked.
Cooked. That was a really fun one. I had a fun time like with that challenge. I thought it was a
I definitely
really
would
good
not have
one.
won that. I think I was gonna be bad at that. But
yeah,
excellent. My vindication, my pivot into who would make it is looking pretty good now. I think what was my initial top 3? My top 3 prediction from before was Boobles, Lovely, and maybe I had Raph in there too. I don't remember, but I think I had Boobles and Lovely there. Not sure if Boobles will make it. We'll see if they can make it past this elimination phase. But man, I think this is the
Gunny
best possible world for us.
Gunny might be dead in the water unless he has like unless there's some power that someone's gonna use to save him.
There are no more powers.
That is true.
No more powers.
Here's the thing too. I think that it's funny that like Lombax's clarification of if Gunny wins this, they will have tied for the most in one individual. Accidentally buried him if he didn't win. I think that would, like they're so buried. Like anyone who's on like still in the game is just like that's like crazy cred. That's crazy cred.
Yeah. So okay, someone was smart. Everyone's putting their money on Gunny. I'm just saying, if something happens and Hacker Boobles go,
Also, like here's the thing too.
You could win a lot of money.
If no one bets on anything else, you don't get any money back, right?
Well, there's at least a vote on Boobles now, but there's
once 1,000 split between how many people?
Well, and here's the thing is that like you never know because Gunny's won a lot of immunity challenges, but maybe he's been more in the background with like figure or with in his own alliance or gunning to get people out. And so just because he's won a lot of immunity challenges doesn't necessarily mean that he is the biggest threat. There's all of these things happening behind closed doors
That's true.
that like we could have completely the wrong outlook on who's actually the most dangerous players going into this final immunity challenge or going into this final tribal council. The only thing that's for sure is that Lovely has made it to the final 3.
Let's go.
Yeah, which I'm
Let's
excited
go.
about.
Girly
So
gang. Girly gang.
who would be Lovely's partners, I guess, on the jury? Who do you think
on the
would
jury?
yeah.
Maybe members of their original tribe,
Mhm.
because a lot of those people got eliminated late, right? They lost 2 people early in Justice and
Jack.
Jack. Yes, but Jack is actually on the jury, right?
Yes,
So
yeah.
that means they only have 1 member of theirs who isn't on the jury. But I guess the other teams also have a lot of their members, but I
Mhm.
feel like they would ride it out, right?
So it
I feel
was
like they might have Jack's votes because of that. Also, I think they played, as far as I can tell, a pretty honest game with winning these immunities and things like that. So that could be in their favor. Um, Depending on if they had other alliances, right? Maybe like Raf. I'm not sure.
yeah, because it was what 4-3-3 going into the merge. So there must have been shakeups in there. You cannot stick to those to those lines that were drawn as the game was beginning. So, even though people may have been aligned on the same tribe, going into the merge, that doesn't mean that they stay there. We have
Yeah.
seen time and time again that, you know, people's allegiances because of like where they were put initially tend to crumble, I would say, to their allegiances outside of the game. And you've seen that in countless seasons of Survivor, especially ones that have a lot of like returning members.
I have a question from the chat. Who do you think will be put in the tiebreaker if there is to be a tie?
Ooh.
To clarify, just for anyone watching this, I do
It's
not
not
do
fire
forced. I don't do like a forced fire making equivalent like they started doing in relatively recent seasons. This is just a normal vote at Final Four. If it does tie 2-2, then there will be a tiebreaker, challenge if it's unresolved.
Yeah, that's where.
Yeah.
I think the tiebreaker is probably like Gunny Heck, right? I
Mhm.
think it's,
Right.
I think it's likely to maybe see Boobles thrown in there too, to be honest, I guess. It just depends on who the other players think they can beat in a final 3 more, or can get more cred from in the jury more,
Mhm.
I just think Gunny's always in there, right?
Yeah.
Again, from the sake of how do you, like, Gunny seems like a person who's prepared to win final
Yeah.
3. And
Mhm.
they have the stuff to back it up. It's like, what have you been doing? It's like, have you done an idle play? Who did the idle plays? Right? Gunny could have done another idle play. Right? I'm thinking of the world where, what if Gunny had saved Maz with their idle? Right?
Yeah.
That would have been insane.
Well, and then it would have been extra crazy because it would have been Heck and Lovely that probably would have been up on the chopping block, and they would have had to
Right? What was the
pick
votes?
between those
It
two. It was 3-3-1-1.
Yeah, and so it would have been another vote. I think Heck loses if it's between Lovely Heck.
I
But
don't
who knows?
know.
Because Lovely was winning a lot of games. So again, maybe
Yeah.
people.
I mean,
look at
ultimately, up until this point, it's you're building your resume to go to the final 3. So the smart thing is to get rid of the person that has the most impressive resume, so that you have the best chance. Yeah, I don't know. It
It's
could have
interesting
been
at that point, because if you eliminate the people with the best resume in terms of plays, then what it comes down to is your relationship skills that you had outside of the game, and not just winning immunities and stuff like that. So you're gonna have to keep a lot of stuff in mind. Like if you want to take out the strong players because the resume building, you have to realize what's your angle then, right?
Yeah.
How are you still winning the game?
So I find it very interesting that in Final Five they went with Maz over Lovely. Whatever that alliance would have been. So I feel like that means that most likely, if there is an alliance of 3 that's still alive, it's Gunny, Boobles, Lovely, more so than it would be Gunny, Boobles, Heck.
That's the thing. Yeah, I think Heck is on the outside. Heck has mentioned a couple times that they're free agents. Nicholas, the only person we've seen that kind of had anything going on with them is, again, Lovely with the weird like picture thing. But that's kind of seems like a whole lot of nothing now, right? Nothing's come out of that. We'll find on post game perhaps, but it'll be an interesting set of votes and a very
Let's see how they go.
interesting final three.
Let's see.
Everybody wake up. All right, it is time to vote the last player and the final member of the jury out of this game. Congratulations, Lovely, on winning the final immunity. It will not be you. Where do you stand right now? Do you have a clear idea of what you want to happen here?
I just want to have fun, and I think we're about to have that. So I'm very, very excited, and I'm so happy. I think this game is going really well. I think everyone played really well. And yeah, so I don't know. I don't really have a state of the game. I think these people were kind of like the goats in today, so there's just no way like Gunny gets almost four wins and then immunities, and then Heck is playing a really good game. Booble's played a really good game. Like, when we're talking about things, it's like you can really see why they made it this far. So
I'm curious
it's
if any
exciting.
of you, kind of going off of that, have any insight into what you think this jury is going to value. Are they going to value challenge performance, a strong social game, strategy, some combination of being a well-rounded player? Are they going to be bitter? What do you guys think the jury thinks right now?
I think the jury should respect the game. I think we played really well, just socially. I mean, we made it this far, and none of us, not. I think Heck is the only one that had more than one vote throughout the whole game, at any point. So it's like,
Outwit, outlast, outplay.
yeah. So
Yeah, I would say it's been a very fun deception game from my PoE. It's been quite a wild ride. I think everyone here has played really, really well. I'm so proud of all three of you, actually.
Gunny, Boobles, do either of you want to weigh in at all before we continue?
I think promises that were made and alliances that were made at the beginning of this game and rode all the way through the game are about to be broken. So I'm prepared for that.
This was my final four, day one.
True. It was.
Well, that makes things tough because you want all to be taking the next step. So
I wasn't looking that big. I only did a final 3, 2, 1.
all right. Does anyone have any last things they want to throw out before we go to the vote?
Love y'all. Good luck.
All right, let's do it. Go ahead and send me on Discord the name of the player who you would like to vote out of the game. You cannot vote for Lovely. All right, I have received all of the votes. No more advantages left, so I will read the votes. Our first vote is for Boobles. Our next vote is for Heck. The next vote, Heck. The 12th player voted out, and the 8th and final member of our jury, Heck.
Oh my god.
For the other 3 of you, go to sleep and get ready. Take a couple minutes for final tribal council. Think about what you're going to want to say to the jury and how you're going to make your case to win them over.
That was ambitious.
So we were wrong.
Well, the thing is, right, like I said, right, if there was a tiebreaker, like Heck and Gunny, but I didn't see the fact of Gunny making it through that because, again, I don't know how they will spin all the success Gunny has had into a positive for them, you know?
I think that they're gonna have to take away from his, powerhouse abilities in challenges and, have to really showcase the social side of their game, and ultimately that is more important, I think, than winning immunity challenges. Is you really, to win Survivor, you have to show that you put the right people on the jury, and why, and be able to justify everything that you did, and show that you were the one that was responsible for it, even if it meant that someone was getting out. Um, so wow,
They
I
had the chance to do the girly pop top three. It did not come to fruition.
I
I think
know.
Boobles was very surprised to make it through. They talked about how this was their top four, they talked top threes, but something broke in there. Now, obviously, it looks like there was a lot of deception this game because almost every
Yeah.
player admitted to it, except for, I guess, Boobles kind of didn't. Boobles thought the separate story that they had like an alliance going. They thought they were going to get betrayed. But, I think Lovely kind of admitted that they had been playing deviously and sneakily. So did Heck, right? Gunny said the words. Um, and I think that means they're all going to have something to provide when it comes to
I think
talking to
so
the
too.
jurors.
Especially saying, like, Booble's saying that ominous sort of phrase that, our we've had alliances throughout the game, and they're about to be flipped on
Broken.
their
Yeah.
head and broken. So it's like, hmm,
Carson said my
why?
gambling advice didn't work. My gambling advice has always been to keep gambling.
Hmm.
So as long
You
as you're
might
still
you might make it
gambling,
big.
then you might make it big. Uh,
Exactly.
to be honest, I put two people in there, and one of them did go. One of them did go. So
I know I got a screenshot of someone who I guess went all in and doubled their 60,000 channel points. So
get that bread.
I know.
Get that
Well,
bread.
yeah, he's also a known heck op.
That's hilarious. I
Yeah.
love that.
So if just for context, Heck is the president of the Wyan Hater Club.
I see.
Yeah, so Wyan
I
had
see. I
to
see.
do some justice there.
Sometimes being a hater pays off.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I hope for myself is that I can hate so passionately that it puts me up in good fortunes forever.
That's
But
how I get through work every day. Like
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Spite. What a good motivator to be alive.
Oh
Um,
yeah, like hold on, I got one. I am surviving purely out of spite.
that's hilarious. I would have my water bottle out, but it's filthy, so I have to go clean it after this. But yeah, mine have a bunch of sad clown and sad frog shit on it, to be honest. Sometimes it'd be like that. I thought I was getting voted out. I thought it was over for me there. Um,
Sorry, I should know
yeah,
better. Mafia
yeah.
PTSD.
Actually, I didn't even
Gulp.
do anything. I was towny. I was towny. This is gonna be a very interesting final three, I think. I'm really looking forward to seeing how, like, what Boobles has to say,
Mm-hmm.
and how Lovely is going to talk about their, off-screen gaming, right, and their connections. Gunny doesn't have to say a lot more than I'm kind of that fucking goat, right?
I've kind of just been dominating.
Yeah,
So
yeah. You
it'll
know
be
why I'm here,
yeah,
right?
it'll be well, actually I don't know why he's here.
That's true. Like
You
that's
know,
that's what they consider true thing.
I'm curious about what about Heck made them feel like she was a better vote there. What about her
And
made her
Gunny or Boobles, right? There was one on
yeah, what
Boobles,
about
right?
what
So
about her made her so much scarier? Yeah, because Gunny didn't get any votes.
yeah.
Like what no one was scared of him. Like no one cared about him winning challenges. So there has to be more that's
Maybe
happening in the
maybe
background.
maybe like Gunny and Heck are at odds, and they think that that's a vote that won't go towards Gunny. Like,
Or, maybe Gunny is like the Russell Hantz of this season who made promises that he didn't have to. And they came back to bite him in the butt. We've seen that
yeah.
before. Because ultimately it is a game of deception, but if you're riding high, your alliance is like,
Yeah, but if
doing
if you
well, there's
can
no reason
win,
for you to
if you can win in spite of that, and
yeah.
besides deception, you get a lot of credit.
Hmm.
Right? Because like it's a lot harder to do, right? I think
Yeah.
it's a lot harder to play an honest game
Hmm.
than it is to play one that's incredibly like selfish and self-preserving, but
it's a fine line
whatever
of
gets you there. Whatever
yeah,
gets you there.
you know, it's a fine line of making the moves you need to make without pissing everyone off. So who knows? Maybe everyone hates Gunny.
We'll see. I don't know. It's been a great game so far. Thank you guys all for hanging out. All like looks like 72 of you. Thank you guys for hanging out. Appreciate you. You know, this happens because Lombax is nice enough to put it together, take some time, but I'm sure that your presence and your gift subs and your excitement and your contributions help keep it going and help make it a reality.
If you
So,
have not already, please drop Lombax a follow.
At the
When he
very
is
least.
not, at the very least, when he is not doing Survivor, he's usually streaming like 9 hours of Among Us a day, or Among Us, Mafia a day.
Old
which-
habits die hard.
Which, honestly, the fact that he found the time to put all of this together on top of the amount of Mafia that he plays and working is just really, really, really impressive. So,
My hat's off.
If I
much
had a
love,
hat-
brother. Now here, I'll just give you that.
yeah,
That's
thank you,
fine,
thank you.
But what a sick game. What a great time.
It's gonna be exciting. I cannot wait for the jury to come in and ask their questions. I'm
I
hoping
am-
that they get some spicy ones in there. I would love to hear what their opinions are, because I assume that the jury gets at least some amount of insight into, you know, the gameplay that's happened. So even just from hearing the perspective of the people that have been since voted out. So it will be it'll be interesting. It'll be spicy.
I'm like really looking forward to any specific insider tidbits that Lombax has. About like where the powers went, you know, what
I
happened,
usually
what was
mention
going
this a
on,
little
so,
later, but
yeah.
I do go over. I do like a debrief, I guess, if you want to call it that, just a breakdown of everything going on in the season, like at the end. So, but that'll be
Make
after
sure you
everything
guys stick
is
around,
said
yeah.
and done. Yeah.
There's
Yeah, I
more.
wanna
There's
know-
more to be had.
I want to know who died with an idol in their pocket, or if they was
Or
it
the
was it
voting
Au-
power.
Yeah, or was it Ozzy that like died with like 2 idols in his pocket? There's one
This
guy,
is James.
James. Yeah,
That's depressing.
yeah, not one but
I-
2 idols.
I'm very excited to see this final tribal. I'm rooting for my girl Devin. It's been
You've
a
had
blast.
you've had them pretty high up the whole time.
Thanks.
Right?
Thanks,
think,
Rip, for hanging out.
I think
Yeah,
we're ready
thank
to
you
start
guys,
it.
too.
Thanks, Bella, for closing it out with us.
Let's get this bread.
All right. Final 3, please wake up. Jury, please wake up. I believe they are all here. Robin, I do really appreciate the cameo, but unfortunately you are not on the jury, sadly. But shout outs to Robin. Okay, I think everyone's here. Yes. All right, so here's the structure of this. In a random order, each of the 3 finalists are going to get 1 minute to make an opening statement to the jury. I'm going to be strict about cutting you off after a minute, okay? Because historically, Final Tribal Council has gone a lot longer than I wanted to. So I'm going to give you your minute, make your opening statements in a random order. Then the jury will, in a order I've predetermined that is not the order they were voted out, it's more of like a content order, they will get to address you. They'll have the floor for a couple minutes. They can make a statement towards any of you, or they can ask any of you a couple questions if there's anything they need to clarify before they make their decision. After that, there will be 1 minute for each of you for closing statements, again in a random order, and then they'll vote for a winner. With that said, Boobles, you were randomly selected to go first, so your 1 minute to address the jury starts now.
Hey guys. I don't know what to say. I think I played a pretty honest game. I don't think I fucked over any of you. Raph, don't look at me like that. I think my alliances were strong. I think honestly, I voted the same person like 60% of the time this game. So, yeah, I think most of you who were in my group chats and in my alliances know that I played an honest game. I didn't turn on any of you. So, God, this is a long minute.
If you're done, you can cede the time.
Yeah, the people who know, and that's all I want to say.
All right, Lovely, you're up next. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, I just want to say I'm pretty sure I think I played a solo game. I definitely had alliances with people. But I think I kind of marched to the beat of my own drum in this game. I think I definitely made decisions that were based on my personal preferences. I hope that you see that as more of a confident player than somebody just relying on people the whole time. I also think I won a few challenges like by a milestone. So if that counts for anything, I think that also should be taken into consideration. I kind of stomped like two big challenges, and then I also really think my votes were indicative of my thought process in the whole game as a whole. And so, yeah.
All right, Gunny, you're up.
All right. First, I'm going to talk about my perfect voting this entire game. Kawa, Jack, Sam, Rocker, Coffee, Danny, Raph, Maz, and Heck. I all voted for them when they were voted out. Um, I had no votes on me the entire game. I know there was votes on the other two throughout the game, but the only vote I won on me this game is yours. I had 2 immunity idols, and I also won 3 immunity challenges. So when tribes were announced, I did think Boobles and I were kind of fucked because the other 3 people on our tribe were in a ranked Among Us Discord together. So I thought both of us were going to be voted out pretty quickly, but we were able to quickly flip it onto Kawa. And then when we merged at 11, our alliance of Rocker, Coffee, myself, and Boobles brought in Lovely and Heck, which gave us a 6-5 majority against the other 5. We all voted together for the first couple votes pretty strongly. And then I ended up
I
joining.
am going to have to cut you off there.
It was perfect, though.
Raph, you're up first to address the jury.
You're muted.
Devin, when I handed you my immunity idol,
Yes.
who did you vote for?
Oh, God. I can just want me to say my votes in order?
No, I just want to know if you voted on me, that's all.
I didn't know, not once.
Not once?
Not once.
Did you not vote on Heck?
No, I voted on Heck. Which one are you talking about?
On 6.
The one where you voted Maz.
Oh,
And
I
then-
did vote on Maz, yeah. But he didn't die, so. But I also thought that the votes were gonna go a lot differently than they did. So, and I had the idol, so I
Gunny,
just played it.
Yes,
were
sir.
you leaking info that I handed you to Heck?
For the most part, yeah. They were my alliance before you and Maz, and I rode with them all the way.
I see.
Okay.
You're good, Raph? All right. Coffee, you're up next.
Okay. I just have one question and I want all 3 of you to answer. I'll just go a brief synopsis. What was your biggest strategic play to sway votes in your favor?
I'll start. I don't think I tried swaying votes at all, to be honest. I think I literally told people I'll vote this, and then sometimes I didn't vote that because I was like, that's uncomfortable. So I was like, I really did vote. Like if you look at my vote, I don't have my votes with me, but my votes were very like not always with the same people all the time. So I don't think anybody really swayed my votes, and I don't think I really swayed anybody else's votes either, to be honest.
Go, Gunny.
I think I swayed Raph and Maz to align with me, and I proved that trust by giving Raph the ancient rod, which he used correctly to get Danny out. So I used their votes to kind of projectile me a little further. And then when Raph told me that he would give his idol to Devin, I had Heck and Love vote Raph with me because he was a challenge threat.
I voted with my alliances the entire game. If you were in like, well, I think everybody knows what group chat they were in with me. And if we said we were voting somebody, I voted. The only time I ever went astray was on Moz. So I voted with you every time, Coffee.
Coffee, are you good? All right, next we're gonna go to Rocker.
Okay.
Oh God.
Devin, not voting for your alliance members is not the same thing as voting with your alliance members. Your vote directly resulted in both me and Raph going home.
Okay. Well, I thought Heck was going home that day, to be completely honest with you. So, like, I voted on Heck. I did not vote on Roth.
No, you voted on Maz, which is why Raph went home.
I understand that, but Gunny and I had talked about it before, and we agreed that we were going to vote on Moz. So that's why I voted. Gunny flipped, not me.
Sure. I mean, you're still. What did you tell?
Heck would have been out if Gunny voted with me.
It would have been a tie, and then it would have gone to a
And then
challenge.
it still would have been on Heck. We weren't voting Raph out. I wasn't voting Raph out.
You and Maz would vote Heck. Me and Love vote Raph, and it just goes to a 2v2 or a 1v1 challenge.
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Okay. Sure. Anyways, I think other people have made my vote rather. I think my vote is rather definitive, but I do want to just say one thing. I feel like the game of Survivor was not exactly played today. It was more a game of what connections you had before the game, which rubs me the wrong way. And there's not really a way for me to resolve that with this particular final three. But I wanted that to be put out there.
So, can I talk or no?
Sure.
So, when we merged, I was getting constantly told that you were constantly in like Danny's messages, and I knew you guys had prior existence to each other. That's what I was told. So that's by Heck. So I took that knowledge, and that's why I flipped on you, Rocker, because I didn't know how far you would go with me. And I went with the people that I knew from prior, and it's unavoidable unless you have 15 complete strangers.
I have played these types of games. I've played Minecraft Survivors and Discord Survivors since 2017. It's definitely not unavoidable. There are definitely ways to avoid it. I'm not saying that it's not. I mean, hey, it worked, right? You're there, I'm not. But it definitely is avoidable. So I disagree with you on that. I'm done.
All right, next we're gonna go to Danny.
Hi guys, good job all of you. I have a question that's like specific to each person. I'll just start with Lovely. I'm just kind of wondering, like, what was your thought process when you decided to flip and vote with me? But I know I got voted out that round, but what made you want to vote with me?
If I'm gonna be honest, I just didn't think you were, I don't want to say a threat, but it was more of like, I agreed with how you were like talking about the game at the point of the stage, and also I'm a paranoid player, and I think if I'm a paranoid player, I go with the person that I think has no teammates. You know what I'm saying? Because it means that you're also kind of in the same boat that I'm feeling. Whether or not that was really how I was in the game, it's just how I felt. So I think I go with you there. So it was my win con at that moment in time.
Okay. For Devin, were you at any point actually willing to work with me on that behind the scenes duo alliance I suggested?
Oh yeah, at the beginning. But then once all the information starts coming in from the other groups and other people that you were talking to, the lines get blurred. But I never voted for you, so.
If you want, you can talk about specifically like what info made you decide not to work
Oh,
with me.
God, girl, this game's been going on for
I know.
18 million
I mean,
hours.
it's just a question. You don't have to answer if you don't know.
It was a lot. I mean, there was a lot of leaguers. Like, I think everybody that you were in alliance with, told on you, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, speaking of that, this is something I'm very interested in because I was hearing after the game people saying they heard things that I never did. So speaking of Gunny, why did you insinuate to Maz that I had ordered a push on him?
I did not.
You didn't?
I did not message you at all this game.
Correct. Do you know anything about that then?
I do not know.
Interesting. Okay.
I think that was through Heck, probably.
Are you good? Danny, you're done? Okay, next we're gonna go to Sam.
So I think the three of you played this game very, very differently. Lovely played this in a solo route, winning a lot of challenges, gaining immunity in a lot of key points to survive some votes that may not have gone her way. Gunny manipulated things socially behind the scenes to make sure that he was always on top in terms of the. That being said, he still did play the game well, and he still won 3 immunities throughout the game. And Boobles was, in my opinion, it was like a, it was like the two extremes are lovely in Boobles. Who one was playing a social deduction game, one was playing pretty much puzzles, and then there's Gunny in the middle. I'm not really, don't really have any questions for you because I think my interactions with all three of you were pretty minimal this entire game, and I don't think there's anything that you guys could say that would that would change my mind. I'm kind of monologuing if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, so you're good, Sam? All right, Maz, you're up.
Well, great game. I had a lot of fun playing this. This is really cool. But I've been wondering because I kind of started figuring things out. I think the round Raph was voted out, and I started doing math, right? And I started doing like, okay, I know how this person, like, I think I know what's going on. And I started thinking about jury alignment, right? Where Lombax mentioned this, like, what, when we had 7 maybe or 8 left even. He's like, how you think about the jury? I think about the people there, and so it got me thinking. It's been made clear that the three of y'all are working together, right? Do you think for either one of you that's going to have an impact on I guess, let me ask the question better. Can each of you guys explain where or how you think the jury is going to take each of you as like a winner, what they're going to think about? Considering you guys kind of all played together the entire way, like you don't have really a lot of allies.
I want to kind of interject there. I think, again, I'm going back to me being like a person that I do switch up on people just in terms or people's like thoughts processes because I am a paranoid player. So I think that when people tell me something, I have to like always take it with a grain of salt. And so I don't think I was 100% with Gunny and Boobles the whole time. I was actually Boobles, I would say Boobles, me and Boobles were a little bit more tighter than me and Gunny. I didn't find Gunny as a teammate until maybe top 7, top 5. I just think that I we're talking about the alignments, yeah. So we didn't really find each other. Me and Boobles didn't even talk for like 3 or 4 nights in a row.
Yeah.
But when we talked one time, so it's like I don't think us working together really led to a lot of stuff until later on, which obviously Maz, you were there for it. I want to say that that was just like a casualty, like like you have to choose somebody, at least from my POV, and it's like Gunny and Boobles at that point were kind of my win con, and I think you and Rolf, I kind of faded out at some point, which y'all left me on red, which made me really sad, but it's okay. And that's totally fine. But the game continued, and I think that led to this because I'm such a paranoid player. I would have definitely worked with you and Rolf if y'all had lended out the hand to me. But that never happened after like night 5 or something. So I just wanted to say that that's my state of the game in terms of voting and alliances.
I forgot the question.
Yeah, I guess it's more like how the alliances you made and didn't make affected the jury pool that's in front of you, right? Because if you have all your friends or your entire friends with you, then the jury's not with you. You know what I mean?
I think there's only 2 people, or maybe 3, that are not aligned with me that probably are not going to vote for me to win. Actually, probably more than that. I think I already know who's going to win. But my circle was small at the beginning and it stayed the same. Just people got eliminated, so the circle kept getting smaller. But I was with my team the entire time. That's all I have to say. And you were part of that, Moz.
What about you, Gunny?
I was the bridge. I played a numbers game. So when we merged, I was the one that pulled in Lovely and Heck with Rocker, Boobles, and Coffee. And then as soon as I heard that, Coffee had a steal a vote or whatever from Boobles, I wasn't directly told until a little bit later when I said that because I actually lied. When I got my immunity day one, I said I had an extra vote. Um, so I was the bridge there. And then when Rocker and Coffee, were a little flippy on me, I think. I wasn't sure. That's when Boobles pulled me into Raph and Maz. And then again, I was the bridge between Heck and Lovely. I saved Heck and Love a whole lot of times. I played up Heck having an idol that she never had. Um, well, you had it after round one, but they didn't know that. So I would say, oh, Heck's playing her idol. We're flushing it. Let's vote someone else.
That makes a
You
lot of
didn't know it
sense
either.
now.
You told me like final 6 or 7.
Yeah, well, last question, and on base, I think I can ask this, but if I can't, like, tell not to answer, I guess. But can you guys real quick, like, if you are not the one who wins, who do you think is the other person that kind of played the best game?
That's fine to ask.
Lovely.
Okay.
Oh, I answered before it was even okay.
Go on.
No, it's you. Lovely.
Oh, okay. I don't know because I think Gunny and Boobles kind of played like 2 separate games, or not 2 separate games, 2 different kinds of games. I would reward Boobles for the social game. I would reward Gunny for like the mechanics of the game, if that makes sense. So if either of them won, I wouldn't be like upset about it. I think I'd be like, okay, yeah, that clicks, that checks out.
I'd probably say Devin or Boobles, sorry.
Same thing.
Just because I think she would have been here no matter what. Lovely, I had to save in a couple of votes and forced votes on other people. I could have also flipped and stayed with the Roth Boobles Maz alignment. So I'd say Lovely, or Boobles would have been here either way. I think Lovely was kind of dragged here, but she did win 2 immunities, so especially Final Four where it counted. So they both played great games, but I think Boobles has the slight advantage there.
All good.
All right, Jack Lafear, go ahead.
I was the first one on the jury. There was something I said at the very end of it. You guys get a challenge. Who says it first? What word did I talk about?
It was an integrity. I don't know. It was a
Lovely. You won the ability to answer the question first then.
Yay!
What does integrity mean to you? And this is for all 3 of you, but Lovely gets first. What does integrity mean to you in this game and out of the game? And then explain to me how integrity played a factor in your gameplay. Why you chose it.
I think integrity means that you're confident in what you're doing, and I think you're doing it with a purpose, and with the purpose of knowing that it's not out of like malicious intent. It's more of like you're doing it because you feel like it's the right thing to do in the moment. And I think I applied that to this game perfectly. I think I played my hand and my cards wherever I needed to, and I try my best not to fuck over people. But obviously that's the gameplay, is like someone has to get voted out, right? I would say I'm not the one that voted on a lot of people that did get voted out, but yeah. And then outside of the game, I think integrity just means that you do stuff with intention of hopefully benefiting others and yourself. So
Whoever takes the initiative can answer it next.
I mean, ugh. I feel like my integrity this game was fine. Like, I didn't listen, I didn't fuck over most of you, okay? Like, I only fucked over one person in this
Can you?
entire
What does
say to
integrity mean to you? That'll help me understand your question.
well, exactly what Lovely said. She said it kind of perfectly.
Okay.
But I think that the difference between her and I's game is that I wasn't playing this game to fuck over anybody. I was playing this game to get as many of my core group to the end as possible. And honestly, a lot of the people that were voted out at the beginning, it's because you guys were scary. Like, it wasn't because we didn't want you in the game or we didn't want to make alliances with you. It's that we knew that you guys were going to win challenges back to back to back. So it wasn't like it was strategic the entire way, especially the first couple of votes. Yeah, you guys were scary.
Okay. Gunny, what does integrity mean to you? And then continue.
Integrity means to me putting others first. I definitely did that with my core alliance, which was the final four. I did what I had to get them to the final four. I had to build trust. I gave Raph one of my immunity items, which he played for himself. I didn't have to play the other one. I would have played it for anybody if they were in need, which would have gone the same with any of my alliance throughout the game. I would have played it for them. But I definitely put my final four or my other part of the final four first and got them there. Which is, in regular Survivor, you usually bring a goat to the end. I didn't want that. I wanted my, core alliance that I said day one I wanted. But outside of the game, same thing, putting others first. Put my daughter first. I put my wife first. I'll put my sisters, my parents first. So that's kind of what integrity means to me.
Gotcha. Did you ever vote on Mav after you gave him the rod?
On Raph?
Or yeah, on Raph.
Yep, I voted on him when he gave his idol to Boobles, which made him vulnerable. If he didn't do that, I would have voted on Maz with Boobles.
And at that time, was he under the impression you were in an alliance?
Yep.
Integrity. Nice smile. You know what I mean.
I mean, he was
I'm
part of
good.
my alliance.
You're done, Jack?
Yes, I am, sir.
All right, Heck, you get to close us out.
Well, Gunny and Lovely betrayed me, so I'm fucking voting Boobles. I really don't have, I'm just joking. I'm not gonna play like that. I think all three of you played so well. I'm so proud of you.
Oh my God.
It is not fair to say you dragged Lovely here, Gunny. Although in my eyes, you did play the best game. Your social aspect and your mechanics and your nonsense, you fucked us over so many times and nobody knew. I will say, what is the scummiest thing you guys think you did all game?
Voting on Maz.
Oh, I would say, heck, I think the scummiest thing I did was voting on you because that was the
Don't
biggest.
say
No,
that.
no, that was the biggest twist. Is because my logic from my POV is it was supposed to be a tie. It was supposed to be a tie, and it
That's what it
wasn't.
was supposed to be. I was shocked.
Yeah, that's what you
did.
both said.
Yeah,
I wanted
I
a
was
final
shocked.
four challenge. It would have been so spicy.
It would have been, yeah.
Yeah, but you got cooked. Sorry.
It's rough.
And
So,
it-
Getty, I know you've done some scummy shit. What's your favorite
Yeah,
thing you did?
I don't think we have 5 hours.
Favorite or scummy thing? The most scummy.
Yeah, what's your favorite?
My favorite was voting you over Boobles in Final Four. That was pretty scummy. I thought Love was gonna vote Boobles with you. I was trying to force a Final Four challenge. It would have been great content.
I was talking to the
it,
wrong
it was,
person.
I kept saying I was trying to leave it to fate for the final three between the two of you because you were both in my alliance, and it was hard to vote either of you.
Bubbles, do you think you did anything scummy this game, or
I mean,
besides just the Maz thing?
I mean, the Maz vote is like what I feel honestly the worst about, and then the second thing I feel the worst about is the rocker elimination. It was just like I mean, honestly, I'm being serious. Like we were scared of you, Rocker. Like you would have made it really far in this game. And so I hope that you take that as a compliment and not as like we didn't want you to play with us or anything like that. Like you were brutal, like you were scary. But I mean, I think I played the game pretty evenly, to be honest with you. I was distributed throughout the group chats pretty well, I think. So, but I just let people talk and I watched for the most part. So I just had a lot of inside information and I just knew where people were going with their votes most of the time and I just played with that.
I think you all three played very excellent, very different games. Congrats to all three of you. Jury, please don't be salty when you cast your votes. Like, just, give each of them a chance.
All right. You're done, Heck? All right, it's time for closing statements then. So same as opening statements, this is your last chance to address the jury before they vote. You will have 1 minute again. Lovely, you have been randomly selected to go first. Your 1 minute starts now.
All right. I don't think I was dragged here specifically. That felt kind of rude. But I do think I only had one vote on me, like, and when it was votes on me, like, I think there was a max, maybe two. But anyway, that's just what I'm saying. But I think I played a really good game. I don't think I tried to fuck anybody over. I think I was very passive in my gameplay. I think I played a solo game for a good majority of it after the groups were separated. And yeah, I hope you respect that. As a confident player, I just played my cards at the moment. There was no like long-term decision anywhere. It was all spontaneous and impulsive, to be honest. So, thank y'all.
Thank you. Gunny, you're up next.
I'll address like the alliances thing. You're gonna have to betray your alliance somewhere, especially if your alliance is a big number. Final six, everyone was my alliance. I've got to fuck somebody over. And I decided to vote out the people that I thought were challenge threats because I thought I could almost win out, especially with immunity, hidden immunity idol. So I think up until final six, I didn't play that scummy. I just played, to my, not wanting to be voted out. And then in final six, I had to betray someone.
Thank you. Devin, you're up. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't play a strong game like Lovely and Gunny did. I don't think I won a single fucking challenge this game, which is fine. But I did a lot of I made a lot of promises to people and I kept those promises for as long as I could, and I think longer than the other people. And I think that's why I'm here. Obviously I did not play a very mechanically good game, but I think I played a very good social game with very little deception involved. I said it at the beginning. I think I played probably the most honest game here out of the final three. And if that's not worth a lot to you guys, then that's fine. But I did not want to come into this game and just lie to everybody. I wanted to come into this game and experience it as a whole. And I made promises to a couple of you, you know who you are, and I kept them all the way till the end. So, thank you.
All right. Thank you. It is time to cast your votes. I want to be really, really clear about this. Jury, you are not voting someone out or anything like that right now. The vote you are about to submit to me is who you want to win, okay? So you're voting for a winner. Go ahead and send your votes to me on Discord now. All right, I've received all the votes. Just really quickly before I announce them and everything, I'm just gonna say a quick reminder. After I announce the votes, everyone can unmute and talk and all of that, I'll give you guys some time. I am gonna give like a kind of a breakdown of the season at some point later. So, after like 10 minutes or whatever, I'll kind of just go through all the idols, advantages, etc., stuff along the way that I think is just give people some like kind of behind the scenes insight into the structure of the season. I've been encouraged lately to like advocate a bit more for myself. So I'm going to take this moment just to do that and say that if you're not following, please follow. I'm trying to like, make this channel a little bigger. I mean, if you want to support it in any other way, that's fine. But I'm trying to like lean a bit more into the streaming stuff lately. So, anything you can do to help with that would be great. With that said, 8 votes have been cast and a winner has been determined. So I will go ahead and read the votes. Our first vote is for Gunny. Our second vote is for Lovely. The next vote is for Gunny. The next vote is for Lovely. That's 2 votes each for Gunny and Lovely. The next vote is for Gunny. The next vote is for Lovely. That's 3 votes each for Gunny and Lovely. The next vote is for Lovely. Congratulations to the winner of Season 11, Survivor Fates, Lovely.
Oh, you deserved it so much, bitch.
Oh my god!
Good job, Lovely.
Congrats.
Best
Holy
outcome,
shit.
honestly.
That was so scary.
Well played.
Congratulations.
Oh my god, thank y'all. That was so amazing. Holy shit. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. That's crazy. Oh my god. Well, thank y'all. Love y'all. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know what to say. Thank you. The game was so fun. I'm so glad we all got to play it. And again, I hope nobody feels like any bad blood. I hope I didn't give off any scummy, like, out of like OGI scum. I just thought everyone played really well, and I'm so happy that we all played it. Oh my god, this is such a good game. Yay! I'm so happy. That was amazing.
Congrats.
Yes, thank you. Mwah.
All I'm gonna say is I wish I had asked a different question for each person's I don't know, not formals, whatever you want to call them, because I'm gonna be so real. I had still no idea what each of you did by the end of the game because I didn't speak to any of you during the game, and I felt so bad. I was like, I don't know what to base my vote off of. I should have asked a better question probably for all of you.
Can we talk now, Lombat?
Yes, please, Robin.
Oh my god,
I only stayed to watch Lovely win. I told Lovely in the beginning I want to see Lovely win from the very beginning, so I stayed for that. I was
god.
Yeah, gang.
Gunny, all of
I
my
think it was pretty
personal,
obvious who was gonna win.
all of my
I'm glad.
personal annoyance with how the season went aside, I think you played out of your mind.
I really didn't know who was
did
gonna win.
vote
I thought
for
you all 3 deserved it.
I did vote for you.
It was
Lovely
3
played-
entirely different games.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it
Lovely
was a very
played
good
both.
final 3.
All
both
3 of you
very
played
good.
insane.
Oh, go on.
Go ahead. No, you won.
Oh, I
You
was gonna
talk.
say, I literally think this is when I won those 2 immunities, they were like the perfect times to win those
Oh,
They
yeah.
were.
immunities.
They
We were
absolutely
talking about
were.
that in the commentary booth.
Yes.
Like,
You
holy
really pulled
fuck.
through when you needed
They
to.
obviously my
Day
top
was
4
perfect
did. My top 4
yes.
said they weren't gonna vote me, but like in my head, it was just like there was just no way that these 3 are not gonna vote me here. So I needed to win that day so bad, so bad.
Even behind the scenes, the jury was like, wow, they needed it right then.
I
will
was flipping that day.
Yeah, I want to say, Gunny, all animosity aside within the game itself, I think you played out of your mind having to balance multiple worlds that you were building together and know when to flip. So I do think that was very, very well played of you.
I do want on the record, Atropos, it was me that voted Jack, apparently. The reason it seems so genuine is because I truly was not aware that I voted Jack until jury chat when I was like,
That's
officially
whoops.
Jack. I'm so sorry.
Officially? You should probably
Man,
know
that's
who you
so
vote
crazy.
in the future.
So, did Danny have an idol? I know it was like a lot of floating around if she did or didn't have
No.
one. Okay.
No.
I'll go
Oh,
through
really?
all the advantages in a second. I mean, if people are ready now, I can go over it.
Yeah, let's do
Let's do
it.
it.
Yeah, okay. Well, so at the beginning, I kind of heavily implied that this season wasn't going to have a lot of twists and stuff going on. It would be kind of a more like normal season. And that was kind of intentional given like for anyone who watched All Stars, like the season 10, that had like a ton of stuff going on. So I just wanted like kind of a chill, like new start to this like next group of seasons, hopefully. Really the only like big event was the like double elimination before the merge. And then the fact that the merge had so many people was something like new, because that is kind of more complicated to manage. But other than that, it was fairly standard.
Oh my god, that merge was insane.
Yeah. So the idols, so the commentators were talking about how in a lot of the recent seasons, I will put pre-merge only idols in the like starting tribes. So like you can only use them before the merge happens. In this season, each starting tribe did have a puzzle, or it wasn't a puzzle, it was just like finding a code that was typed at the top of the thing, which I'll talk about in a second. But there were idols available, but they were just full like normal idols. They weren't pre-merge only. But there was one in each tribe, and they were based on like the instruments, I guess, of each of the people.
The rod.
Like, yeah, the rod is because it's called a measuring rod, the thing she like measures the yarn with, but it is a funny name. And the shears are like what she cuts the thing with, and the spindle is what she spins it off of, right? So each of those idols were available basically by finding like a code, which I had just written at the top of the chat, so whoever like could scroll up and find it first when I mentioned it would get it. That was how Maz got his idol. That was how Gunny got the rod, and how Heck got the shears, which he used immediately. And then that was the only... There were those 3 idols that were available pre-merge. And then when the merge happened that night, there was a puzzle. I'm trying to remember which one this was. I think it was...
The web, the thread of web or something.
The web was like one of the last ones. I can look up which one it was. It wasn't the jigsaw puzzle. It was...
I think it was the jigsaw puzzle, because as the person who got knocked out
it was
it was
the
the only one
code.
I saw.
No, it wasn't. Oh yeah, this was the one. So this was something new. I haven't done a thing like this before, but I added a role to myself in the server for the merge, and people had to like look. I said like something has been hidden somewhere in the server. So if you clicked on my name, there was just a role I had that said like this is the code, and whoever messaged it to me first got a steal a vote. This is the thing I think a lot of you aren't aware of, or maybe the jury's talked about it, but Coffee won that, and she got voted out with it. It was later reintroduced, and that was when Danny got her steal a vote. There were 2 post-merge idols also as well. Gunny got the first one, and that was the jigsaw puzzle one. So Gunny did have 2 idols for a little while. He gave one to Raph in the night, which Raph then played. And then the final one was won by Raph, which he gave to Devin. I don't know if this is... I mean, I was kind of curious why you guys didn't just use the idols on the people you wanted to use them on instead of giving them to them, but maybe you can speak to that. But basically that's pretty much all that was going on. Like I said, this wasn't a super complicated season. I wanted it to be like a relatively accessible, new group of seasons. So, yeah.
I'll talk to that point. So I had to do it as a gesture to find whether or not my allegiance was going to be broken, and I didn't want to choose to save myself where I thought it was clear that I was going to use it on myself and with a group that I had initially trusted. Of course, at that time I didn't know Gunny was talking to Heck behind my back. So when I let him know that I handed it over to Devin, they all put their votes on me instead. Where
Sorry, can we all be fair?
initially it
We all
was-
talked behind each other's backs.
I
don't feel like
I
it-
really
you know?
didn't. I really didn't
on.
do a lot of that.
Let him finish.
Yeah. So I had to see if my alliance was true, because again, I had received an immunity idol from Gunny in the first place, right? To like for him to to gain his trust fully, right? So when I survived, I did the same thing with Devin, and then unfortunately I was using it as a play to like, oh, they're gonna vote me. I told Heck that I had my idol and that I was gonna use it on myself.
Yeah, I fucked that up for you.
Yeah.
But
That's
big
why.
time.
That's
Yeah.
all.
The reason why I didn't use mine on Raf is because it was a secret alliance that Boobles pulled me into. And that's when I flipped on Rocker and Coffee because I thought I was getting flipped on. So I just went with the numbers. And I didn't want to show that I was part of Raf, Boobles, Maz.